Hello friends, thank you for support me lot, and once again welcome to my channel The Classic Audiobooks. Today we presents the first part of third book of Taj Mahal trilogy, The Shadow Princess. So don't skip the audiobooks, keep listen, and if you like the audiobooks, please click on like, share and subscribe if you're new in my channel. So, let's start. The Shadow Princess, written by Indu Sundaresan. Part 1. 1. After the passing of midnight, a daughter was born to that tree of the orchard of good fortune, whereupon her feverish temperature mizaj-i-wahaj transgressed the bounds of moderation. This unexpected incident and soul-rending disaster filled the world with bewilderment. From the Padshah-nama of Abdul Hamid Lahori, in W. E. Beglian. Z. A. Desai, Taj Mahal, The Illumined Tomb, Burhanpur. Wednesday, June 17, 1631. 17 Zai-Qada AH 1040. The Empress's howl, splintered and exhausted, stretched thinly into the night air and then fractured into little pebbles of sound. 1 a.m. The coming dawn, still hours away, smudged the horizon in ghostly grey. Oil diyas and candles rippled in an impulsive draught of air, spilling light from the apartments fronting the Tapti river. Mumtaz Mahal screamed again without a sound, lips drawn back over even, white teeth, eyes shut. "Mama," Jahanara desperately said, grasping her mother's hand in her young, strong ones. "Can I give you some more opium?" Mumtaz shook her head and leaned back on the pillows, shivers racking her body. Now, once the contraction passed, despite the long day and night of suffering, her features settled into an immeasurable beauty. It was there in the perfect cut of her nose, the seamless curve of her chin, the glowing skin and liquid eyes, irises ringed in darkening shades of grey. She had retained the newness of youth, though she was 38 years old this year. Empress Mumtaz Mahal, the exalted one of the palace, a title Emperor Shah Jahan had bestowed upon her a few years after they wed, let her hand lie in her elder daughter's comforting hold. In another minute, the pains would begin again. As she struggled to give birth to her 14th child in 19 years of marriage, she was grateful even for the fact of it, for she was married to a man more beloved to her than anyone else, Khurram. He had been Shah Jahan for many years now, but she still thought of him as Khurram, the name his grandfather Emperor Akbar had bestowed upon him at birth. A raw filled her ears. Opium. She briefly considered it in the filigree silver bowl, sweet to the taste, mixed with dates, the juice of the tamarind, a sprinkling of crushed cashews and almonds, studded with raisins. She had already eaten 5 round balls, each the size of a jamun fruit, since her waters broke. When was that? But the opium, always effective before, had only just raised the edges of the pain this time. She was hesitant to take more. The midwives, with their constant chatter and advice, had said that it would not harm the child already formed inside her. Mumtaz did not believe them. Her belly began to throb again, and she screamed, frantic with worry that Khurram would hear. He was sure to be nearby, though he was not allowed to enter the birthing chamber. There were some rules even the emperor of the Mughal Empire could not circumvent. A gaggle of midwives flitted around the room, keeping their distance from the bed where their empress lay. She could not bear their touch upon her so soon. Jahanara's fingers constricted, and Mumtaz, through her screaming, gasped, "Let me go, beta." The girl did in fright, covering her own face instead. When Mumtaz could rouse herself, she reached out blindly. On her left side, a voice said, "I am here too, Mama. I will comfort you. If you do not want your hands held too tight, I will hold them lightly." The Empress sighed. She turned to her second daughter, Roshanara, and then back to Jahanara. How similar they were to each other, though, and she smiled within. They would hate that comparison. Jahan was 17 years old, willowy and upright. She had a thin, sharply structured face, all planes and angles, brows that had been plucked to arch thickly above the bones surrounding her eyes, hair drawn back in this heat and plaited down her back. Roshan was a smoother version of her older sister, her skin more fair, her eyes colored with flecks of green, her face round. And yet, despite this outward physical sophistication, she was only 14 years old, 3 years younger than Jahan in age, a lifetime in understanding. She should not have been here, but she had insisted and Mumtaz had given in, unable to argue once the labor began. After all, the girls would one day be mothers themselves, let them see and learn and know what a woman was to do in her life. Between the two of them, there was already a slender rivalry, so inconsequential now as almost not to exist. But, Mumtaz thought, she was here to control them, for they needed a mother's hand. Khurram was of little help, he had too much love for one child and a bland indifference to the other. When her belly strained with the next contraction, Mumtaz wondered why her thoughts were so clear. During the 13 previous births, she had no memory of actually thinking anything. Those experiences had been simple, practically easy, an ache in her lower back, a sucking of opium, the child brought out splitting the room's scenes with its cries, each successive yell painting smiles on all of their faces. Laughter from outside as Khurram heard the news, his ear pressed against the wood of the door. Then there had been those early years when Khurram and she, and the children, had been sent in official exile to stumble around the empire, pursued by his father Emperor Jahangir's troops. Some of the births had taken place in tents, on the roadside. Even now, in these comparatively restful times, with the whole empire in the palms of their hands, Mumtaz could hear the distant rumble of pursuing horse hooves and felt an overwhelming fear for their lives if they were caught. Not all the children had lived. There had been a girl before Jahanara who had died when she was 3 years old, and Mumtaz had to struggle to remember her name in her face. They were still in Emperor Jahangir's good graces at that time, and so he had sent his condolences to his son and his daughter-in-law upon that child's death. Some of the other children had been stillborn, mercifully so, not giving her the time to create an attachment with them. Some had died within a few days, some, like that oldest girl, had died of the smallpox or of a mysterious and stubborn fever just as they were beginning to crawl, or walk, or babble or talk. But she still had 6 children. Jahan and Roshan, the only 2 girls, here with her and 4 fine boys in the outer room with their father. And if this child lived also, she touched her belly gently, and for the first time came this thought, if this child lived and she herself did not die, there would be 7. And she still had some childbearing years left in her, and though Khurram and she had been married so many years, despite the burdens of the empire, despite the women in his harem, he would visit her bed. And so there would be other children. In the end, this, and everything else, was in Allah's hands. "Jahan, you are of an age to marry soon," she said faintly when the contraction had passed. "I am." And then, softly, "I am." Those 2 words were fraught with longing, and Mumtaz watched her child. So she had felt too at her age, well before her age, with none of the patience Jahan had. "We will speak of it when you are feeling better, Mama. Your Bapa and I have been talking," Mumtaz said, the words rushing from her mouth, determined to use this precious, snatched moment of calm. She had realized the truth of what was to happen to her, suddenly and with clarity. Her only anxiety was that she would not be able to see Khurram before, and she wanted to see his face, touch him, hear his voice. But she had her duties to her children too. She beckoned with a tired hand. "Come closer." She had meant this for Jahan, but Roshanara also crowded over her. "There is an Amir at court, of a good family who have been servants of the empire for generations. They hail from Persia, descended from the Shah, though their ancestral lands are in Badakhshan. Your Bapa and I will not force you into a marriage you do not want, Jahan, but You know that I will want what you do, Mama, Jahanara said. Why all this now? We will have plenty of time later, save your energy for the child. Empress Mumtaz Mahal closed her eyes, exhausted, and lay unmoving on the bed for so long that the two girls gazed at each other in trepidation. Roshanara bent to her mother's ear and whispered, "What is his name, Mama?" Najabat Khan. Neither of the girls knew anything about Mirza Najabat Khan. They had been at court only a few times in the Zenana balcony behind their father's throne, not paying attention to the names of the nobles presented to the emperor, mesmerized instead by the glittering gold and silver standards, the absolute quiet in a room thronging with men, the rows of turbaned heads bent in deference to their Bapa. Mumtaz took a deep breath as pain bit into her lower back again. "Jahan, call for your father." Jahanara rose. Orders from her mother were obeyed almost before they left her lips. When she realized what was being asked, she dithered. "Bapa cannot come here, Mama. He has not until now," Mumtaz said. "But I want him." The midwives grabbed veils and drew them over their heads, falling into submissive attitudes even before the emperor had stepped into the room. Someone clucked in disapproval, and Mumtaz, though she heard the sound, paid little heed to it. "Tell him to come." Jahanara bowed to her mother. "He will be here, Mama, as soon as I can open the door." "Go, Roshan," Mumtaz said to her younger daughter. "I want to be alone with your Bapa now." Roshanara went from her mother's bedside, her mouth pursed with discontent, and sat down with the slave girls, who had made a space along the wall for her. When Jahanara put her hand on the latch, the metal chill against her skin, she heard the midwife mutter, "The head is showing, Your Majesty." "It will not be long." Princess Jahanara Begum rested against the door and rubbed the back of her aching neck. Her mother had labored for 30 hours, and now finally the child's head was crowning. At first, this confinement had been like so many others at which Jahanara had been present. The slave girls had laughed and called out for the birth of a son. The sage primary midwife sat in one corner holding her own cot among the lesser midwives, nodding at the jokes, her fingers busy with her knitting so that they would remain supple when she was needed. Aside from the opium, Mumtaz had wanted to eat only apples. Jahanara had patiently sliced and fed them to her mother. These were early apples from the valleys of Kashmir, exquisitely tiny and well-formed, the size of cherries. Their aroma filled the room in this fiery month of June, in the middle of the flat plains and miles from the cool mountains of Kashmir, and all of their senses slavered. Jahanara had seen saliva drip from the primary midwife's mouth. But the fruits were for the empress, and no one, not even her children, princesses of royal blood and birth, had a right to them. And then, in the past few hours, something had changed. Not the fact that Mumtaz had labored too long, but that she had struggled too hard, her eyes vacant during the contractions, her conversation impeccably lucid in between. As though she would never find the time to speak again. At that thought, Jahanara picked up the skirts of her ghagara and fled down the dim corridor in search of her father, and when she reached the end, someone put a hand across, halting her progress. She stopped, breathing hard from the running. "What is it, Aurangzeb? Why are you awake? You should be in bed, this is women's work." Her brother's figure detached itself from the shadows. At 13 he was already almost at her height. Aurangzeb was as thin she was, but whereas her gait and her carriage were assured, he was at that awkward, dangling age with his torso not grown into his long arms and legs. "Is Mama all right, Jahan? Can I go and see her?" Jahanara drew back from him, outraged. "Mama has asked for Bapa, I'm on my way to get him, and even he should not be in her apartments now. How can you think you would be allowed?" He shook his head absent-mindedly, as though he had not heard her. "Why would I not be allowed? You are. What is wrong? Is the child born? Why is it taking so long?" He still had his hand on her arm, and Jahanara shook him off with an impatient gesture. In the semi-darkness of this outer corridor of the palaces at Burhanpur, Prince Aurangzeb's mouth twisted for a brief moment with pain. It was not as though they all did not like him, Jahanara thought. Aurangzeb was one of them, they shared the same father and mother, and this in itself was so unusual in these times, when Bapa could have had numerous wives and concubines, nothing diluted their ancestry. But a minor sliver of irritation lay between them and Aurangzeb. It was his intensity, his supreme confidence so misplaced in her mind. He was a child, had done nothing yet, and would probably do nothing in the future. His insistence on what he thought was right and what wrong. She said, as forcefully as she could, "Don't be foolish enough to enter the birthing chamber, Aurangzeb. Remember that you are a royal prince and must follow convention." Her brother had turned to the doors at the far end of the corridor, but at Jahanara's words he paused. She left him and ran to her father, knowing that nothing but the casual mention of propriety, which to Aurangzeb was akin to something holy and held in reverence, would have stopped him. She ran swiftly, her heart surging in her chest, not seeing the eunuchs on guard along the way who bowed to her. Where was Bapa? Where was he? She burst into her father's apartments and shook him awake. "Mama wants you," she said, sobbing now. "Go to her. She is dying." By the time Emperor Shah Jahan entered the apartments, Mumtaz had given birth to their 14th child and was asleep. Jahanara and he had stood outside for 20 minutes, their hands linked, listening to the Empress's cries, and then the wail of the child. The matron of the harem, Satti Khanum, had put her head out when they knocked and said, "Her Majesty is fine, Your Majesty." "Silly child," this to Princess Jahanara, "to rouse your father from sleep with fears such as these." "I want to see her," Satti, Shah Jahan had said. "Soon, not now. You cannot watch the birth itself. Stay outside, Your Majesty, I will call for you." And so they had been left at the door, leaning with their ears flattened against the wood. They had heard the child bawl, a sigh from Mumtaz, a quietness as she slept. And then Satti had opened the door for her emperor. The baby, a girl, was in a gold and silver cradle in one corner of the room. The women around, midwives and slaves, melted away to make themselves inconspicuous as Shah Jahan bent perfunctorily over the child. She was awake, and her vivid blue eyes looked out at him from the folds of silk swathed around her little body. "Did Her Majesty give the child a name before she slept?" Shah Jahan asked. She suggested. Roshanara came flying to her father's side and clasped his arm around the wrist. She suggested, "Goharara, Bapa. Do you like the name? Whatever your mother wants is what will be, my dear. Go." He nudged her away. "I must be alone with her." He went to the bed and sat down on a low stool someone had set there for him, his knees raised level with his chest, his hands on his thighs. For a long time, as the dark of night wore out and the light of day came to claim its share of time, he gazed at his wife, noted the rise of her chest as she breathed, marveled at the sheer beauty of her features. He would never tire of this simple act. He placed a broad hand on her brow, but she did not stir. Her skin was too warm, he thought, and snapped his fingers once, without turning around. A slave brought a bowl of water scented with the attar of roses and a soft towel, which he dipped into the water and laid on her forehead. "You must get well soon, my love," he said gently. "We have to enjoy the throne of Hindustan, now, when we finally have what I have labored for." 4 years ago, Shah Jahan had fought a bloody and terrible battle for this empire. He had killed his brothers, his cousins, his nephews without a thought for mercy, for he had known that if they in turn had the throne within their grasp, none would have been shown to him. Minor rebellions still abounded, to be sure, and one such had brought them to the southern boundaries of the empire, all the way here to Burhanpur, where they had once spent years in a sort of semi-exile, where some of their other children had been born, where the throne, set so far away at Agra, hundreds of miles to the north, with its immense treasury of jewels, had seemed unreachable. But Mumtaz and he reigned now over this mighty, stupendously prosperous land, and their names would forever be etched in history, and when posterity spoke of the Mughal Empire, it would be in hushed tones of awe and reverence. And his name, and his beloved's name, would come to signify everything Mughal. There was very little of the self-effacing in Emperor Shah Jahan. In any case, it was not humility which had put the crown upon his head when his own father had designated another son as heir and chased him out of India. On the bed, Mumtaz Mahal stirred. It was a little, restless movement, caught by everyone in the room watching their emperor at the bedside of the woman who was his world, who had been similarly taught to consider their empress as constituting the entirety of their world. It was not a difficult task for these retainers, for in following their emperor's wishes came some wealth, some influence in the imperial zenana, and the simple ability to preserve their heads on their shoulders so that they might see another day. When her breathing evened again, Shah Jahan captured his wife's wrist and laid his lips upon the skin on the inside of her elbow. The child in the cradle raised a tiny voice, and a wet nurse with engorged breasts rose to feed her. Earlier in the day, this woman had been chosen from the many others who had presented themselves at the palaces, their persons neat, their hair combed, their teeth brushed rigorously with twigs from the neem tree. For to nurse a royal offspring meant riches, unimaginable affluence, perhaps even devotion from the child, who, if a boy, could one day wear the crown of Hindustan, and who would remember even in adulthood the woman who had nursed him in infancy. Siddhi had picked this fortunate woman, with her thick peasant face, her lush and rounded body, her clean mouth, and her honeyed milk, which Siddhi had tasted herself. Is she all right, Khurram? Shah Jahan stumbled in his haste to rise from the stool and kneel by his wife's bed. He laid his arms over her waist and thighs. Yes, Arju. Are you, my love? So he also called her, Arju, short for Arjumand, the name she had been born with. She seemed to wait a long while before answering. I'm tired. It was harder this time. I'm glad for this moment when I can see you. What sort of talk is this? He asked lightly, even as his heart began a mad thumping within his chest. So something was wrong. Arjumand had never before been so distressed. The birth of a child was an occasion of joy, and no matter how much she had suffered, she had been smiling and happy when he came to her. The fears evoked by his daughter's distraught words, laid to rest by Siddhi Khanum at the door, came flooding back in him. When his wife's lips moved, he bent over her and laid his cheek by hers, not allowing her to speak. She would be fine, surely. Let me call for the Hakims, he said. Wazir Khan. Her voice was barely audible. He knows nothing about women's matters, and he has never been allowed into the imperial zenana before. What would he do? But you, I am all right, Khurram. Tired, that's all. All right now that I have seen you. Will you stay here? Yes, he said simply, and then he felt the brush of her eyelashes upon his skin as she closed her eyes and slept. When day broke over Burhanpur and the muezzin's voices floated over the air to call the faithful to prayer, Shah Jahan left Mumtaz still asleep and went to his chambers to pray. He moved slowly through the zenana, won from his vigil by his wife's side. In the last hour, Jahanara had come to sit by him and had put her head on his shoulder as they watched Mumtaz Mahal. When he departed, he left his daughter by her mother's side. She was sleeping also, still sitting on the floor, leaning against the mattress, her face against Mumtaz's hand. 2 hours after Emperor Shah Jahan left his wife in her apartments, Princess Jahanara woke with a feeling of dread. Her mother's hand was cold. Jahanara scrambled up and saw that her chest was stilled of breath, her face calm, as though she was still asleep. Bapa, she howled. Her voice brought the women of the Zenana flocking into the apartments. She pushed them aside and ran out again, tears streaking her face. Down the corridors, into her father's room, where he was resting. She did not know what to tell him, how to tell him of this. Even as she ran, she knew that something had changed in their lives from this moment. Who would look after them now? Who would look after Bapa? He was the supreme ruler of the Mughal Empire, but he would not think his life worthwhile without the woman he loved. 2. And that treasury of modesty and coffer of chastity was buried according to the custom of temporary burial amanat in the building Imarat inside the garden of Zanabd at Burhanpur, which is situated on the other side of the river Tapti, and the said building is constructed in the midst of a tank. From the Padshah Nama of Abdul Hamid Lahori, in W. E. Beglian. Z. A. Desai Taj Mahal, the Illumined Tomb. Burhanpur. Wednesday, June 17, 1631. 17 Zilqa'dah AH 1040. The child who had entered the world and sent her mother from it had been taken away, her whimpers fading with the wet nurse's footsteps. Rain came soon after the second pahar of the day was struck, after the noon hour. The day had begun clear as a diamond of the first water, the sun brilliant, the heat suffocating in its intensity. Then the skies had gathered a fistful of clouds over Burhanpur, ominously dark, laden with rain. The first streak of lightning outlined the somber black stones of the fort at the banks of the Tapti. The first boom of thunder rattled the window panes of the chamber where Mumtaz Mahal had lain on the birthing bed. Then, the skies opened up, and the rains, mild at first, raged into a fury. A few short hours after the Empress had drawn her last breath, she was laid in the ground and covered with the wet earth. Muslim strictures and the heat did not allow for delays in burial. They stood in a line behind the Imam, linking hands, Jahanara, Dara, Shah Shuja, Roshanara, Aurangzeb and even Murad, who was only 7 years old. Murad moved closer to Jahanara. His greatest worry was that the egret feather Bapa had given him 2 days ago, to plume in the pearl aigrette on his turban, would be in a sad state of drooping. He touched his head surreptitiously. His turban felt tight on his forehead. He wiped his nose, and the Imam droned on. His sister's hand clutched his a little too tightly. As he wriggled his fingers, Jahanara said, "Quiet, Murad. Pay attention to the Imam." She shivered, and by her side, Aurangzeb said, "Yes, listen to the prayer for our Mama." Jahanara had chosen the spot where their mother was to lie in Zanabd Bagh, on the eastern bank of the Tapti and across the river from the fort. If she turned her head, she could see the windows of the apartments where Mama had died, and, as that thought came, she did turn to look and saw the lone glimmer of white in the massive courtyard of the fort, built 20 feet up from the water level. Bapa, also standing in the rain, watching them all from afar. He had refused to come for the burial, refused as Murad had initially, choked with grief, with disbelief, with the conviction that if he did not attend this hurried funeral, he would find his wife alive again. There had been no such luxury for Jahanara, for even as her mother died, she had become Padshah Begum, the chief lady of the harem, in her place. The shift of status was almost unnoticed, from that first moment when she had run down the corridor, leaving the door to her mother's apartments open behind her. The Empress is dead, attendants had wailed. In a gossamer deference, eunuchs had bowed more deeply to her. Her father had been rising from the bed when she flew into the room. She had not been able to speak, only mouth this, "Mama is dead, Bapa." He had fainted, falling with such abandon that his right elbow would ache for the next week. An hour later, questions had begun quietly in her ear. "Where should Her Majesty be buried, Your Highness?" Jahanara had lifted her gaze to the vista beyond the windows, to Zanabd Bagh, to the pond in the middle of the gardens with its flat-roofed baradari where Mama had ordered entertainments for them all, music, dance, wine, and food on moonlit nights. She had washed her mother's body herself with Sakti Khanam. The tears had come, again, as she wiped Mama's face with the pure Ganges water they used for drinking. Once, twice, a third and final time with little cubes of camphor powdered in the water to perfume the body. 3 silk shrouds, scattered with 100 tiny diamonds, were wrapped around Mumtaz Mahal. The strictures demanded that the cloth be plain, but Jahanara had set 20 seamstresses to embed diamonds into the silk. Mumtaz's hair had been smoothed down and coiled behind her head. Jahanara had left on her mother a pair of diamond studs, the diamond ring that pierced her nose, 12 bangles with diamonds on each of her wrists, refusing to listen to any reason about divesting her of her jewelry. She is an empress, she had said. She cannot go to her grave like a pauper. No one had argued with her beyond that, not even Sakti Khanam, whose voice rose in the zenana on all occasions, who had had Mumtaz Mahal's ear in every matter, who was almost as powerful in the imperial harem as the empress herself. Jahanara then had gone in search of her brothers and found them huddled outside their father's apartments. Dara sitting on the floor, watching his hands. Shuja weeping in one corner. Murad rolling a wooden toy horse and cart on the carpet. And Aurangzeb pacing so furiously that his bare feet slapped on the stone floors of the outer chamber. The funeral will be after the second watch, Jahanara had said. I will not go. This from Dara, his face pale, his eyes a dull red, his whole frame shaking. Nor will I, Murad had cried. Mama will come back if I do not go for her funeral. We will all be there, Jahanara had said, almost shouting. Her eyes had smarted with a flash of tears, but she had brushed them away impatiently. She did not have the time for this sort of weakness. Who would look after them if she began to cry again? Bathe first, you must be clean, and eat a little, and when we go to Zanab Bagh to lay our mother in the ground, we will conduct ourselves with the dignity befitting our rank and our status. Dress simply, in white. At the sound of her sharp tone, all their heads had snapped around, and they had stared at her in disbelief. Bapa will not even come out, Dara had said. Jahanara had felt a slight chill. The skin on her palms was still wrinkled from having been immersed in the water used to bathe her mother's body, and an arrow of pain seared a previous cut on one index finger, which still throbbed even after she had washed the camphor out of the wound. But her tears were stanched, because she seemed to be the only one who had some control over what was happening. With their mother's unexpected, so unwanted death, the rest had all disintegrated. I will go talk with him, she had said. But the conversation had led to nothing other than an overwhelming sense of fear. Jahanara had never seen such utter hopelessness in her father before, the thickness of his voice, the debilitated movements of his arms and legs, which could not be quieted, the strange laughter at inopportune moments. It had left her afraid for all of them. To the boys waiting outside, she had simply said that their father would not be there when their mother was laid in the earth. He had not even questioned this simple burial for Mumtaz. She turned back toward the baradari on the pond. It was a small building, perhaps 30 feet long on each side, with a flat roof and sets of 3 cusped arches per side. The island itself, in the middle of the pond at Zanabd, was barely bigger than this baradari that perched on most of the land, leaving a thin skirt of grass and mud around it. And it was on this slender patch that they all stood. The center of the pavilion had been dug up, the flat black stones that paved its floor removed, mud loosened and heaped to one corner. The imam who was leading the funeral prayer for their mother stood on the first step leading up. When he had finished, Aurangzeb went up to the man and tapped him on his shoulder. The imam bowed to his prince and walked backward until he was behind the 5 of them. He did not lift his head once, acutely uncomfortable and disapproving in the silence that swelled around them. Jahanara peeled the wet chiffon veil from her face and wiped the rain off her forehead and her eyes. Dara had protested against coming to the funeral because he had been repelled by anything to do with death and dying, even though this was their mother. Murad had insisted against being here because he was a child. And Aurangzeb he had protested against their Jahanaras and Roshanaras being at the funeral because they were women and not allowed to take part in so public a ritual. So also the Imam felt now, his distaste evident, his eyes steadily upon the ground just a few inches around his feet so he would see where he stepped but no more. This man, like Aurangzeb, Jahanara thought with a sense of mirth, was as rigid and obstinate as an ass. He had been so cautious that he hadn't even dared to look at Mumtaz's covered body by the graveside, because she was a woman. Murad cried gruffly, great sobs ripping out of his little frame. Shivers shook him even in this heat, for all the rain had done was increase the cloying humidity. Murad put his arms around Jahanara's waist and clung to her, burying his face in the damp folds of her ghagara. She kissed the top of his head and said, "Hush. Hush, little brother. He wouldn't make such an indecent display if you were not here to comfort him," Aurangzeb said. "Will you keep quiet, Aurangzeb?" Dara spoke for the first time since they had come across the pond in a convoy of boats to lay their mother to rest. He had stood on Aurangzeb's other side all this while, his head bowed, his face somber. "You've said enough. You always speak more than you should. Words such as these are more of an indecent display than a child mourning for his mother or his sister comforting him." Standing at the first step to the top of the baradari, Aurangzeb flushed, in rage and in embarrassment, because all their retainers were ranged around them, and, even through the pounding of the rain, lessened now somewhat, Dara's incisive words had been clearly audible. On various other boats bobbing gently in the pond with the ministers of state, seated and watching. Had they heard also? Dara moved to occupy the place left by Aurangzeb and patted the sobbing Murad on his shoulder. The prayers said, the Empress's body was lowered into the rectangular grave, with her head pointing west, toward Makkah. The 6 of them climbed the steps and stood around the grave, looking down upon their mother's shrouded figure. No coffin had been built for her, in keeping with the strictures. Then, one by one, they scooped up handfuls of the moist earth and flung it in. The mud splattered over the unsullied white of the cloth that sparkled with its hundreds of diamonds, and slowly, as they threw in more, the sparkle dimmed and then was extinguished. From the palaces in the fort across the Tapti, the man on the raised courtyard could not see this action, his children covering his wife's grave with mud, because the rain had begun anew its strength and pounding, all but blotting out the severe outer lines of the baradari. The man held a white umbrella over his head. Beyond the confines of the fort at Burhanpur, Shah Jahan's authority flung out wide over the lands of Hindustan, and an entire empire would have been willing to fall on its knees in gratitude had it been given a chance to perform this minor duty of shielding his august head from the rain. Emperor Shah Jahan was cold inside and out, his skin felt clammy, his heart fragmented into so many pieces that even breathing seemed torturous. He wondered if he would himself last many days more without Arjumand. It was unimaginable, a life without her. Would his children be performing the same duty for him in a few days? His tears fell. His ears were filled with the crashing of the rain on the white canvas of his umbrella. The folds of his white chudidar, scrunched up around his ankles, were soggy. The lower edges of his white coat, the nadiri, clung to the fabric of his chudidar. He would wear only white for the next few years. His shoulders stooped under the slender weight of the umbrella's gold-encased stem, and he felt himself age. Something had died inside him also. Behind him, some 30 paces away, were 2 women who stood erect, their veils pulled over their faces, their backs firm. They were the empresses who remained. One, the first woman Shah Jahan had married, was descended from kings herself. Her lineage was impeccable, she was linked in blood to the Shah of Persia. The second woman, whom Shah Jahan had married after his marriage to Arjumand, making her his third wife, was the granddaughter of the man who had been Emperor Jahangir Khan-i Khanan, the commander-in-chief of the imperial forces, a powerful, well-respected man. The first wife glanced thoughtfully at her husband. She was 38 years old herself, but her last child, her first and only one, had been born some 20 years ago, in 1612, the year Shah Jahan had married Mumtaz. Since, having performed this perfunctory duty in giving her a child, albeit a girl child, he had not come to her bed again. What had been Mumtaz's charms? A pretty face. She herself had had one. Grace and elegance. Here also she could not be faulted. Noble blood. Mumtaz was the granddaughter of a Persian immigrant, a nobleman, true, but one who had been hounded out of his country. She could claim no ties to the Shah, no hint of royalty, and yet she had been so ridiculously adored that the first wife was nothing, and the third wife, who also had been given the opportunity to produce a royal offspring after the marriage, was also nothing. The first empress inclined her head to the third wife. She had borne him a son, but the child died when he was 2 years old, so she literally had nothing anymore. But now and here the first wife smiled to herself, now Mumtaz Mahal was dead. And their husband would return to them, for where else could he go? He would grieve for the dead empress, to be sure, but would find his happiness and content among the living. The first wife began to sketch out plans in her mind, which apartments to occupy here in Burhanpur and later in the capital city of Agra. Which servants to retain and which to let go, which eunuch to create as chief of the harem. How to pension off Mumtaz's 7 children, when to begin negotiations for the marriage of her 20-year-old daughter. And then she remembered that she had not been consulted on the funeral arrangements, as a Padshah Begum of the harem ought to be. That her messages of condolence sent to the empress's apartments had been ignored. That Satti Khanum, who officially bore the title matron of the harem but in reality had been Mumtaz's chief lady-in-waiting, had not come to pay her respects to the newly powerful woman in the zenana. That, instead, that child Jahanara had taken over all the duties she, the first empress, should have performed for her lord in his time of need. How could a daughter take the place of a wife? The first wife shifted on her feet, moved involuntarily out from the sheltering protection of the umbrella, and was drenched. She cursed under her breath, not daring to raise her voice. Even in death, Mumtaz Mahal cast a long shadow over the women who had been such pitiful rivals for her husband's heart. But at least, the first wife thought, grasping at something, anything, Mumtaz was being buried here in Burhanpur, and here she would remain. In a small and indistinct baradari on the outer rim of the empire, in a city that could well be captured by the Deccani kingdoms that raged south of them. Then, no one would remember her, no one would take her name in their mouths, nothing would be said by posterity of this fierce and unreasonable love that her husband, the first wife thought viciously, had had for her. When Emperor Shah Jahan turned and stumbled back into the fort, she slipped her arm through his. He let her, left now with no strength even to protest. She did not know how wrong she was. Mumtaz Mahal had died in Burhanpur, but she would live for posterity in the brilliant tomb that Emperor Shah Jahan would build for her in Agra, 430 miles away, the Taj Mahal. Roza-i Munawwara, the luminous tomb. As there was a tract of land, Zamini, of great eminence and pleasantness towards the south of that large city, on which there was before this the mansion Manzil of Raja Jaya Singh, it was selected for the burial place Madfan, of that tenant of paradise. A lofty mansion from the crown estates Khalisa Sharifa, was granted to him in exchange Iwad. From the Padshah Nama of Abdul Hamid Lahori, in W.E. Beglian. Z.A. Desai, Taj Mahal, the illumined tomb Agra. Wednesday, June 17, 1631. 17 Ziai Kada AH 1040. A thicket of sparrows launched itself from the branches of the tamarind on the banks of the Yamuna. The birds flew in a rush, first in one direction and then neatly in another, as though scrambling to make sense of what had disturbed them just as dawn laid open the horizon in Agra. The man below lifted his head and followed the path of the birds until they disappeared and their confused twittering faded. Mirza Raja Jaya Singh bent to sit in the lotus position on the mat his servants had laid out. It was still night, but the darkness had begun to shake away. Through the mat, Jaya Singh could feel the coolness of the damp earth. He was clad in little this early in the day, his chest was bare. He had dropped his chappals on the sandstone terrace of his mansion before descending the steps and the slope to the water. All he wore was a white silk dhoti tied around his waist, its edges decorated with a thin lining of silver zari. Hazur. Mirza Raja Jaya Singh inclined his head. The mistress. Which one? I beg pardon, sire, the First Lady requests your presence when you have the time. The eunuch hesitated. As soon as you have the time. In fact, forgive me. Mirza Sahib, without fail in the sooner the better. The eunuch stopped and waited. Raja Jaya Singh could hear big intakes of air, a slow leaking out with a tuneless whistle. So his first wife had commanded him to her presence, as she usually did, demanding and not always diplomatic. And this eunuch who was her servant, he did not know how to knead her orders into more palatable words. The stupid fool trembled and shook, and even drooled in his fear. Raja Jaya Singh turned back to the water and took a deep breath of the freshly moist air. Here was the hint of the monsoon rains, they would come soon, and every morning when he rose to walk to the tamarind tree, the grass would lie soft and spongy under his bare feet, the thirsty earth would sing, trees would flourish a joyful green. He put up a hand. I heard you, go now. And do not return. This is the last time, you understand. The eunuch bowed, intelligent enough not to speak another word. Caught as he was between his master and his mistress, one sent him away, the other filled his ears with tales of neglect. He had no choice but to obey both of them. His master was obsessed with his mistress, who was a houri, an enchantress, and she in turn would rise every morning to disturb his master's time before sunrise only because she could and because she wanted to. It was a game they played. As the man backed up the slope, Raja Jaya Singh heard him bump into someone, another servant perhaps, and say in a low voice, the Mirza does not wish to be disturbed. Mirza, Jaya Singh thought wryly, he had been born a mere noble and would die a mere noble, despite his title of Raja, and his kingdom of Amber. Jaya Singh had inherited his family fortunes and his title from his grandfather Raja Man Singh upon the latter's death in 1615. Man Singh, also a vassal to the Mughal Empire, had nonetheless managed to live with the extravagance of a king, with 1600 wives populating his zenana, a veritable swarm of children, so many sons he could not remember all of their names. In the end, all of them had preceded Man Singh in death, except for the man who was Jaya Singh's father. And so, despite that many wives, that many children, that many ways to split Man Singh's extensive properties in Amber and here in Agra into thin and equal shards to be absolutely fair to the numerous male offspring, all the property, the lands, the palaces, the immense bounty of gold and silver jewels, and this lovely mansion at Agra had fallen into the hands of Jaya Singh. He was a fortunate man, he thought. Even the fact that he had been allowed to retain his grandfather's property almost entirely unmolested was due to, among other things, the mercy of his being Hindu and of the emperor's being Muslim. In the Mughal Empire, the emperor was the sole and only custodian of wealth, which he distributed to the nobles of his court at his discretion. This wealth was a gift, a privilege, a reward for faithful service. When a noble died, according to the law of his cheat, so also died his right to his estates. His heirs could not inherit anything. It all reverted to the state, to their emperor. This was so in theory. In fact, the emperor usually passed a cursory glance over the property and a more than cursory glance over the heirs and their loyalty to his crown, and handed the estates back to the next generation almost intact. For some unspoken reason, a reason Jaya Singh did not question, Hindu Rajas were exempt from this rule of escheat, and deaths in their families were not automatically accompanied by the arrival of the emperor's bailiffs. A pale pink brushed the skies in front of Raja Jaya Singh. From where he sat, without stretching his neck too far, he could see the red sandstone walls of the Agra fort pick up the blush of dawn. He mused over his fortunes again, over his luck at having this magnificent Haveli on the banks of the Yamuna river at Agra. A piece of land coveted by many of the nobles at court, which had come to him from his grandfather. Amirs newer to court, or even those with lineages as extensive as thoroughbred horses, turned jealous eyes upon the lush copse of trees that surrounded the mansion, the sweet air that floated up from the river, the glimpse of the fort, why even the proximity to the fort, which allowed Jaya Singh to present himself to his emperor in response to a summons before most amirs even had the time to call for their kamabans. But all of this, the land, the title, the wealth, had been well earned. For Raja Jaya Singh came from a family that could trace its service to the Mughal emperors and to the empire from the time of Emperor Akbar. But his family had not just been servants, they had some much cherished imperial ties also. Jaya Singh's great-grandaunt, an Amber princess, had been Akbar's wife and Emperor Jahangir's mother. His grandaunt had been Jahangir's wife. The son born of this latter union, Prince Khusrau, had been unfortunately killed by his brother Emperor Shah Jahan on his way to the throne. If Khusrau had lived, if he had become emperor, perhaps Jaya Singh would have been more powerful at court, inheriting this power instead of having to work for it. He waited for the wink of the sun's rays before he turned east and touched his palms together in the first movement of the Surya Namaskar, the salutation to the sun. Even as he performed the motions of his exercise, some 400 miles away, Empress Mumtaz Mahal went to meet her death. Raja Jaya Singh dreamed desultorily of a small chitteri to cover his ashes when he died, here by the banks of the river, the jalis of the chitteri filtering the cool breezes from the Yamuna. But it was not to be, for his emperor wanted his land and his mansion for a loftier purpose, to house the remains of his beloved wife at Agra. Jaya Singh did not know then that his Haveli would be demolished before the year was out, and in its place would rise a luminous tomb. 3. Even though the incomparable giver had conferred on us such great bounty, more than which cannot be imagined, through his grace and generosity, yet the person with whom we wanted to enjoy it has gone. From the Padshah Nama of Amina Kazvini, in W.E. Begley and Z.A. Desai, Taj Mahal, the illumined tomb. Burhanpur, Tuesday, June 23, 1631. 24 Ziai-Kada AH 1040. The days wasted themselves in Burhanpur, in a daze, slowly moving into night and returning again. The town heard the gurgle of the Ghariala's vessels filling with water to measure time, heard the men strike the brass disc hanging above their heads to announce the ends of the watches, saw light turn into darkness, but it was for all of them with a sense of unreality. The shops in the main bazaar street were open, awnings held up on vertical poles to shelter from the sun, but business was not as usual. If money changed hands at all, for flour and rice, vegetables, copper pots, gold and silver, it was with a reluctance. As one hand hesitated in handing over the coins, the other grabbed a little too greedily at the first income of the past week. Even after their purchases, customers tarried outside the shops, trying to make conversation that did not sound stilted. They talked of the weather, it was hot, fiercely so, about the lack of dependable rain, and again about the weather, about the emperor's presence here at Burhanpur, such a blessing to them all. But of the death of Mumtaz Mahal they could not speak, struck dumb. The men in the streets, the few veiled women of a higher class who strayed for goods, the more common women who wandered with their heads bare to the gazes of all. They had none of them seen their empress, but news from the fort palace that loomed over the bazaar seeped into every corner. And what they heard most of was their emperor's grief at this lady's death. A day after she had died, after she had been buried on that small island in Zanab Bagh, in the center of the bus pond, they heard that their emperor had died also. At that news, the shopkeepers pulled wooden shutters over their storefronts, locked them securely, and crept into their houses behind the shops as a mob of young men racketed through the street, shouting profanities and wrecking anything they could find. 3 hours later, the dust settled only when the Ahadis, the emperor's personal bodyguards, thundered through the street on their horses, swords drawn to slice down a head here, an arm there. The rebellion, if it could be called that, of the miscreants ended then, as abruptly as it had begun. Burhanpur settled into a state of long drawn-out waiting accompanied by a hush, a silence, a burgeoning fear. Outside the fort at Burhanpur, the highest amirs of the empire waited also, day and night. It was customary for the nobles to take turns of a week or more in guarding their sovereign. They would arrange themselves and their retinues in the courtyard just beyond the guard of the Ahadis, set up their sleeping and cooking tents, array their men in semicircular bands around the palaces and on the banks of the Tapti. But since Mumtaz had died, all the nobles in Burhanpur, most of them normally present at court, found themselves crowded in the courtyard. When night fell, small fires sprang to life, over which meats were roasted, water boiled, wine warmed. Their voices were subdued. A thickness hung around them. When one of them moved, on the 6th day after the empress's death, they all turned to him with some hope. He could do something. He was the Khan-i-Khanan. Mahabad Khan was the commander-in-chief of Shah Jahan's armies, in some senses the most powerful man in the empire after the emperor himself. He was a soldier, and the empire, through all the years of its existence, had been forged by the sword, dyed by the blood of fallen princes and commoners, brought into existence by wars and not diplomacy, and so Mahabad had more authority than the Grand Vizier himself, who was merely the Prime Minister of the empire. He had tarried under the shade of the canvas awning of his square tent for 6 days, eating and drinking in the courtyard with the other nobles, as he awaited the summons from his emperor. Now it finally came in the form of Ishaq Beg, Mir Saman, or master of the household, to Empress Mumtaz Mahal. His Majesty commands your presence, Mirza Mahabad Khan, Ishaq Beg said, standing behind Mahabad, to his right. From the corner of his eye, Mahabad saw that Ishaq Beg's back was a little too stiff, the tilt of his chin too arrogant. He had not the demeanor of a man who had just lost his employer, and so his employ, and his very means of existence. The Khan-i-Khanan set his wine goblet down on the table by his side and nodded. He rose, and the entire assembly of nobles around him rose also, their gazes firmly upon him as though he could tell them already what he would find when he entered their emperor's presence. Mahabad Khan rinsed his mouth with some water and waited while his servants combed back his hair, ran their hands over his shoulders and his peshwas, straightening out creases and ironing wrinkles between their broad fingers. Ishaq Beg stood back, and when Mahabad passed him, he raised his eyes in a sly, almost condescending glance. Mahabad worried about that look all the way into the fort, beyond the Ahadis who parted to let him through, the eunuchs slinking in the outer reaches of the zenana, the stolid Kashmiri women who guarded the emperor's most private moments. These women were told to shield their tongues as jealously as they did their emperor. One slip, one misplaced word, one frivolity and their tongues would be cut out. They were rewarded richly for their services and punished without a thought if they failed even a little in rendering those services. As Mahabad Khan approached Shah Jahan's apartments within the fort on the banks of the Tapti, He could feel the coolness wafting from the river's fragrant waters through an open window. He paused when a Kashmiri guard barred his way with her spear. Despite his standing in the empire, Mahabat Khan did not make a murmur as the guards searched him. They shook the turban from his head and, deftly holding the aigrette in place, fingered the folds of cloth. They ruffled his hair, a sliver of a blade could bring harm. His clothes were agitated, his cummerbund examined, the soles of his bare feet. He had removed his footwear outside the main entrance rubbed. Then they stood aside, and Mahabat wondered if they had not been too meticulous in their search, if the other nobles commanded to His Majesty's presence were subjected to a similar indignity each time. But then he also remembered his long and checkered past with his emperor and thought briefly that if their positions had been reversed, he would not have trusted himself either. When he entered Shah Jahan's chambers, Mahabat lingered, struck into blindness by the gloom around. The windows were all sealed with tightly woven khas mats, and silken drapes covered the edges to shut out all light. A breeze whirled around the room, caught and tossed about by the punkas held by the 15 slave girls standing in the corners and against the walls. There was a little light from a candle on a low table in the center, which flung shadows around. Mahabat took in all of this when his eyes had adjusted somewhat painfully from the glare of the outside. He heard the rustle of a woman's skirts and saw the back length of a ghagara slip around the door to his right and a hand with glowing diamond rings pull the door shut, but not before she had hesitated for a while. The oldest princess, he thought, Jahanara Begum. Now they would all depend upon her, lean upon her slender shoulders for counsel, advice, strength. Who else was there? Satti Khanum, perhaps. But Satti, for all her intimacy with the members of the Emperor's Zenana, was in the end a retainer, and she would remain in that capacity. The Emperor's own mother was dead, and he had not been close to his father's other wives, especially Merenizer, the last one, so which woman could help him carry his burdens other than this child of his? Mahabat then became aware that he had been lost in musing and had not yet been noticed by his emperor. He peered around the room, his eyes going from the slaves at the walls to whom he paid little attention. They were akin to the furniture to the bed in the center of the room, which was empty, the 2 steps leading to a raised indoor veranda with arches that looked out over the tapti. And here, leaning against a pillar, he found Shah Jahan clad in the white of mourning. Mahabat padded over the length of the room, and, as he approached his emperor, he stopped and performed the Chahar Taslim, bending with some difficulty from his waist, laying his right hand on the ground and raising it to his forehead 4 times. When he had completed the salutation, he straightened his back with a groan, which he hoped was inaudible. Then he waited again, his gaze to the ground. He could not speak until Shah Jahan chose to begin the conversation. When his emperor's voice came to his ears, Mahabat felt a deep sense of shock. "You are here, Mahabat," Shah Jahan said, so hoarse as to be almost inarticulate. "Yes, Your Majesty. At your command, always." And now Mahabat looked up at the man seated on the stone steps and felt his heart stop. Even in the room's dimness, he could see the ravages of 6 days of constant weeping and no eating. Shah Jahan's frame had wasted away, the skin was carved tightly over the bones of his face, his eyelids were swollen and puffy, and his back was stooped. But what astounded Mahabat the most was the white on his head and his face. Almost overnight, or so it seemed to him, the emperor's hair had grayed. Mahabat would not have thought it possible if he had not seen this for himself. He almost reached out a hand to Shah Jahan's clasped once, then stayed that comforting action. What was he thinking? He could not dare to touch his sovereign. He could not speak any words of solace either. What could he say? That the Empress would be missed by all of them, that she had indeed been the brightest light in Shah Jahan's palace, that her loss was so great as to cause them all grief. Mumtaz Mahal had been the most precious jewel in Shah Jahan's zenana, and it was not Mahabhat's place to comment, even in such an innocuous manner, about a member of the imperial harem. This much he had learned well. Many years ago, frustrated, without paying heed to any advice, Mahabhat had cautioned Emperor Jahangir about the immense power he was granting his 20th wife, Mehranisa. For his pains, he was trounced in a chess game by that empress, and that still rankled, and sent to Kabul, a frozen fringe of the empire, to serve as governor. Mahabhat Khan was a tired old man, now in his 7th decade, and no longer stupid. He kept quiet, his head bowed, his heart knocking against his ribcage. Finally, Shah Jahan spoke again. "I am going to give up the throne, Mahabhat." Caution was forgotten, etiquette damned. "You cannot, Your Majesty," Mahabhat cried. "You are a young man yet, only 39 years old. Your life stretches in front of you. This is the empire you have battled for and won. It is rightfully yours. Your grandfather Emperor Akbar considered you his heir. You." Mahabhat stopped speaking, but it was only to sob instead, an action that astounded him. He thought, through tears, that he could not stop, that he was indeed growing old and feeble, but only because he should have anticipated talk such as this when he was summoned to Shah Jahan's presence. He wiped his eyes and waited again, for a smile or some mockery from Shah Jahan. But his emperor behaved as though he had not even noticed Mahabhat's reactions. Instead, he was examining his thin fingers and considering Mahabhat's words carefully. "I have no wish to live, Mahabhat, let alone reign anymore. What use is it to possess these lands and this wealth? When she was alive, there was something to fight for, a reason to be emperor. It was so that she could forget all those years we were persecuted and chased over the lands, so we could rest our aching bodies on ground that did not move, so that we could get the respect due to us." Emperor Shah Jahan raised his head, and for a moment, even among the ravages that grief had produced, Mahabhat saw the arrogance and confidence that had made him a monarch. "Allah himself ordained that I would be king," Shah Jahan said. "My grandfather wanted me to rule after my father. My father, he was besotted and led astray by a devious woman who wanted to put another on the throne. You know this history well, Mahabhat Khan, you were a part of it." "I know, Your Majesty, and apologize for my role," Mahabhat said. After his near exile to Kabul as a so-called governor, he had come back to court, begging for an audience, and then Mahabhat had surprised himself and almost everyone else he had known by effecting a coup and imprisoning Emperor Jahangir, the Empress. But he had been a weak leader, and that woman indeed had had crafty ways, for even under guard she had managed their escape. Then it was Mahabhat's turn to flee from the royal couple. He later agreed to hound out of the empire the son who was giving them so much trouble. Long before he had become emperor, Shah Jahan had forgiven Mahabhat, but he was not above remembering or reminding him of it. Even in the typical, much convoluted, loyal one day blithely unfaithful the next history of Mughal nobles, Mahabhat's fortunes had swung so wildly, he himself could not believe he was still alive. "I was destined to be emperor," Shah Jahan continued, his voice much smoother now, and Mahabhat realized this was the first time in days that his emperor had talked to anyone. "I was fated to be a great ruler. But there are times, Mahabhat, when there is a reason to step down and give up ambition. Without," and he hesitated again, as he had before, not willing to call out his wife's name in front of another man, a mere minister, her. Shah Jahan passed a hand over his eyes. Someone sneezed in the next chamber, and Mahabhat's head whipped to the door through which Jahanara, or so he thought, had left when he entered. She had shut the door, he had seen her do it, though now it was ajar by a few inches. But she had not made that sound, it was a man's sneeze. One of the princes, Either them or one of the eunuchs, but no one other than the royal offspring would dare be caught listening at the entrance to the emperor's chambers. Which one? Mahabhat thought. And then Shah Jahan said, which one of my sons do you think should rule in my stead? Mahabhat Khan. And he knew why he had been summoned to his emperor. Dara was 16 years old, Shuja 15, Aurangzeb 13, and Murad a laughable 7. Mahabhat Khan had opinions about the emperor's sons that he kept to himself. Dara was a disrespectful puppy, too inclined to think only of himself. Shuja was merely a puppy, he followed and he could not lead. Aurangzeb was a leader, but he was inflexible and resistant to advice, dangerous qualities for a leader to have. And Murad was Murad was nothing yet, unformed and little. Mahabhat Khan did not think the emperor had, yet, one son who could rule the empire. What was Shah Jahan's purpose in calling him here? To offer him a regency. How could a son rule when his father was still alive? It went against all Mughal law. To whom would the people bow their heads, the boy king or the emperor who had willingly ousted himself? Mahabhat Khan chose his words with care. It is a difficult situation, Your Majesty. I say, with all respect for your wishes, that your time to leave the throne has not come yet. You are our sovereign, in your happiness and well-being is ours. The empire, as you well know, Your Majesty, is a great responsibility also. There are millions of people who depend on you, who cannot live without the sight of your face in the mornings, as they wake to greet the sun, so also they revere their emperor. In these past few days, your absence from the Jarika appearances has caused unrest and distress among your subjects. If you were to choose, Mahabhat, Shah Jahan cut into his minister's speech and forced a decision from him, which of my sons should rule after me? And so Mahabhat Khan, Khan-i Khanan, aware of the partly open door to the next chamber and not knowing which of the 4 princes was behind it, responded the only way he could. Your choice is mine, Your Majesty. It was an unsatisfactory answer. But after so many years of intrigue and rebellion, the Khan-i Khanan of the Mughal Empire knew that the grasp on the world's richest throne was tenuous at best, and any one of Shah Jahan's sons could feel the weight of the crown on his head, and so he was not going to part his 65-year-old head from his equally old body by words from his own mouth. Prince Aurangzeb waited until he had heard Mahabhat Khan leave and then grasped at the door's handle. His father's voice, tired and barely heard, stayed his action. Close the door and leave, Aurangzeb. You should be ashamed of yourself, listening at doors like a common spy. You are a royal prince. Aurangzeb flushed, and his hand trembled. Bapa did not like him. He had never liked him, not since his birth. It was Dara who was his favorite, Dara who could do no wrong, who was the crown prince, who would rule the empire. How had Bapa known that he was there? He glanced around and realized that light poured into this room from an open window, and in leaving the door connecting to his father's chamber ajar, he had let some little light seep into the murk in there. But how had Bapa known he was there? Aurangzeb thought for a brief while, pushed the door open a little more, and his father said, "Go. I do not want to see you now." At that, Aurangzeb stepped back into the room and shut the door gently. Blood rushed under his skin, and a fighting madness rose in him at the injustice of those words. His father could not possibly have known it was him. Emperor Shah Jahan had merely guessed which of the boys was at the door. But guessing was not definite knowledge. Let him think what he wanted, Aurangzeb could act better than anyone else he knew, and Shah Jahan would soon doubt his own thoughts, and begin to cast suspicion upon the other sons. Perhaps even the much indulged Dara. He slipped out of the room and ran fleetly through the Zenana apartments in search of Jahanara. He went to the series of rooms she now occupied, which had once belonged to their mother. Among so much else, Jahanara had now gained possession even of these rooms in the fort at Burhanpur, and this Aurangzeb did not mind, for he thought it her right. But one person minded, very much, and when he burst into the innermost chamber, fronting the river Tapti, Aurangzeb saw Roshanara seated on the divan in the outer veranda, her hand shading her face from the harsh sunlight. He stopped, panting. Her mouth drooped at the edges. "What is it now?" he asked. It was always something with Roshan, some disgruntlement, some anger, some spite at quite anything. In that they were alike, this much he recognized, but Aurangzeb was a man, well, a boy yet who would grow into manhood, and he would fight in battles, own lands, rule lands, perhaps even this empire of theirs. "Where is Jahan? Why do you want her?" Roshan asked. "Am I not enough? What have you heard now?" For she also recognized a kinship between them. Dara and Jahanara were allied, she thought Aurangzeb and she should similarly be allied. To Shuja, older than Aurangzeb, she gave little importance, he was a non-entity. Aurangzeb walked across the room toward his second sister, mulling over in his head what he had heard of the conversation between Shah Jahan and Mahabat Khan. If Bapa were to leave the empire to one of them now, it would be to Dara. Dara, who was 16, old enough to be king, though not old enough to rule the empire, that would mean a regency. Would Mahabat Khan be made regent? But Mirza Mahabat Khan was more his friend. He sat down beside Roshanara and told her what he had just overheard. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "One of us will be emperor." "Dara," Aurangzeb said shortly. He made an exclamation of disgust. "It will always be Dara. And Jahan will rule beside him. She will be his Padshah Begum, she will rule over his harem, she will tell him what decisions to take at court. There will be a regency, Dara is too young. If only you could be emperor," Aurangzeb, Roshan said. "Then you can be the head of my Zenana," he asked. "I am 13 years old, Roshan. Why would Bapa even think of handing the empire to me when Dara is there to take on those responsibilities?" "Where is Jahan?" Roshanara shrugged. "Somewhere, doing something, being Padshah Begum already. She does not need Dara to be head of the imperial harem, Bapa has as much as given her that title already, just 6 days after Mama's death. If only you paid attention to what was actually happening around you, Aurangzeb, you would know." "What has happened?" As Roshanara began to speak, the door to the apartments opened and a young girl drifted in. The slave girls in the room, out of earshot of Aurangzeb and Roshanara, bowed to her, and she acknowledged the salutations with a wave of her hand. Nadira Begum was 15 years old, her skin as fresh as a flower at the break of dawn, her figure softly rounded in the hips and the breasts. She moved with an innate grace, her eyes clear and untroubled when she came to sit beside them. Nadira was their cousin, daughter of Shah Jahan's brother Prince Parvez. She had been born at Burhanpur and had lived all of her life here, since her father had been governor here during their grandfather's reign. They both looked at her with affection. If Nadira had been a male child, that affection would have been somewhat wanting, for in being a boy she would have been a threat to the throne and would have, perhaps, died in the battle for succession in 1627. But a girl child, left to be brought up by servants at the southern edge of the empire, was not to be thought of as a hazard. Her father had been a wastrel during his life, succumbing to the lure of drink, as so many Mughal princes had. At one time, Emperor Jahangir had hauled up this sluggish son and sent him, under Mahabat Khan's care, careening around the empire in pursuit of Shah Jahan and Mumtaz Mahal. But Shah Jahan could hardly hold a grudge against his brother's daughter for her father's faults, and if Parvez had lived until 1627, he might very well have died by Shah Jahan's sword, but he had drunk himself to death, conveniently, and left behind this languid girl. Roshanara continued to speak, ignoring Nadira seated at their feet, her face resting against her cousin's thigh. Bapa has increased Jahan's income to 1 million rupees. Mama's income, Aurangzeb said reflectively. What will she do with so much money? And he has given her most of Mama's estates. 5 million rupees are to go to her, all of Mama's paganas, her lands, her jewels, and the other half of 5 million is to be divided among the rest of us, 1 million each. Aurangzeb grinned. If Bapa could make Jahanara emperor, he would. Dara would be nothing compared to her. This is not funny, Roshan said sharply. But so much money. Nadira spoke for the first time, her little voice in a half sigh. You are all so rich. My father was never anything compared to yours. And now Dara will be emperor, Roshanara said. He will. Nadira sat up and looked at the two of them. Then she collapsed back into her pose at Roshan's side. How nice for him. I want to be emperor, Aurangzeb muttered, and when Nadira opened her mouth, he said, nice for me too, Nadira, but only one of us can be emperor. If your father had had much more of a spine and less of a liking for wine, he could have been king himself. They continued talking thus for the next half hour, until Jahanara came back to her apartments. When she returned, Aurangzeb began to bring up the topic of his father's conversation and found himself hesitating more than once. Closer in age than any of them, Jahan and Dara had a special friendship that he had not been able to break into. Jahanara was always kind to him, but it was not pity he wanted from her. He wanted her to respect him as she did Dara. He wanted her love and her affection, and he wanted all of that to be firm and unwavering. So he did not talk to Jahan in front of Roshan and Nadira, waiting for a time when they would be alone, when the only voice she heard would be his. He was well aware that he was still considered a child, although he had moved out of the Zenana apartments into the Mardana quarters, the male half of the household. He had a better seat on a horse than Dara, he knew almost all of the Quran by heart, and he cultivated the nobles at court with an assiduity Dara should have employed but did not. He was cut from the cloth of kings, Aurangzeb thought. You must go now, Jahanara said, sinking slowly onto a divan in one corner. Draw the curtains. This last was to the slave, who moved noiselessly around the room in response to her command. Are you tired, Jahan? Roshanara asked, her voice tinged with more malice than sympathy. Yes. Go. I want to see Bapa. Princess Jahanara raised her head from the velvet bolster and gazed steadily at the three of them. Roshanara, watchful, chewing her lower lip. Aurangzeb, all aglow with excitement, betrayed by the restless movement of his hands. Nadira, sweet and well, stupid Nadira, looking away into the light beyond the thin muslin drapes. Bapa does not want to see anyone yet, Roshan. He sees you, Roshanara said bitterly. Because she comforts him, Roshan. Don't be stubborn about this. Aurangzeb put his arms around his sisters and his cousin's shoulders and shepherded them out. Let's go now. Rest, Jahan. When Roshanara resisted his touch, he whispered in her ear, later, Roshan. This is not the time to fight. Later. And so they left Jahanara on the divan, alone in her room, wretchedly unhappy. She was exhausted and bewildered by the duties rapidly forced upon her. The harem scribes who came to her apartments every night to read from their journals intimate and intricate details of all that had happened within the Zenana's walls. The begging for daily orders from the Mir Bakawal, the master of the imperial kitchens, what delicacies should be prepared for the emperor's table, Your Highness. The excessive obsequiousness from the slaves, eunuchs, and servants. The constant struggle to keep Bapa's two wives appeased and Satti Khanum in her place. She closed her eyes and tried to calm the riot of thoughts that thundered in her brain. There had not been a moment to think of Mama in these past few days, and she was crushed by the change in Bapa. He refused to eat. She had managed to coax a few mouthfuls of chicken biryani into his mouth, feeding him herself, and a couple of sips of wine. But he had had no interest in more. Of anything, it would seem. A benevolent sleep came to claim her then, and as she slept, she cried softly, tears escaping down her face to dry in rivers of salt. Outside her rooms, Aurangzeb, Roshanara, and Nadira parted and went on to their own quarters. Prince Aurangzeb skipped as he ran. Jahan must have noticed this little service he had done for her, and soon he would speak with her in private about what he had overheard. No one else knew of this, he was sure. Mahabat Khan would not speak until it was made a fact. But Roshanara and he had talked enough in front of Nadira, after a while not really noticing that she was even there, so light was her presence. And that princess let her slave girls run ahead of her, waited until they had disappeared, and then sent a message to the Mardana through a eunuch she found passing by. The next day, Nadira took the boat to Zanabad to pay her respects to her departed aunt, she said, and when she was alone at the Baradari, another boat docked on the other side, and she turned eagerly to meet the man who had come in response to her summons. Roza-i Munawwara, the luminous tomb. Across the river Jamna is the tomb of Itimed-ud-Dawla. This exquisite mausoleum, the first example of inlaid marble work in a style directly evolved from the Persian tile mosaics, was raised by the Empress Noor Jahan to the memory of her father, Mirza Ghiyas Beg. C.M. Villiers Stewart, Gardens of the Great Mughals. Agra, Tuesday, June 23, 1631. Zi Kada AH 1040. Once upon a time, not so long ago, 54 years to be exact, a young Persian nobleman packed his belongings in the middle of the night and fled his homeland, heading east in the year 1577. The family took with them only as much as they could easily transport, having left in shame and in stealth. Ghiyas Beg had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, and his wife carried a 4th in her rounded belly. When they stopped at a nomadic encampment in Kandahar, on the outer verge of the mighty Mughal Empire, the wife gave birth to a baby girl in the midst of a winter storm. This child they named Meranizer, the son of women. A desolate Ghiyas sat outside the tent in the battering baying of the wind and pondered his fate, a new baby to feed, a family to keep safe, nothing but 3 gold mohurs in his kamaband. The bejeweled court of Emperor Akbar beckoned from the capital at Agra, and if fortune was kind to Ghiyas, he could, perhaps, join the ranks of the lower nobility, earn a living, and die an inconspicuous death. He did not know then that this last was not to be. For that child named Meranizer, born in the tattered black tent in the desert near Kandahar, would become, 34 years later, Empress Noor Jahan of the Mughal Empire when she married Akbar's son Jahangir and came into his harem as his 20th wife. 10 years after the marriage, when Ghiyas Beg died with the title Itimed-ud-Dawla, or pillar of the government, Noor Jahan would raise a wondrous white marble tomb over her father's remains on the eastern bank of the Yamuna river. She would herself never see it completed, for by the time the last stone was laid, Meranizer had been sent into exile by the current emperor. As powerful as Ghiyas's daughter would become, in fact, the most powerful woman in the Mughal dynasty, it would be his granddaughter's name that would adorn the thoughts of posterity. And that granddaughter, Mumtaz Mahal, who was Noor Jahan's niece, had just died herself. The plot of land where her glowing tomb would come to be built was on the western bank of the Yamuna river, southwest of her grandfather's spectacular tomb. The penniless and not always honest Persian nobleman who had had to flee his homeland would find a permanent home in Hindustan. The women of his family would light up the harems of the Mughal kings. His own tomb, exquisitely wrought with his daughter's vast wealth, in marble inlaid with semi-precious stones, would be a veritable jewel. His granddaughter's tomb would eventually be built along the same lines, in white marble, with brilliant red and purple inlays of gems, a crimson sandstone platform, a massive gateway of red sandstone speckled with white marble. None of these details, in their specifics or even in their aggregate, had taken shape in Emperor Shah Jahan's mind as he mourned the death of the wife he had loved above everything else in the world, perhaps even more than the empire he had fought so hard to rule. But now he was emperor. The treasury vaults under the fort at Agra shimmered with jewels and stones of astounding value. His lands stretched hugely across the map of Hindustan. Every plate he ate from, every goblet he sipped his wine from was studded with diamonds and rubies. This immense wealth, in a sense, was what he had fought for. With this wealth came his power. As the sky settled into a deep cobalt over the fort at Burhanpur on the night Emperor Shah Jahan had decided to give up his throne, he knew that his wife's final resting place would not be humble. She had been precious to him when alive, the mother of 14 of his children. She would rest for all eternity at Agra, he thought, not here at Burhanpur. And where in Agra? There were the vast grounds that Raja Jaya Singh had inherited from his grandfather, which Shah Jahan had let him take upon Man Singh's death, unquestioned. And now he wanted that land. In the undulating light of the dayas, that very night, Emperor Shah Jahan wrote out a farman, a royal edict, to Raja Jaya Singh, ostensibly requesting the land and his mansion at Agra, in reality ordering him to hand them over. In return, because he was going to build something so sacred upon that land, the tomb that would house Mumtaz's remains, he gave Jaya Singh 4 other mansions in Agra as a gift. He signed the farman, affixed the royal seal at the head of the orders, and sent the paper to his daughter Jahanara to read it over. Then he set the goose feather quill down with a shaking hand and covered his eyes. He had no idea yet what to do with the land or how to construct the tomb upon it. Only a few months later would he begin to think of Itimadadola's tomb of white marble on the eastern bank of the Yamuna, to think in terms of something similar for his wife, pure and chaste in marble so untarnished that the color would bleed white in the harshness of the sun and emit coolness on the night of a full moon. Nowhere as tiny as Itimadadola's tomb, but mammoth in its lines, yet graceful and elegant, as only his vision could make it. But for now, he knew that, no matter what the tomb looked like, he would call it the Roza-i Munawwara, the luminous tomb. 4. In our quarter of the globe, the succession to the crown is settled in favor of the eldest by wise and fixed laws, but in Hindustan the right of governing is usually disputed by all the sons of the deceased monarch, each of whom is reduced to the cruel alternative of sacrificing his brothers, that he himself might reign. Archibald Constable, ed., and Irving Brock Trans, Travels in the Mughal Empire by François Bernier AD 1656-1668. Burhanpur, Wednesday, June 24, 1631. Zi Qada AH 1040. When Emperor Shah Jahan woke that morning, he felt the chill of the metal disc under his cheek where he had laid it the night before, and when he rose to look at his grief-ravaged face in the mirror, he saw the imprint of the Persian script upon the disc on his skin. He stared at his image for a long time, his fingers brushing over the writing on his face, then glanced at the royal seal in his hand. Impressed on the heavy gold were the names of his ancestors Timur the Lame, Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, and in the very center his own, Shah Jahan, the king of the world. Eunuchs and slaves moved around in his apartment soundlessly as he went to the balcony attached to his rooms and stood in the morning sunlight. From here he could see the dusty plains around Burhanpur stretching out for miles, a few splashes of green where trees grew with dogged determination, low hills on the horizon. He owned all of this land, as far as he could see, and so much more of India, Kabul and Lahore in the northwest, Kashmir in the north, Bengal in the east, and here in the south pushing against the edge of the Deccan kingdoms. The emperor laid the seal on its side upon the balustrade of the balcony and watched the chunk of gold glow, faint smears of ink darkening the grooves and furrows of the writing upon it. It had been hard-won, this empire of his, with a bloody history he had engraved upon his heart, along with which came the knowledge that nothing worthwhile was achieved easily. Some 100 years before, in April of 1526, an upstart Timurid prince had brought his 25,000-strong army in battle to the plains of Panipat, near Delhi. His name was Babur. In that battle, Babur, with his pathetically small army, met the 100,000-strong forces of Sultan Ibrahim Lodi, who was the ruler of the Delhi Sultanate, and routed them by firing with muskets from behind a barricade of carts on the battlefield. With that stunning victory over the Lodi king, Babur became the first emperor of Mughal India. With the conquest came the vast wealth of Hindustan, gold coins, jewels of magnificent luster and value, trim and well-fed horses to populate an immense cavalry, war elephants, and an astounding and new collection of subjects, who looked strange and spoke in stranger tongues, all prostrated at the feet of the new emperor. But Emperor Babur hated Hindustan, he loathed the heat, found the topography too flat, too uninteresting, and yearned all the while for his gardens in Kabul until he died 4 years later. Babur's eldest son, Humayun, became emperor after him and found that his father had bequeathed upon him an unsteady empire and also 3 half-brothers, who thought themselves as much sovereign as the eldest son. 10 years later, beset by family troubles, he was driven out of India by Sher Shah Sur, who set up court in Delhi instead. It would take Humayun 14 more years to set foot in Hindustan again with the help of the Shah of Persia, and when he did, in 1554, it was only to rule for 2 short years before he died. His son Akbar was only 13 years old when Humayun died and already on campaign far from his father's side. Emperor Akbar ruled for 49 years, expanding the boundaries of the empire his grandfather had laid the foundations for well beyond Emperor Babur's imagining. He conquered kingdoms and married daughters, nieces, and sisters of the vassal kings to demand thus their everlasting fealty to his Mughal crown. He built monuments, tombs, and forts, palaces and entire cities so lavish that they would survive for hundreds of years. He was a great king, a good king, a just king, known for his liberality, his generosity, even his patronage of arts and culture. When Emperor Akbar died, in 1605, only his oldest son, Jahangir, was alive, and he ascended the throne when he was 38 years old after a long and bitter struggle with his father, and indeed with one of his own sons to feel the heft of the Mughal crown on his head. When Jahangir became emperor, his father bestowed upon him the first of the Mughal emperors to be given this bounty, a more or less peaceful empire, a firm throne, and an unshakable legacy free from any threat from the outside. Most of Jahangir's troubles came from the inside. When he was 43, Emperor Jahangir married for the 20th time and brought into his harem a Persian woman, Mehranisa, whom he made influential within his harem and without, at court. Mehranisa would, eventually, become the bunay of one of Emperor Jahangir's sons, Shah Jahan. When Jahangir died, Mehranisa attempted to put on the throne another son, a weakling prince named Shahrayar, nicknamed most unflatteringly Nashudani, good for nothing. In the end, it was Shah Jahan who ascended the throne at Agra as the 5th emperor of the Mughal dynasty, and he sent to their deaths his brother Shahrayar and, for good measure, a couple of his cousins, thereby ensuring even in 1627 that, if anyone would lay claim to the throne of the mighty Mughal Empire, it would be only someone who was directly descended from him and his wife Mumtaz Mahal. And now, in June of 1631, a week after his wife's death, Emperor Shah Jahan leaned his arms on the railing of the balcony and closed his eyes wearily against the glare of the royal seal when the sun lit upon its golden face. He was contemplating erasing his name from the center of the seal, divesting himself of the imperial turban, having the khutbah, the official proclamation of sovereignty, read out in the name of one of his sons instead. The question was which one? When the heir apparent to the Mughal throne, Prince Muhammad Dara Shikoh, was born, in March of 1615, his father and mother were still firmly in the good graces of their emperor, Jahangir. Dara's grandfather was overjoyed to hear news of his birth, for he was the first son of a then favorite son, and Jahangir gave the infant boy his name, which was to mean, the glory of Darius. 5 years after Dara's birth, his family fell into disgrace. He remembered some of that mad flight around the empire with his parents and his brothers and sisters, his grandfather's imperial troops filling in their footsteps in the thickly packed mud of the countryside almost as soon as they had made them. Or so it seemed to Dara. They roamed the empire for 5 years, sleeping in one palace one night, another the next, and a strange succession of princes and nobles came to lay their arms down before his father, who was then only a prince, a disgraced and defamed prince whom Emperor Jahangir and his 20th wife, Meranizer, were determined to crush. Even in circumstances such as these, the then 5, 6, 7, and 9-year-old Dara watched fealty being sworn to his handsome father, leanly muscled and dark-hued from days spent in the saddle, and he learned what it was to have royal blood imbuing his veins. Only later, in fact, on that mid-afternoon in June of 1631, a few days after his mother had died, did Dara understand more of the situation in his childhood as he stood at the keel of the boat that rowed him over the clear waters of the Tapti to the other bank and to Zanab Bagh, where his mother lay buried. It was the time of day, all over Hindustan, when not a creature stirred outside shelter. In Dara's eyes, there was the hot, still dazzle of the sun hovering overhead. It had rained earlier, but the glisten of the water on the walls of the fort behind him and the roofs of the buildings in Zanab Bagh in front of him had long since burned off in a quiet sizzle when the sun showed its face again. The heat picked up, the land dried under its fierce intensity, and people and animals fled to the safety of coolness and dark wherever they could find it, under trees, below rooftops, beneath cloth and canvas awnings, even in the cover of shadows cast by lounging cattle and camels. Dara stood bareheaded in the boat and turned impatiently to the man rowing him across. "Can you not go any faster?" "Yes, Your Highness," the man said, his muscles straining against the oars as they dipped cleanly into the water and then out again. Their pace did not pick up even in the slightest. Dara had known that the boatman was rowing as strongly as his age and body would allow him to. The boatman would never use a negative with Dara or any other member of the royal family. His answer had been steeped in etiquette and in generations and centuries of servitude, and so he had said yes when, in fact, he could not physically have rowed any better or brought them to the other bank any quicker. Dara tutted, thinking that he should not have wasted his breath in futile conversation with a menial. But he was anxious all of a sudden since his mother had died. Bapa would not see any of them, except for Jahanara, and each night she had returned to her own chambers from their fathers with a droop to her shoulders, with few words left in her mouth, and slept the nights away as though she would never again wake. Dara had waited by her side for 2 nights, watching the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed, waiting desperately to know what was happening with Bapa. Was he all right? He had asked, and in reply Jahan had waved her hand and brushed him away. He had stayed on in her rooms, unmindful of the clucking maids and even the shooing gestures of Satti Khanum, as Jahanara dressed and departed again to be with Shah Jahan. He had paced the hallways outside the royal apartments his father occupied, waiting for a summons or a sound from within. At times, he thought he had heard a fine keening wail, broken-hearted and reedy, which had sent a cold hand to clutch at him. Could that be his Bapa? Even here, on the outside, his legs trembled at that sound. How could Jahanara hear it up close? How could she bear it? What did she do to comfort their father? After that day, Dara spent the rest of his time in his own apartment, growing more and more restive. Now, the day after Mahabat Khan had been granted an audience with his emperor, Prince Dara Shikoh was on his way to the other bank of the Tapti river to meet a woman who had sent him a summons for another audience. And he went, Dara thought, rubbing sweat from his forehead, because she would fill these silences that had surrounded him since his mama had died. Nadira knew something, else she would not have sent a furtive message to him by a eunuch in the harem or insisted upon their meeting so far from the palaces at a time of day when few ventured abroad. The boat docked, and Dara swung over the side and onto the wooden boards of the jetty before the boatman had had time to fasten the rope over a post and bring the boat's rocking to a halt. He flew through the entrance to the garden. Guards raised their spears in threatening gestures and lowered them in one move when they recognized the slight, muscled figure of the man who swept past them. Their heads bowed to the ground, but Dara did not notice their salutations, just as he had not expected to be stopped. In the bagh, it was finally a little cool, and huge mango trees spread their many-armed branches over the paths, creating a permanent shade from the assault of the sun. As Dara ran, he could smell the sweet sour aroma of the warm sap that ran down the sides of the fruit hanging from the trees, the branches so low that he had to duck his head in places. The bagh was full of guards, lining the pathways, at the crossroads where one pathway met another, all clad in mourning white for his mother. A lone boat, bleached into paleness by the sun, drifted along its mooring rope on the pond, and Dara hauled it in toward him, shading his eyes as he did so in search of Nadira's figure in the baradari on the island. He could not see her, but he knew that she was there. He climbed into the boat, waving off offers of help from the guards around, and rowed himself to the island. When he docked at the other end, hands came to help him, and Dara tripped as he swung his leg out over the side of the boat. Upright, he stayed standing where he was, on the rocks that lay strewn over the thin lip of the island. Now that he was finally here, his haste cooled and his breathing slowed. For a few steps away, under the stone awning of the baradari, lay his mother, a woman who in life had enchanted him, as she had so many others, a woman who in death he had not yet had the time to mourn. The island in the middle of the pond in Zanab Bagh was little more than a gathered mound of mud carted over in boats and flung on a bedrock of boulders and gravel that the emperor's engineers had carefully designed. The foundation for this island was so solid that a tiny pavilion had been built upon it, that had been the original intent of the island for Mumtaz Mahal, as a place of repose, where she could lie down on a blistering afternoon with the breeze swinging through the open arches. As time passed, she opened her baradari to her husband, and they had a quiet dinner here on some evenings, with the slaves stacked against the baradari's pillars, or to her children when she brought them here to listen to music on moonlit nights or to the sounds of the dark, a partridge startled from its rest. A jackal's brusque and childlike howl, intended to entice other animals to it for slaughter. And so, Dara, her favorite son, the one upon whose shoulder she had rested a light hand so often, had come here enough times to have accumulated memories only of Mumtaz Mahal. He remained where he was, his head bowed in prayer. When he looked up, over the steps of the pavilion and into it, he saw Nadira kneeling in front of the smooth, flat slab of marble that was his mother's gravestone. Whereas the rest of Zanab Bagh was quiet, here, on the island, there was the melodic beat of the imam's voice as he chanted verses from the Quran. Day and night, the sound rippled out over Mumtaz Mahal's remains by the emperor's orders. Every man chosen for this task sat facing west, toward Makkah, his eyes lowered only to the Quran by his side, not daring to look at the sheet of icy white marble, even though there was nothing to be seen of the woman herself and she was long dead. Dara recognized the surah the Imam was chanting and joined in, and he saw Nadira's lips move in a like fashion. When the Imam continued on, Dara slipped off his thin sandals and climbed into the baradari to kneel alongside his cousin. Nadira was nothing if not practical, and even in the sight and presence of the newly dead, as soon as Dara had settled himself and bowed to touch his head to the stone under which his mother rested, she said, "The emperor wishes to give up his throne." He paused in the act of straightening his back and then continued until he was vertical. Nadira had spoken in a low voice, hovering somewhere over a whisper, but he knew that no one could hear them. Dara knew also that, although they had both come to Zanab Bagh and met at Mumtaz Mahal's grave as though by chance, even if they were seen, like this, close to each other, their knees and thighs touching, there was nothing in the least inappropriate. Nadira was his cousin, his uncle Parviz's daughter, and Parviz had been their father's half-brother. A brother, Dara conceded realistically, who had done little good in his life and had conveniently drunk himself to his death before the Mughal throne became vacant again. Even this little fact was in Nadira's favor, and in the past year and a half, during the time they had been at Burhanpur, Dara had discovered anew this cousin of theirs who had been born here and brought up here, a woman, a girl, who knew nothing of politics and whom he would not have thought possessed of much intelligence. Until now, he did not question her statement. Here, finally, was a reason for the thick solitude and quiet that had surrounded them all in the past few days since his mother had died. Bapa was considering dispossessing himself of the crown of Hindustan, which he had fought so bitterly, and for so many years, to gain. Dara reached out and rubbed his palm over the stone in front of him. Had she meant so much to their Bapa then? He was old enough, and in a zenana full of women with little to do other than gossip, he would not have needed to be very old to understand the import of the child who mewed away in the wet nurse's apartments in the palace. She had been the 14th child of his parents' union, which meant that over the past 19 years no other woman had captured his Bapa's fancy and imprisoned his heart like his mother had. She had meant so much to him in life that, at her death, Emperor Shah Jahan was willing to throw away everything else he had and to live the rest of his days, aged beyond his time, in obscurity, with a son on the throne instead of him. "Where did you hear this?" he said at last, thoughts humming in his head. What did this mean? Who would be his regent? For Prince Muhammad, Dara Shikoh knew that he was the heir to the Mughal throne and that, if this news were indeed true, in a few days he could find himself emperor at 16 years of age. Aurangzeb, Nadira said. How does he? Quote. Dara shook his head. He probably listened at the door when the Khan-i-Khanan was granted an audience in the fort. Bapa would not have called Mirza Mahabat Khan for counsel. He rarely does such a thing. He would have informed him of this decision, which means, Dara said more to himself than to Nadira, that he has made up his mind. No one but you can be emperor, Nadira said softly. She was not looking at him, though her head was turned toward him and slanted to one side, her eyes cast down upon his hands. Of the four princes, Dara was the one who had been granted his mother's beauty, her spectacular physical attractiveness, her height and erect carriage. He was also a poet at heart, and his interests lay more in thinking and philosophy than in the saddle or on the battlefield. But, as with most things, Dara was equally accomplished in either. He could ride a horse with such grace that it seemed as though the animal, finely tuned to every twitch of the reins in his hands, was but an extension of him. His childhood masters, great generals themselves, had been awed by the fluidity with which he wielded his sword, his mace, his spear, surpassing their expectations of him. At study, the mullahs found him steady and with an unshakable concentration. He asked questions of them about Islam and Hinduism and Buddhism that they could not answer, or did not dare to think about. His grasp of languages was stellar. He seemed to do anything he set his mind to effortlessly. And in that lay Prince Dara Shikoh's only fault. He was well aware of his talents, and so he was lazy, indolent, uncaring, and unnecessarily disrespectful to others, even his teachers. Dara glanced down at Nadira when she spoke. She had uncovered her face, and her veil lay on the floor beside them. It was woven of a thin white muslin, and the cloth had a sheen to it. Dara picked up the veil and wrapped it around Nadira's shoulders. At his touch, she seemed to tremble, and he looked at her more fully. "How old are you?" If Nadira realized this to be a strange question, they were cousins and had been in close contact with each other for the past few months in the Imperial Zenana, she did not show it. 15, she said. "A year younger than you, Dara." It was the first time also that she had used his name. Thus far, when they had talked or played board games together, she had always begun and continued conversations without any form of address. The sun had lurched lower into the sky, and its rays now slanted into the baradari, and in this illuminating light, Dara saw Nadira as though for the first time. He had watched her take off her veil with a sense of shock, although he had seen her face many times before. Here, in public, with the Imam at the other end of the baradari and the guards outside, the gesture had seemed indecent and exciting, as though he was being offered a glimpse of something sacred and forbidden. He saw the long lashes resting against cheeks that were glowing with red, a blush because of him and his presence. He saw her hair curl against tiny ears in which were two small diamonds. Her inheritance did not allow for the immense riches they all took so carelessly for granted. He even noticed her hands resting on her knees, the fingers long, the nails oval, the entire tips, nails and skin colored a faint orange. Like the others, Nadira was in mourning and had not colored her hands with henna since the Empress's death. What would Mama have thought of Nadira as a bride for him? He had to marry, all emperors were obliged to beget heirs for the empire, and here was a woman whom they all knew, whom they would not be wrenching away from another kingdom and another home, whose loyalty could never be questioned, who had no living and powerful relatives to invoke rebellions. And yet, Nadira had little to offer. She would bring no magnificent dowry to the marriage, no alliances with powerful kings, no fealty sworn to the Mughal throne. Dara knew, as he stood at the cusp of becoming the 6th Emperor of Hindustan, that Nadira Begum, daughter of the poor, dead Prince Pervez, could never be an emperor's wife. Rulers could not choose where they married or marry for anything akin to love. He smiled wryly. His grandfather had married for love, a 20th wife who was both Dara's step-grandmother and his grandaunt. But these two intimate relationships had been only trouble for Bapa and Mama, and a lesson to all of them in consanguinity. Much better to stay with the dictum that politics and love did not mix well. Dara took Nadira's hand in his and kissed the fingers. Her skin gave off the aroma of sandalwood, and the hand lay soft in his large ones. She was trembling. "Did I do well in telling you, Dara?" "Brilliantly, Nadira." He rose abruptly and backed out of the baradari without a word of farewell, leaving Nadira to find her way back to the palaces across the river. This time, Dara allowed himself to be rowed across the pond and pondered as he went to the boat that would take him across the Tapti. Once on the other side, he went to Jahanara's apartments and, when he did not find her there, sent word to her in their father's apartments for her to come and meet him immediately. She did, and they talked together for 3 hours, until the emperor roused himself and asked for his daughter again. She went back to her father with an ache in her heart. The empire would be Dara's, this they all knew well already, but how could Bapa even think of giving it up now? When Jahanara neared the door, Aurangzeb came up to her. "Have you heard, Jahan?" At her nod, he said, "I wanted to be the first to tell you." She frowned. "This is not a race, Aurangzeb. Bapa is in there, dying slowly," and she looked hard at him. "What do you care if Bapa? Why is it important to you?" He took a step back and flushed, his neck and cheeks stained crimson, his face mutinous. "Yes, why to me? Dara is the one who would care, who should care. Isn't that what you think?" Jahanara turned away, disgusted. Surely her other brothers could not be salivating over the throne already. Was this an indication of things to come? Had Mama's death changed so much in their lives? She stayed at the door, pointedly ignoring Aurangzeb until he stumbled, spun around, and then ran to his apartments. When his footsteps had faded away, Jahanara opened the door and went inside, suddenly terrified that if her father took this decision he could plunge them into a civil war. And the empire would disintegrate. Rosa-i Munawwara. The luminous tomb. Noor Jahan's great monument to her father is important because it reflected architectural transitions that were to achieve full flower in the tomb of Arjuman Bano against the extraordinary visual success of Itimududdaular's tomb. The use of white marble was already a foregone conclusion by the time Shah Jahan began to plan for the Taj Mahal. Ellison Banks Findly, Noor Jahan, Empress of Mughal India. Agra, Thursday, June 25, 1631. Zi Qada AH 1040. Ghiyas Beg died in 1622, 45 years after he had fled his homeland of Persia in shame, dogged by debts unpaid. He had arrived in India with 4 children, a wealth of nothing, and a reputation that could not bear close scrutiny. For all his faults, and these were mostly related to his appetite for money, he was a man who made friends with ease and kept them firmly by his side. Prince Durra's paternal grandfather, Emperor Jahangir, exercised his right of escheat when Ghiyas Beg died and took all of his immense property, his lands on the banks of the Yamuna River at Agra, his mansions, the jewels in his safe house, and bestowed it upon the woman who had come to mean more to him than anything else in the world, his wife Merenizer. It was an expected move on his part, but not a very politically correct one. Merenizer was already empress, supreme in the harem, formidable in court dealings, and possessed of a vast income of her own, but she was, in the end, a mere woman. When Ghiyas Beg died, his oldest surviving son was Abul Hasan, Durra's maternal grandfather, and it was to Abul that all of the father's property ought to have gone, not to the daughter, not to a woman, even if she were an empress. Besides, Abul's daughter was married to Prince Khurram, and both Khurram and Arjumand had been sent into exile by Merenizer while Abul himself was at court, at his father's deathbed, and mocked subsequently for the loss of his father's property to his sister. Jealousy flamed through Abul at the thought of this injustice, and then he heard that Merenizer intended to convert the gardens that their father had owned on the Yamuna's eastern bank into a tomb for him and for their mother. The tomb took a mere 6 years to build, and politically for Abul and Merenizer those were turbulent years. Merenizer was still empress and her word held sway, but Abul clung to her side, determined that, when Jahangir died, it would be Khurram, the third son, who would become emperor next, not a puppet of Merenizer's manipulations. And so it came to be in 1628, the year Ghiyas Beg's tomb was completed. Abul imprisoned his sister and any other man who would dare to claim the throne, sent word to his exiled son-in-law and daughter, held a fierce and tight grip over the empire until Khurram could be crowned Emperor Shah Jahan and he could finally become hugely powerful himself, as the father-in-law of the 5th emperor of the Mughal dynasty. But Abul did not know then that the sister whom he had once adored, whom he had grown to loathe in later years, would leave a legacy in the shape of the tomb for their father, which she commissioned, which she designed, and for which only she could pay with her wealth. When it was completed, Abul knew that his hand could neither have shaped this graceful building nor reached into his purse for the money required. Only Merenizer had the incalculable elegance, the determination to succeed, and the imagination to raise a building over their parents' remains that was an oddity for its time. The tomb, Itimududdaular's tomb, for this was the title by which Ghiyas would always be known, was built in the traditional charbagh style that the Mughal kings had brought into India from Persian gardens. The main garden was walled on 4 sides to keep out heat and dust and prying eyes. When she first looked over Ghiyas's gardens after his death, Merenizer decided to keep the charbagh that her father had built. The garden crossed over with 2 raised stone pathways that bisected at right angles in the center, where was housed a baradari, a small pavilion. The bisecting pathways created the charbagh, or the four compartmentalized gardens. Meronizer had the center pavilion demolished, for there the tomb would rise. And at the center of each wall, where the pathways began, she constructed four ornate gateways of red sandstone inlaid with marble, each identical to the others, and had three of them bricked up, so that the only entrance to the tomb was from the eastern gateway, and the western gateway would overlook the riverfront. For 6 years, a fine powder of marble and sandstone clotted the air around Ghiyas Beg's gardens, and the chink and click of chisels and hammers on stone plagued many a child's dreams in the stonemasons' huts that sprang up around. When the dust subsided, the tomb radiated charm and allure, but Meronizer was never to see the finished product of her creation. By 1628, she was already deposed as empress, her brother had imprisoned her, and when Khurram became emperor, he sent her into a semi-official exile to Lahore, 375 miles from Agra. The elevated stone pathways that created the charbagh met in the center of the garden, and here was another raised red sandstone platform, on which the tomb stood. The platform itself was unornamented, simple slabs of stone mortared to one another, but the sides were inlaid with hexagonal patterns in white marble. The tomb was wholly built in the white marble that came from Raja Jaya Singh's quarries in Markana. At one point during the construction, Meronizer had thought of covering the walls of her father's tomb with beaten silver sheets that would glow in the sun and smolder under an overcast sky, but her architects persuaded her otherwise, citing the weather, the wear on silver, the fact that stone would be more enduring. And what stone? Until 1622, none of the emperor's tombs, those of Babur, Humayun, or Akbar, had been built in anything other than the red sandstone that came from the quarries near Fatehpur Sikri. Marble was used as an inlay, but in small quantities, sparingly. It was expensive, it had to travel many miles from Markana and arrive intact at Agra. Meronizer, Empress Noor Jahan, was disdainful of the price. By the time she came to build her father's tomb, it meant more to her than just a memorial for her parents. It symbolized her power, her authority over the empire, her immense wealth, which was why she wanted to adorn the walls with silver sheets. It also meant that she, and not Abul, had the opportunity of leaving something for posterity to wonder at. Thus far, only the Mughal emperors had had the privilege of raising a marble dome over their remains, but Meronizer decided to build one for her father, who, not so many years ago, when appointed treasurer of the empire because of his merit and reputation, had almost wiped himself and his family's name from Mughal documents by embezzling 50,000 rupees from the imperial treasury. But then his daughter married Emperor Jahangir, his granddaughter married Prince Khurram. For all his greed, his teetering on the edge of honesty, Ghiyas Beg was an extremely fortunate man. The tomb was designed after a jewel box that Meronizer owned. It was square, 69 feet long on each side. Each corner had an engaged minaret, which was octagonal until the flat roofline and circular beyond, topped with a rounded cupola. On the center of the flat roof was a square baradari, its walls punctured by marble jalis, and inside were two cenotaphs in white marble, signifying the resting place of Ghiyas and his wife Asmat. Their actual remains were in the central room on the ground floor. Here also were two cenotaphs in the center of the room, this time covered with a polished chun, a lime plaster that had been dyed yellow with limestone. The floor here was marble inlaid with semi-precious stones. The jalis on the ground floor were again delicately fashioned out of lightweight pieces of marble. But it was the outside surface of the tomb that was designed to awe a visitor. Every surface was covered in a profusion of precisely rendered patterns of stars, hexagons, squares, flowers, curves, and arches, all this display inlaid into the base of white marble so that it seemed more inlay than base. When she had thought about the color scheme for this pietra dura inlay, Meronizer had spread out chips of semi-precious stones on the carpet in front of her and pondered for a long time. In the end she had opted for muted colors, sard for brown, yellow limestone the brightest of her choices, a dull green jasper, and the sharp black olive of bloodstone. The reds, the blues, the pinks were left on her carpet. Abul had participated even in this choice and had laughed at her, but she had been resolute. "You will marvel at it, Abul," she had said. And a marvel it was. A passerby strolling on the western bank of the river and looking east toward Itimadaddola's tomb would see the sheer red sandstone walls of the gardens rising from the bank, and in the center of the wall the western gateway, embedded into the stone, its detail picked out in white marble. And behind the arches of the gateway, there would be a little glimpse of a hushed white marble tomb, with its 4 minarets, its flat roof, its square, domed pavilion on the rooftop. But when the passerby crossed the river and entered the tomb from the eastern gateway, he would be confronted with a spectacle his eyes would not at first be able to believe and his mind would never forget. A serene tomb in translucent white, daubed in ochres, blacks, and greens, perfectly framed by the gateways of its gardens, a glimpse of the river beyond the tomb, the dark of the cypress trees on the lawns, the grey of the monkeys romping along the stone pathways. Meronizer had thought of everything in planning the tomb for her father, and in the end nature and artifice collided to bring her imagination to life. And so, Emperor Shah Jahan would see this tomb that the woman who had sent him into exile had built and use it as a model for the one he was thinking of building for his wife at Agra. On the other bank of the river, and south of Itimadaddola's tomb, Raja Jaya Singh had received the imperial farman from his emperor with the royal seal at the top and, by its side, the imprint of Shah Jahan's thumb dipped in a saffron dye. It was mid-afternoon, the air blighted of moisture, heat hazes wavered over the placid waters of the Yamuna, and Jaya Singh sat under the shade of the tamarind at the very edge of his property, the farman on his lap. Behind him, he could hear the muffled breathing of the runner who had brought the emperor's orders as the man wiped his forehead and splattered sweat on the dry ground. Jaya Singh put a hand up in dismissal. "An answer, Mirza Raja?" the man asked in a low voice, his head bowed in deference. "I am to bring back a letter to His Majesty." He would not himself, of course, but his orders were to take a missive from Raja Jaya Singh and run with it to the next stopping post, 9 miles away, where another fleet-footed messenger waited night and day, hand held out for the bamboo tube that enclosed the letter, his legs moving into a run even before this man would have come to a halt. In 2.5 days, perhaps just a little more, Jaya Singh's response would be in his emperor's hands in Burhanpur, some 430 miles away. This system of communication, wrought in Emperor Akbar's fertile mind, had reached an efficient peak in his grandson's rule. In the emperor's service, distances evaporated under the runner's feet, they had smooth roads carved out for them that spun through the entire length and breadth of the empire, so that an event had only to occur in one corner of Shah Jahan's lands and it would be breathed into his ear before a week had passed. "Yes, there will be an answer to His Majesty." Raja Jaya Singh called for his writing materials and penned the only reply he could. He was overwhelmed with joy and gratitude on receiving His Majesty's farman. He was blessed indeed that he could be of such service to His Majesty. The grant of the 4 other mansions in return for this worthless piece of land of his on the Yamuna was too generous, not necessary, but as His Majesty had seen fit to give these to him, he would accept with a deep thankfulness. Raja Jaya Singh signed the letter to Emperor Shah Jahan and then added a small postscript, one he knew would be of great interest to his ruler. He would be packed and would leave his Haveli by nightfall. Under all the writing, Jaya Singh placed his own seal. At the very bottom, as befitted his status inferior to his emperor. And so Raja Jaya Singh, willing or not, gave up his land. The 4 mansions in Agra that he received in return were but a poor trade, that much he did think privately, although the buildings themselves were superior to the one he had just relinquished, the lands more extensive, his total assets greatly augmented. The land was now Emperor Shah Jahan's and it had always been his. He was emperor and Jaya Singh a vassal king who had enjoyed his tenancy on the land for so long, and the idea for the tomb was already present, in Mumtaz Mahal's grandfather's tomb across the river. As much as he abhorred her, Emperor Shah Jahan very briefly acknowledged Mehraniz's contribution to Mughal architecture in deciding that Mumtaz's tomb would be constructed in white marble. But there the similarities would end, for the Taj Mahal would be of a purer white, flawless, such as the world had never before seen, a luminous tomb. 5. The elder daughter of Shah Jahan was very handsome, of lively parts, and passionately beloved by her father. Rumor has it that his attachment reached a point which it is difficult to believe it would have been unjust to deny the king the privilege of gathering fruit from the tree he had himself planted. Archibald Constable ed. and Irving Brock Trans. Travels in the Mughal Empire, by François Bernier AD 1656-1668. Burhanpur, Thursday, June 25, 1631. Zi Kada AH 1040. Bapa. Princess Jahanara sat down beside her father, wrapped her hands around his arm, and rested her head on his shoulder. From this close, with his spent breath fanning her hair, she could hear the sounds of his chest. He had caught a cold the evening he spent outside on the ramparts of the fort, watching as they buried their mother. The servants were supposed to have wrapped him warmly, held an umbrella over his head, brought him inside after a half hour, but none of her instructions had been followed. So Emperor Shah Jahan had tarried in the rain too long, until he had come inside shivering, his kaba drenched, his hair clinging to his head, the skin on the palms of his hands shriveled as though he had immersed them for a while in water. Jahanara, drained as she had been after her mother's burial, had undressed him herself, wiped him down, put him to bed, and slept on the floor on a mattress so that he could hold her hand through the night. "What madness is this?" she said, her voice muffled in the cloth of her father's white cotton kurta. When he responded, she heard the smile in his voice and her heart eased. After so many days he had found mirth in something, a little, inconsequential statement that had a wealth of meaning in it. "So you have heard," Emperor Shah Jahan said. "And from which one?" "No." He put her away from him. "I do not want to know." Aurangzeb was at the door to the next room when Mahabad Khan was granted an audience. "That boy needs a horsehide whip against his back for listening in. Dara, or you would never have done something like this." Jahanara kissed her father's hand and tried to keep her voice even. "You cannot give up the empire, Bapa. Whom will you grant it to? We are all so young, so untried, and you have fought too long for this crown." "Yes," Shah Jahan said deliberately, "you of all people would remember the trials I have faced. You were with us all the time." He looked down at her young, earnest face and thought for a moment he was looking into Arjuman's face in those early days when they were just married. But it was a fleeting thought, although Jahan was uncannily similar to her mother in personality, physically, they were very dissimilar women. When he used that word, woman, in his mind, the emperor felt a sense of upset. His wife's death had created a woman out of their daughter, who had always seemed like a child before. "If Dara, Shuja, and Aurangzeb take your past troubles lightly," Bapa, Jahanara began, and Shah Jahan hushed her, holding his fingers over her mouth. "I do not say they are irreverent," he replied, "not in my presence. But they were not here, with us, during those last few years before the throne of Hindustan became mine." Empress Noor Jahan, here his forehead furrowed with a frown of loathing for his father's 20th wife, demanded them as surety in 1626, "And so your mama and I had to send them to the imperial court. She thought that if she retained the sons, I would not rebel again." She was right, but my sons were her husband's grandsons. My father would not have allowed them to be harmed. His voice faltered at the end, for he still doubted what he said. His father had been swayed by that evil woman and had disinherited Shah Jahan after declaring him heir. The boys would not have been safe if his father-in-law Abul had not kept them out of Meraniza's reach. He had never asked them about their life in the imperial court during those last 2 years of his father's life, if they had been happy, discontented, homesick for their parents. Dara talks sometimes, Bapa, Jahanara said, thinking back to those days herself. The Empress was kind to them, they were treated as royal princes, provided mullahs for study and entertainments to amuse them, but kept under guard. Aurangzeb once said that it was only right Emperor Jahangir and his wife were victorious, and they, the boys who would one day inherit the empire, were the spoils of the battle between you and your father. Aurangzeb talks a little too much. The emperor rose and walked into the veranda, fretting the raised embroidery around the neck of his kurta with his fingers. In his father's place, with a quiver full of male heirs given as a guarantee, he too would have posted a rigid guard around the boys, and perhaps not given them as much liberty, but he disliked being reminded of any thoughtfulness on Meraniza's part. He stood still as the thin silk curtains pushed inward, carving out his figure, their skirts whispering on the speckled marble floors. Every piece of fabric in the emperor's apartments, the covers on the bed, the cushions and the pillows, the drapes on the windows, the overhead punkus rectangular cloth, even the light Persian rugs on the floors, had been changed to a shade of white for morning. The non-collars of the rooms created a cool and clean space. Shah Jahan stretched his arms over his head and swayed lightly on his feet. His body ached, his eyes hurt from the weeping, his chest seemed blocked by tears and grief, and in all these days that he had cried for his wife, and cried himself to sleep, Jahan had been by his side. He turned to see her watching him, her grey eyes soma. She was worried, he knew that, even though she had said little, only called his conversation with Mahabhat a madness. These past few days had been an insanity to him, unbelievable, astounding, implausible. Yet here they were, the two of them, bereft of a wife and a mother whose every word had been a blessing to them, whose every deed a revelation. Allah had seen fit to call Mumtaz to his side and had taken her from them. He drew in a deep breath and let it out in a fit of coughing. At once, Jahanara was by his side, leaning into him, allowing him to rest upon her sturdy shoulders. Emperor Shah Jahan put his arms around his daughter and held her, as much as she held on to him, her arms around his waist, her head on his chest. Girl children, he thought, were blessings from Allah, sons only caused worry. Almost from the beginning, Jahanara had been steady, calm, and had passed through her childhood without actually touching it. She was old beyond her years, and now, when he most needed the will to live, he remembered that he had her. Shah Jahan knew her every mood, her every wish often subordinated to his, her sense of sacrifice, her pride, this last of immense importance to a princess. When did you think of this? She asked. When your mother died, he answered, knowing she was talking of his madness. There did not seem any necessity to rule anymore. She clutched at the sleeve of his kurta until the fabric tightened around his arm. And who do you think must follow you? Do you need to ask that? Dara, is he ready to be emperor in your stead? A tremor in her voice. Think, Bapa, the boys are so young and likely to be easily led by the amirs at court. Where will you be? Who will pay attention to an emperor who has deposed himself? Does it matter so much, Jahan? Only as much as the empire does. If the nobles array themselves into cliques, the land will be fragmented. A long silence followed as they stood there together by the railing of the balcony. The sun had dipped into the western sky by now, and its angled rays bathed the fort at Burhanpur with muted light. The day's heat had diminished with the coming of the night, and, in the river below them, fishermen cast their nets out into the waters from their little dinghies with audible thumbs. The river swallowed the wide nets as soon as they touched its surface, leaving only small blue and red floats visible. They watched as the nets were gathered in and hauled up to the boats, tiny fish writhing in masses of silver and white. I had thought of a regency. But only briefly. Who? Mirza Mahabat Khan. Shah Jahan nodded. Or your mother's brother Shasta Khan, or your mother's father, Abul Hassan. Of the two, perhaps Abul. Jahanara stepped back and glanced at him. A regency would also be unwise. There is no precedent for this, Bapa. Would you be willing to allow another man to counsel your son in matters of state? Shah Jahan rubbed the side of his neck thoughtfully. Tell me, how much has this lunacy of mine affected your brothers? Dara, he thinks he will be your choice, as I think also. Shuja does not know yet. Aurangzeb wants to be emperor, but, Bapa, he is only 13. Even as she said this, they both remembered that Shah Jahan's grandfather and Jahanara's great-grandfather Emperor Akbar had also been a mere 13 when his father died and he had been hastily crowned on a makeshift brick platform. But a regency had followed, for the next 6 years, and it was difficult to think now that the man who had left them this solid, glorious empire had struggled to rid himself of his regent, and even of his controlling wet nurse, to both of whom he had given his affection, his love, and far too much power. Go now. Shah Jahan pushed his daughter gently toward the steps and the outer door to his apartments. And tell your brothers, and all who will listen, that I will be at the Jaraka balcony at dawn tomorrow. In the afternoon, I will visit your mother's grave. Jahanara reached up and kissed her father's cheek. His beard, unkempt since he had not allowed a barber near him all these days, scratched at her lips. When she had crossed the length of the room, she looked back and almost ran to her father again. He stood framed in the light of the setting sun, his back bent with grief, his right hand over his eyes. How will we go on, Jahan? By stepping firmly through life, Bapa. She tried to keep the quaver out of her voice. She knew of this luminous tomb her father meant to build for her mother. No other emperor before, and none after, would ever think of honoring a mere woman with such radiance in marble. As her mother lay dead, Jahanara would take her place in almost everything, but she did not think her own life, or Roshan's, or even that of poor little Goharara, whose coming had killed their mother, would amount to much in the centuries to come. They would remain Mumtaz Mahal's daughters, always in the dark when held up to her light. They would be the princesses in the perpetual shadow of the queen who had died. When she stepped into the darkened and cool antechamber, Jahanara tarried a while. Her heart slowed with an effort and she realized that a crisis had been averted. And it was of her doing. On the other side of the door, her father moved around his room with a faltering step. Beyond, in the corridor, she heard the scrabbling of the flock of retainers who awaited her commands on matters trivial and important. Jahanara took a deep breath and went out to meet the servants. Young as she was, in the coming years, she would be asked to arrange marriages for her brothers or consulted on court affairs or act as a crutch upon which her sorrowing father leaned. This she would not mind. But she did not know that performing these varied duties would eventually cast a lingering shadow upon her life most of all. That posterity would only know her as a beloved daughter and an adored sister. Nothing more, perhaps. Emperor Shah Jahan had said, entirely in jest, that Princess Jahanara should tell anyone who would be willing to listen that he would, finally, a week after his wife's death, give an audience at the Jaraka early the next morning. It was a little joke. Everyone in and around Burhanpur paid heed, which meant any man of even the smallest standing in the empire, for the emperor had moved his court to Burhanpur and with him came the imperial army and the entire administration. The Mughal emperor was the court, the country, the empire, and in his august person, in his crown, even if worn by some very mortal and immoral means, lay the fate of the 130 million people in Mughal India. Word flew as if on wings of fireflies, flickering first here and then there, until the whole of Burhanpur knew that they would get a glimpse of their emperor's face at sunrise. The Jaraka appearance itself was one of the many Hindu customs the Mughal emperors had adopted as their own, even as they had been gathered into the lap of the country that made them immeasurably rich and made them and their heirs into one of the most powerful dynasties on Indian soil. It was properly called a Jaraka Darshan, a privileged viewing of, a glimpse of the hallowed monarch. Emperor Akbar, Shah Jahan's grandfather, gave the Jaraka its sunrise timing, thinking that the first face his subjects should catch sight of upon waking and commencing their day's work should be his own, who else's. Emperor Jahangir had tripled the Jaraka appearances during his rule, emerging 3 times into special and ornate balconies built into the bulwarks of his forts and palaces, at sunrise on the eastern side, at noon on the southern side, and at sunset on the western side. The citizens never tired of these Jarokas, for each day they satisfied themselves that their emperor was alive, interested, and engaged in his responsibilities. The Jaraka came to signify the well-being of the emperor and the empire. Emperor Shah Jahan's presence at the Jaraka was that important to his position as emperor, and not since Emperor Humayun began the tradition of the Jaraka, a century ago, had a Mughal emperor missed seeing his subjects for more than a week of days. In Emperor Shah Jahan's case, it was a full 8 days, for he had decided to return to his duties on the second Friday after his wife's death, and he would also visit her grave for the first time on this holiest of days in the week. But his absence had had its effect. Rumors sprouted on the dry, dusty mud around Burhanpur and grew into great fears, fanciful tales, and some complete untruths. The emperor had died, killing himself by his own hand. The emperor had been deposed, killed by his sons. Which sons' hands were bathed with his father's blood? One prince or another was considered in the mouths of the remormongers and dismissed and reassessed as the murderer of his father. The Afghan kings, having heard of the empress's death and the emperor's demise, were planning another rebellion from the north and the east. Soon, very soon, there would be another dynasty upon the throne of Hindustan. And so forth. One accusation, vile and torrid, fluttered even this soon after Mumtaz Mahal's death, based eventually on the premise that the emperor was indeed alive. He was said to have used his daughter in the place of his wife, because she had so much the look of her mother and the personality of her mother, and so, Emperor Shah Jahan bore the same love for Princess Jahanara Begum that he had for Mumtaz. These were early days yet, filled with fear and uncertainty, so this rumor did not take wing as it could have. But it would later on. After Jahanara fell in love with an Amir from the court. 6. Before sunrise musicians played to wake the court, and at the moment of sunrise the emperor presented himself in his Jaraka Darshan. The custom to reassure them that he was alive and well and all calm in the kingdom was an old one. This was an occasion for common people to make personal requests direct to their ruler. Bamber Gascoigne, the Great Moguls. Burhanpur, Friday, June 26, 1631. Zi Kada AH 1040. By the time the sun rose in the Maidan that had been hammered out in the dust and scrub outside the fort at Burhanpur, men had been gathering in front of the marble Jaraka balcony for hours. As dawn broke, lanterns and torches were extinguished and people turned to one another in the first light of the day with questions and sleep-deprived faces. But the questions could wait. They combed their hair, rubbed clean hands around their necks and behind their ears, wiped their faces, and straightened their clothing. This was no usual Jaraka, on this Friday morning, and in their haste most had been hurried with their toilets, a huge breach of etiquette in appearing before the emperor. The men stood in 3 loose tiers leading up to the Jaraka. Under the balcony itself were the Khan-i Khanan Mahabat Khan, solemn and upright. Mirza Abul Hassan, the emperor's father-in-law and a grandee of the empire. And the Grand Vizier, the prime minister of the empire. Behind them were the other nobles at court, Hindu Rajas, Muslim amirs, holders of high rank, much wealth, quite a bit of magnificence. In Emperor Jahangir's or Emperor Akbar's court, some of these men could have called themselves fathers-in-law to the emperor and been proud of having their blood mingle with the emperor's, but Shah Jahan had been contrary to his father and his grandfather, limiting his wives to a mere 3. Behind the amirs of the empire were the tradesmen, the businessmen of affluence but not equal rank, and traveling merchants. In court, the demarcations between these classes of men were marked by railings of gold, silver, and wood, and by the texture and value of the carpets each class of men stood on. But the Jaraka, by its very definition, was not a court, not even an audience, merely a looking upon the emperor to be assured of his well-being. It was as casual a royal ritual as royal rituals could afford to be casual. And yet, the war elephants from Emperor Shah Jahan's stables were mustered behind the standing men. The imperial horses were brought in, 2 cages with newly captured leopards were wheeled by the keepers of the royal menagerie. The first announcement of Shah Jahan's presence at the Jaraka was preceded by the beating of the huge kettle drums in one corner. The heart of every man in the Maidan thudded to the accompaniment of the drums, as the beaters' muscles strained and stretched and sweat began to pour from their foreheads. The trumpets joined in, a twirl of breeze swung the yak's tail standard, held high above the assembly, and finally, the conch bearer raised his shell to his lips and let out a huge blast. The crowd bowed in unison as Emperor Shah Jahan filled the empty doorway of the Jaraka and then stepped outside, dressed in a splendid, pure white. His kaba and the wrapping of his turban was silk, there were diamonds in his aigrette, pearls around his neck and on his hands, diamonds glittering on the broad kamarband around his waist, just visible to the men standing below through the stone railing of the balcony ledge. But what astounded them most was that the man they beheld, their emperor, was not the man they had seen under these very circumstances just over a week ago. Where was the clear gaze fixed upon them in benevolence and firmness? This man was crouched over his own stomach, his hands seemed to shake as he put them out to balance his weight on the balustrade. His face was aged, the hair on his head more white than they had imagined. Padshah Salamat, they shouted, their voices petering into nothing. This was not Emperor Shah Jahan. Whether in court, or at a private audience, or at the Jaraka, no one was allowed to move even the slightest bit in the emperor's presence or speak before being spoken to or asked for a response to a direct question. Every event where the Mughal emperor was present was silent, thronging with men and animals but quiet as a stillborn wind. Coughs were to be stifled, itches scratched later, even breaths had to be hushed. For the first time, when the men below the Jaraka balcony raised their heads and doubted the evidence of their eyes, a slow quiver of movement passed through them. They glanced at one another. They bumped shoulders. They gazed at the man on the balcony, their master, with a steadiness unbecoming to servants of the empire. Her heart thumping, Jahanara leaned against the opening of the Jaraka, just out of sight of the men below. The balcony itself was of a slender width and length, 2 feet by 5, and from where she stood, she could reach out and touch her father. When the sun lifted itself from the arms of the night and bathed the upper ramparts of the fort at Burhanpur, it would light up Shah Jahan's face with its newly minted glory in Creator, just as the Jaraka appearances were always meant to do. Bapa would speak very little during the Jaraka, he rarely did, even when small petitions were brought to him. This much he, and previous emperors, had decided would be the practice at these appearances. So how then to convince them that the man who stood before them was their king? Even as she thought this, Jahanara felt a warm flush cover her face, for she had in her own mind created a doubt, or rather picked up on it from the outside. "What is happening?" said Dara in a low voice. "I don't know. They think. Quote. But he did not finish his sentence, he could not either. Jahanara glanced at her four brothers and at Roshan, hovering behind them. She had ordered them all to be awake and present at this Jarika appearance without really knowing why. Complaints had poured into her bedchamber all night, in the form of letters from Dara and Shuja and a visit from both Roshan and Aurangzeb. They had not wanted to rise so early, they did not think it necessary to be present at the Jarika, this was their father's duty, not theirs. She had responded to all of them with a simple injunction to be ready by daybreak, and they had all listened, but this did not surprise her. She was used to being obeyed. The youngest, Murad, she had kept by her side all night, had roused him and overseen his dressing herself. For the past 5 minutes, ever since their father had stepped outside, the four boys had grumbled in their throats, yawned widely, and rubbed their eyes in a pantomime of sleep, but now they were alert. They all sensed the change in the atmosphere, from adulation into something more threatening. Then the whispers began, and Jahanara felt her heart plummet. Little noises at first, arising from one part of the crowd, then another, then yet another, until they all seemed to rise in the air and melt together in one melody, like a thunderstorm's wind. Jahanara saw her father stagger. Emperor Shah Jahan's hands shook, and he wrenched them from the balustrade to clasp them behind his back. He cleared his throat, half turned toward his children. "Jahan," Shah Jahan said, pleading, his eyes fixed upon the crowd below. She pulled Dara up to her and said, "Go." And then she propelled him out onto the balcony, edging him around her father and to his right. He went without a word. One by one, she sent the other 3 sons out also. Shuja to stand at Dara's right, Aurangzeb to stand at Shah Jahan's left, Murad to his left, until the 4 heirs of the empire bounded the emperor on either side. Murad, too short under the balcony ledge, stuck his toes in between the railings to hoist himself up and hung from there, his arms dangling over the side. When Roshanara made a movement toward the balcony, Jahanara pulled her back. "Are you crazy? You cannot show yourself to the men of the empire." "I will cover my face," Roshanara said. "Empress Noor Jahan held audiences at the Jarika, and our grandfather allowed her to." "No," Jahanara said, clutching her sister's sleeves. "No woman will step out onto the balcony in such a brazen manner while Bapur is emperor." "Do you think the Amirs respected Noor Jahan for her actions? They laughed at her. A woman's place, our place, Roshan, is behind the veil, behind the Zenana's walls, and if you want to do anything at all, do it here, in this space." "But," she added, unable to be kind to a sister she did not like, "you can do little, Roshan, you are but a second daughter. Stay away from the Jarika." Anger flashed through Roshanara, and she had opened her mouth to speak again when a wave of sound blasted from below, thrilling them all as the men clapped their hands and the trumpets played. "Padshah Salamat," the crowd shouted. The Mir Tozak, the master of ceremonies, who was situated below the balcony, took up the chant and then recited the emperor's name and title as if affirming that he indeed stood above them, that there was no trickery, that the 4 glowing and brilliant boys who ensconced their father had shown to the crowd that this man was their king. They stood together, linking hands under the balcony's ledge, where their hands could but barely be seen, but their shoulders touched at each side, their backs were straight, and these princes looked out into the crowd with open and courageous gazes. As though introducing Shah Jahan for the first time, the Mir Tozak said, his voice swinging over the now silent courtyard, "Bow to the mighty emperor who bears the names of his ancestor Amir Timur and the titles of Abul Muzaffar Shahabuddin Muhammad Sahib I Kiran Isani Shah Jahan Padshah Ghazi." Jahanara heard her father's name being called out and bowed her head, as did her brothers on the balcony. Then, with a soft touch, she nudged Dara and Aurangzeb on their elbows. "Come back," she said. The four princes shifted from their father's side, and one by one, as they had entered the balcony, so they stepped away from it and from the sight of the crowd. But their purpose had been achieved. Jahanara quivered with excitement as the Jaraka progressed, knowing she had been instrumental in this immediate acceptance of Bapa, who had still not said a word to the people below, and knowing somehow that she had gained some power here in the Zenana, on the other side of the balcony. The Jaraka went on for 40 more minutes, and the boys went back to their chambers to sleep. Only the two princesses stayed on, sitting now on either side of the balcony's opening, glowering at each other, both cast in the morning shadow of their father's figure on the balcony. That evening, after the sun had set, Shah Jahan ascended the 3 short steps into the Baradari in Zanab Bagh and knelt by the side of his wife's grave. In his hands was a folded silk sheet, 6 feet by 4, into which were sewn seed pearls, an inch apart. The emperor laid the silk over the marble and unrolled it carefully, smoothing as he went, until it covered the whole grave. In the center of the sheet was a single pink pearl, the size of a Rudraksh seed. Shah Jahan sat back on his knees and wiped his face. It was dark outside, and here, a single sesame oil diya cast its light over the pearl-embedded sheet, which glowed like the fresh snows of Srinagar at sunrise. He rubbed his fingers over its glimmering surface. Facing west toward Makkah, he raised his hands and whispered the Fatiha. In the name of God, the Lord of mercy, the giver of mercy. Praise belongs to God, Lord of the worlds. The Lord of mercy, the giver of mercy, Master of the day of judgment. It is you we worship, it is you we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path. The path of those you have blessed, those who incur no anger and who have not gone astray. An unhurried breeze dissolved his shadow, cast large upon the walls of the Baradari, and cooled the heat on his face. He had almost given up his empire, floundering in his sorrow, and the thought that he could spend the rest of his days by his wife's side had come upon him in a brief moment of lunacy. How could any of his sons rule yet? He bent down to kiss the hem of the sheet of pearls and remained thus for a few minutes, his head touching the ground. He could hear a rustle of clothing and small murmurs around him as the amirs bobbed in their boats in the pond. They had accompanied him to the edge of the island. Shah Jahan put their presence out of his mind and prayed for his wife again, this time in silence. He was emperor, lord of those men, their king. While they could not have seen him in conversation with his most loved wife when she was alive, it was only fitting that they witnessed his first meeting with her after she had died. Kings had no privacy and no right to expect any. Emperor Shah Jahan returned from his wife's graveside to the palace at the fort at Burhanpur, all the while immersed in thought. His fingers brushed over the long rope of blush-pink pearls that adorned his neck, weighted by a ruby pendant encircled with diamonds. He could still feel the warm clasp of his son's hands, on either side of him on the Jaraka balcony, and feel their presence around him, which had lent him credibility in the eyes of the empire. Arjumand and he had had these children because they were the result of their love for each other, but over the years, each child had adopted his or her own personality, brought it to the fore, become something and someone other than his or her early self. Today, this morning, subduing their distinct natures, they had supported their father together in a time when he had most needed them. His tears had dried as he pondered all this, and he felt, with a slight pang, that one of the hands holding his ought to have been his beloved Jahanara's, for it was she to whom he had called out when he was so overwhelmed, she alone who had known how to react in an instant. He took his pearl necklace off and weighed it in an open palm. By the end of this evening it would adorn Jahanara's neck. A small gift from a grateful father who would never forget this act of kindness. And so, Emperor Shah Jahan and Princess Jahanara thought thus of the Jaraka incident, as they began calling it over the years, that it had been beneficial. That last part too was true, useful it was, and to all of them. For the first time, Dara, Shuja, Aurangzeb, and Murad, young as he was, had tasted the heady power of arranging themselves in state above the crowds on the Jaraka balcony. And from that time onward, each of them nurtured that thrill, even as the crown reposed on their father's head. In attending to her Bapa's immediate want, Princess Jahanara had inadvertently allowed her 4 brothers to see what it was to be emperor before their time. And they all wanted this. Yet, though each had a right to the throne of the empire, only one of them could eventually be emperor. And when he did so, to do so, he would take the lives of his father and his 3 brothers. Rosa-i Munawwara, the luminous tomb. When a period of 6 months had expired after this grief-gathering event, Prince Muhammad Shah Shuja was appointed to convey the holy dead body of that queen of angelic temperament to Agra, and all along the way, they provided food and largesse to the poor. From the Amalai Saleh of Muhammad Saleh Kambo, in W.E. Beglian. Z.A. Desai, Taj Mahal, the illumined tomb. Burhanpur and Agra, Monday, December 15, 1631. 21 Jumada al-Awwal AH 1041. In Burhanpur, it rained on the day they unearthed Empress Mumtaz Mahal's body from her grave, as it had when they had buried her. It was an unseasonable rain, falling in thin, sharp, and evenly spaced needles like a silver curtain with a single weave. And unlike that day in June, every member of the royal family, including Emperor Shah Jahan, was assembled in the Baradari. He had visited the grave every Friday since her death. Life had come back in slow increments as the days passed. When his distress had abated somewhat, he remembered her voice, the sound of her footsteps as she approached his chambers, the comforting hum of her breathing as she lay in bed beside him. Shah Jahan watched the diggers slice mud and carefully deposit it in piles around the grave. Jahanara stood at his right, her hand in his. They still wore white, for they had not begun to end their mourning for Mumtaz. Dara was at his left, Aurangzeb next to him, and by his side were Shuja and Murad. Roshanara stood a little behind Shah Jahan and Jahanara, trying, every now and then, to part them. The workers had uncovered the grave by now, and with gentle movements they lifted the empress from the ground and carried her body to a waiting coffin built of sandalwood. The wood was hinged with clasps of beaten silver, the lid was decorated with the same silver inlaid into the material. The imams in the Baradari intoned verses from the Quran, their musical voices soothing. The coffin was then lifted to a waiting boat, which rowed its lone way across the pond to the other side. Emperor Shah Jahan and his children followed in another boat. He leaned upon Shah Shuja on the way over the waters of the Tapti, intent upon the boat ahead. Go in peace, my love, he thought, soon I will follow you to Agra. Guard your mother carefully, Shuja, he said. I will, Bapa, Prince Shah Shuja said. He patted his father's arm awkwardly. I am proud to be the son chosen for this task. Thank you. The next morning, at sunrise, Shah Shuja, Sakti Khanum, and Wazir Khan, the head of the royal physicians, set out with an entourage to Agra, where the land for the yet-to-be-built Taj Mahal awaited them all. Jahanara watched them leave, Dara by her side. She said, just once, you should have gone, Dara. My place is here, with my father, he said. She shook her head. I cannot go, and so Sakti Khanum goes in my place. But now Bapa will have a special fondness for the son who has performed this duty for him. You should have offered your services. Dara made a small, impatient gesture, which Jahanara knew meant that no one could take his place in his father's affections, and she knew also that this was true. Aurangzeb had wanted this task, Shuja had wanted it, and in the end Emperor Shah Jahan had chosen Shuja. For this insult, as he deemed it, Aurangzeb had sulked for the past few days. But Shuja was older than Aurangzeb, and so it fell to him. Jahanara felt a sense of unease as they stood together on one of the upper balconies of the fort at Burhanpur and watched the dust from the caravan diminish into the horizon. Dara was selfish, no, perhaps not exactly selfish but self-centered, his vision stunted at any point beyond his own immediate needs. The empire was his to have, and she prayed that her brother would realize that, while the future seemed assured for him, in the end, the crown still rested upon their father's head. And their father was himself only the third son of Emperor Jahangir. She chewed on her lip, still thinking, now of the journey that they were to make also, northward to the capital city. Some 6 months ago, Raja Jaya Singh had departed for the final time from his Haveli on the banks of the Yamuna river during the fleeting twilight that cast its coral hues over Agra. His effects were bundled, his household dismantled, his horses led out of the stables, his cows and goats and chickens hustled onto the road in the few short hours after he had received his emperor's orders to donate his land. In those hours, his servants had packed swiftly, stripping the rooms of curtains, piling rugs upon bullock carts, extinguishing kitchen fires that had burned for years, kept at a low ebb during the night and fed again in the morning, toting larger pieces of furniture on their backs and down the road to the first of the residences that Emperor Shah Jahan had given him. His wives had sobbed with frustration at the move but kept their tears hidden behind veils so that even the servants would not notice or think them anything less than joyous at obeying the emperor's commands. His children had swept through the empty, echoing rooms in glee, tripping upon the workers, injuring a shin here, an ankle there. As night came, Shah Jahan's bailiffs thundered into the empty and silent courtyard of the mansion, leapt from their frothing horses, called for the torches to be carried in. They scoured the Haveli, peering into every dark corner, throwing water on the cooling ashes of the kitchen's chullas, digging up the flat marble stones that had paved the floors under beds, all in search of some treasure the Raja might have forgotten. But Jaya Singh's servants had been conscientious and thorough. Every piece of jewelry had been unearthed from its decades-old hiding place, every silk drape and bedspread had been folded and stored away. There was nothing left but an empty house, a broad red sandstone terrace facing the river, the mud path down to the waters, and, at the very edge, the ancient tamarind tree, which seemed to droop at the loss of its owner. The next morning, work began at the site, even though Jaya Singh's letter of yielding was still running its way through the vast plains of Hindustan to his emperor's hands, for there had never been a doubt in anyone's mind that Jaya Singh would give up his land gracefully, and so there was no need to wait for Shah Jahan's further orders. The tomb was still a myth, nebulous in shape, unknown in size, wrath-like in its presence. But here it would be built, and here would be laid to rest forever the woman whom their emperor had loved and perhaps still loved, more than anyone else. The morning brought legions of peasants into Raja Jaya Singh's courtyard, standing close to one another, their clenched hands holding the tools of their trade. A hammer, a block of stone, a chisel to pick out mortar between brick. The foreman, appointed only for the task of demolition, spoke his few poetic words. "Everything must be destroyed," he said. "In 3 days, this Haveli must seem to be a dream, and nothing else." The destruction began. The men wrapped the poor, thick fabric of their turbans around their noses and their mouths, squinted their eyes against the dust, and strained their muscles. The rooms of Raja Jaya Singh's Haveli, which had been designed and built by his grandfather 50 years before, crumbled into powder. The walls came down, the bricks were chopped up and carried away, the floors were carved out of the earth and thrown into a refuse heap. The red sandstone terrace, mighty and grand above the river, was cut into pieces, and later, as the tomb began to take shape, slabs of stone from this terrace would be used to fashion walls and floors for the workers' huts. At the end of 3 days, as promised, there was nothing left of the mansion, just a deep gouge in the warm earth and the tamarind at the waterfront, its diminutive leaves smothered by a fine red dust. As the months passed, the earth itself was moved from one place to another as Shah Jahan's engineers took meticulous measurements and pondered on the acclivity and declivity of the site. Early word from the emperor's court at Burhanpur called for the land to be perfectly flat and for the waters of the Yamuna to run close by the site of the tomb. So the peasants lined up in unending rows, hundreds of them, men, women, and children as young as 5 years, with rolls of cheap cloth on their heads, atop which they balanced battered and curved vessels. These were filled with mud, and the workers swayed toward another part of the site and dumped the contents there as ordered, and the mud was raked down as soon as it fell upon the ground. Shah Jahan had mentioned, briefly, to one of his nobles that he wished for the Yamuna never to dry into its summer sandiness in front of the tomb. So the course of the river was changed, to curve closer along the work site, and again the workers carried their burden of earth across the river and piled it on the northern side, to nudge its waters closer toward the other bank. In flattening the land, trees were cut down. Raja Jaya Singh's grandfather had planted a guava orchard in the front of the Haveli, and of those trees, 43 had survived the torrid heat and aridity of Agra and flourished and grown to provide shade and color. When the trees were felled, despite their age, their trunks were as slender as a woman's waist, but their branches were laden with the second, rain-brought fruiting guavas the size of oranges, a mild green on the outside, pink and honeyed on the inside. The two enormous mango trees of an inner courtyard came down also, and their roots were harder to dislodge from the reluctant ground. By December of 1631, there were no more signs of inhabitation left on the land that Raja Jaya Singh had gifted to his emperor. The earth finally lay quiet and deserted, awaiting a new history. Along the way to Agra, everywhere the funeral cortege stopped for the night, a guard was set up around the coffin, torches kept burning, the ahadis posted in a solemn circle, standing through the hours in full armor. Word had fled along their path of this coming procession, and in the towns and villages of Hindustan, people turned out in vast numbers to wait for their empress and pay their last respects to her. In return, Prince Shuja dipped his hand again and again into bags of gold mohurs and silver rupees and threw them into the crowd to give thanks to the empire that had come to honor his mother. They reached Agra on the 8th of January 1632, about 3 weeks after they had set out from Burhanpur. They had travelled fleetly these past weeks, stopping only briefly for the night, unhindered by the entire contingent of the imperial zenana, and made the journey to Agra in a relatively short time. At the site of the Taj, Shuja presided over a small tract of land as his mother's body was buried with haste, and a small, domed building of red sandstone, some 12 feet high, was raised over her remains. He looked at the tiny furrows that marked out the lines of the mausoleum his father was going to build. The temporary resting place was in front of the future platform on which the tomb would stand according to the architect's plans. Here, once they moved Mumtaz yet again, would be the top left quadrant of the Charbagh Gardens in front of the Taj Mahal. Before he left Agra some 20 days later, Prince Shah Shuja knelt at his mother's grave and prayed that she would come to his father in his dreams and speak of Shuja as a favored son. This he had not been when Mumtaz was alive. But there was some hope surely, he thought, in the fact that his father had entrusted this sacred duty to him. He put his lips to the cold stone slab, then rose. Through the morning fog that rolled landward from the Yamuna river, he saw another tomb take shape, resplendent in white marble, its very platform towering over the small structure in front, its frosted white minarets floating apart from the main building. The fog shifted in a streak of breeze and dissolved the outlines of the luminous tomb. 7. Whenever the king travels in pomp, he has always two private camps, that is to say, two separate bodies of tents. One of these camps being constantly a day in advance of the other, the king is sure to find at the end of every journey a camp fully prepared for his reception. Archibald Constable Ed and Irving Brock Trance, Travels in the Mughal Empire, by François Bernier AD 1656-1668. Burhanpur, Wednesday, March 17, 1632. 25 Shaban AH 1041. Will we return here, Jahan? Bapa will not want to. Princess Jahanara straightened from the edge of the balcony and stretched her arms above her head, easing the heaviness in her neck. It was early morning, and the air was still scented by the night and lay lightly upon the shoulders of the two women who stood atop the ramparts of the fort. Tea, fragrant with cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg, steamed gently in white and blue Chinese porcelain cups that had been laid on the flat edge of the balustrade. Too many memories, Roshanara said softly, more to herself than her sister. Of the unwanted kind. And yet, there are others also. I was born here, Jahan. This is the first time Bapa and Mama have been apart. Jahanara leaned over to search through the lightening gloom below. She could not see very well yet. The eastern skies were a melody of russets and reds, but the sun had not broken through, so the courtyard, lit only intermittently by torches, was more shadow than light. But they could hear sounds, the snickers of horses, a low trumpet from an impatient elephant, the clank of armor, swords against shields, buckles against mail, a water vessel falling to the ground with a thud. Think about it, she said, in all the years that they were married, they were always together, and even in death Mama lay but a mile away, but now, with her in Agra, Bapa did not want to delay our journey there. No, her voice grew stronger, we will not come back to Burhanpur. Roshanara reached out a hand to the delicate china cup and sipped her chai. It had cooled in all of their talking, though not even enough to form a skin of cream. It was still hot, not the blasting heat that would come later in the day, but enough for a bead of sweat to break from her forehead and run down the side of her nose. Will we, she hesitated, you and I, have what they had, Jahan? Will you find this sort of happiness with the Amir Mama mentioned? What was his name? Najabat Khan. I would hardly speak to you of it, Roshan, Jahanara said with asperity. You should not take his name. He is my intended. Oh, Roshanara raised her eyebrows. So it is settled, then. A horn blasted in the courtyard, low and sweet, its sound floating up to them, and they both pulled their veils over their heads to just below their chins. In the 6 months since their mother had died, the color at cotton in the imperial zenana had been predominantly white, a blinding, snowy white that allowed for no relief. Emperor Shah Jahan still refused to wear any other color, steadfastly showing the world that he had not stopped grieving. But a month ago, Jahanara had sent orders to the cloth karkhanas, the imperial ateliers, to brush her whites with a tinge of crimson. She wore rubies in her hair, their colors so washed out that they were more pink than red, and her tight choli, which left her slender waist bare, was trimmed on the sleeves with tassels of red. A few days later, Princess Roshanara had sent a similar order. Her clothing was of the palest green, emeralds glowing upon her person. The emperor had seen but said nothing to his daughters when they altered the prevailing fashion. They were young, he had thought. When the sound of the horn melted away, the sun broke free from the horizon and cast its low rays over them all, bathing them in a golden, liquid light. Not settled, Jahanara said in a flat voice. Nothing is decided yet about Mirza Najabat Khan. We have had no time for festivities, Roshan. I know. Shall I talk to Bapa? You. Jahanara swung around quickly, smiling below her veil. What would you say to him? Why would he listen? Who then? Roshanara asked. Would you dare yourself? Ah, she paused. You think Dara will. Why do you like him so much, Jahan? This is a stupid question, Jahanara said slowly. It is not any of your business whom I marry or how the alliance comes to life. And Dara, she searched her sister's face under the sheer covering of chiffon, he is our brother. He's the heir to the empire and we love him. Oh, we should. What kind of a question is that? Now they both saw the crowd in the courtyard below clearly. Splendid Arabian horses from the imperial stables, all black with white fetlocks, their bridles and saddles picked out in silver and velvet, stood right in the front. The men mounted on them, the ahadis, who were the most elite of the imperial bodyguards, held aloft their spears and also the emperor's standards and banners. Behind them, and for a mile or so that Jahanara and Roshanara could see, were ordered rows of camels, elephants, and men on foot, all carrying burdens, wrapped in cloth, strapped on their backs in howdahs or baskets. This was the Pash Khana, the advance camp, which was leaving Burhanpur 3 days before the royal party departed, with a complete set of tents, cooking vessels, chairs and tables, bed linen and bedding, vegetables and spices. When they reached their first halt in the journey, the city of tents, glittering with silk and damask, the floors smothered by the finest Persian carpets, would be waiting for them. Do you remember when Bapar almost gave up the throne, Jahan? Roshanara said as the elephants, 100 in all, lumbered by. They transported the heaviest equipment of the emperor's camp, the tents, the tent poles, and the furniture. Aurangzeb thought that he ought to be considered for the position. It was not wrong of him to think so. He has as much right to the crown as Dara, doesn't he? Jahanara held her hand over her nose and mouth as the elephants passing raised a fine mist of dust. When it had settled, they saw the white cows and grey bullocks swing through. They provided the milk, cream, yogurt, buttermilk, and ghee for the imperial kitchens. The most well-fed of them went into curries and biryanis. He does, by law, such as it is. But it was Bapa's dearest wish that if he gave the throne to anyone, it would be to Dara. I think he was right. Roshanara's mouth twisted. Why do you like him so much? Jahanara shrugged. He is my brother, that should be enough. For you too, Roshan. Just then, the thud of hooves quieted and 4 horsemen drew under the balcony where they stood. One of the two in the center was mounted on a magnificent white horse, its head plumed with a heron feather. The rider was similarly clad in white. Prince Aurangzeb had not dared to follow his sister's example and show in open court that he disregarded his father's mourning for his mother. The man next to him, an Amir of the court who had been asked to accompany him, rode a few paces behind, and flanking them with the 2 other horsemen, canopy bearers, who held long poles over their heads linked by the thick white cotton of an awning fringed with white silk tassels. As they passed under the princesses, the canopy bearers reined in their horses, and for a moment, Aurangzeb and his companion were visible. The prince looked up, smiled, and raised his hand. Jahanara and Roshanara answered his salute and saw the Amir glance up in surprise, then quickly drop his gaze to the ground when he realized who they were. They went on, followed by 500 camels and the 400 bullock and ox-drawn carts. 100 men had been employed for the special purpose of carrying the fine china that they ate from, the gold and silver vessels they served themselves from, the earthenware mid-casts that bore water from the holy Ganges river, the only water they drank. When they left on their journey back to Agra in a few days, they would travel in an enormous entourage with at least as many animals of burden as the Pash Khana. So long was their procession, for it could hardly be called by any less lofty name, that it would take 12 hours for the horses, the camels, the elephants, and the foot soldiers to pass by one single point, even given that they would travel with a considerable breadth about their forces, not just this mammoth length. When they encamped, the traders accompanying them would set up bazaars in an orderly manner wherever the Mir Manzil, the quartermaster of the empire, had determined the shops to be, and in these bazaars, which would each serve the nobility, the soldiers, and the more common people who accompanied the camp, there would be found every necessity: milk, ghee, eggs, meat, spices, cloth, needles and thread, grains, flour, jaggery, toys for the children, jugglers for entertainment, indigo for dyes, carpet weavers and coppersmiths. The encampment would stay at a place for a few days, perhaps a week, and then move on to the second Pash Khana, which had left Burhanpur a few days before, so that all they had to do was descend from their horses, camels, and palanquins and find their accommodations exactly similar to those they had left behind in the day's journey. At any given time, the emperor's campsite would accommodate about 400,000 people. The first major city they would reach would be Mandu, then Ajmer, and then Agra. But along the way there would be other, frequent stops wherever they found water in the form of a lake, a river, a pond, and where the land could be flattened out to pitch their camps. "How long will we be on the road?" Roshanara asked. 2 months, perhaps more. If Bapa wishes to take us to a hunting ground for some new game, we will be longer. It all depends on him. "And you?" Roshanara said. "And me, Roshan," Jahanara said firmly. In the past few months, despite frequent skirmishes, they had settled into an amicability that had been surprising. But one day, without any warning, Roshan had stopped arguing with her, and Jahanara, preoccupied with her mother's duties, had not initially noticed. Of all her siblings, she loved Dara the best. Why was hard for even her to articulate, especially under such persistent questioning from Roshanara. Perhaps because they were closest in age, or perhaps even because they were alike in temperament. But now, with Mama dead, it had suddenly become important for Jahanara to have an ally in the Zenana, and who better than her own sister. So Roshan's unexpected calm had been a blessing. Jahanara sighed. She was very tired, exhausted almost, burdened with too many tasks. "I heard Sitti calling you Begum Sahib," Roshan said. "Are you the Padshah Begum now, Jahan? What of Bapa's other wives?" Jahanara smiled with a little, wry upturn of the edges of her lips. Sitti Khanum had stayed back at Agra after accompanying their mother's body to the work site of the tomb, and Shuja had returned in early February. This Jahanara had wanted, and she had petitioned their father to order it. Sitti had been, still was, the first lady in waiting in the imperial Zenana, perhaps almost as authoritative as Mama had been. And when Mama had died, Sitti had transferred herself to the same role to Jahanara, supposedly that of a friend and an advisor. But the relationship was not the same. Jahanara, used to having her way in most matters, found Sitti Khanum's presence too cloying, too domineering, almost too condescending because Sitti was older. Sitti had thought that this difference in her behavior would not be noticed, and though she would never have dared to take liberties with the Empress, she did with the princess. So Jahanara had waited with the patience she had taught herself, to find the appropriate time to send her caretaker away and to teach her a lesson in humility. For as valuable as Sitti's role had been in going to Agra to accompany Mumtaz's body, her staying was a definite statement. "Do you know why Sitti called me Begum Sahib?" she asked. It was in jest, a comment on my supposed arrogance in giving the order for her to go to Agra and wait for us there. Was it good to anger her, Jahan? Roshanara's face was suddenly very young, anxious. Roshan. Jahanara paused to choose words carefully. "We are supreme now. Bapa's other wives had little consequence when Mama was alive, and while they might have risen somewhat in eminence now, the plain truth is that he does not love them. Not as much as he loves us. Would you want them to order us around? Of course not. But only one of them has a living child, and a daughter. Where is the value in that?" Jahanara smiled. They were girls also, but what Roshan meant was that they had living brothers who would inherit the throne, so their positions in the imperial Zenana were assured. They were women with power, and Bapa's other wives, loved but with affection and not passion, could not create trouble for them with that lone daughter, who would be married and have children and die one day, without ambitions. Sitti needed some time away from here, Jahanara said, so that she can learn to really call me Begum Sahib when we return. She must know never to cross me again. No one must, Roshanara said faintly. Not even you. They were silent for a while after this. Jahanara had decided to travel by palanquin for the first few days, so Roshanara had decided likewise. It would be a leisurely journey. The distance from Burhanpur to Agra had been accomplished by Emperor Shah Jahan's runners in a little more than 2.5 days, by Prince Shah Shuja, travelling back on his horse and stopping merely for the night, in about 15 days, and by them, moving in a huge mass of men, livestock, artillery, and the imperial zenana, in something more than 2 months. That Amir, Roshanara said as she turned to leave her sister still at the ramparts. The one by Aurangzeb's side, that was Mirza Najabat Khan. Jahanara caught her arm and pulled her back. How do you know? As I know most things, Jahan. You are not the only one in the imperial zenana with resources. She wrenched her arm from her older sister's grasp and ran over the brick terrace toward the staircase. Perhaps that noble had been Najabat Khan, or perhaps not. The little lie would keep Jahan thinking for a while, thinking about opportunities missed, a glance at a lover lost, and she would perhaps, just perhaps, not be so strident and demanding in the harem. A little before noon, the palanquin entered a stand of dying laurel trees, too small to be called a forest, too large to circumvent. The laurels were leafless now, bare branches extended overhead in a cobweb, linking one into the other, but the unremitting sun seared through every gap. No escape from the heat here, Jahanara thought, wiping her forehead and neck, her hand coming away wet with sweat. She picked up the gleaming peacock feather fan and waved it ineffectually, moving the burning air around the confines of her palanquin. The curtains, of a glowing silk weave in chartreuse, were closed. Inside was a fine netting of English lace that some traveller had brought from England as a gift for Emperor Jahangir, 10 bolts of it, distributed casually among the wives and sons. He, and Jahanara strained to remember his name, Sir Thomas Roe perhaps, had come as an official ambassador from the court of a King James, striving for a trade treaty for the peppercorns, the indigo, the fragrant sandalwoods, and the calicoes of Hindustan. But he had not lasted for long, much like Emperor Babur, she thought with a smile. He had hated the heat in India because he still insisted upon donning his English gear, stockings, doublet, fitted coat, a frilled and close collar, and they, the Mughals, were much more refined at diplomacy than the English. Roe did not get his treaty, though he got many assurances of affection from Jahangir. So he went home. Since, the English had not sent any more ambassadors, but they were still here in Hindustan, setting up factories, which were merely warehouses to collect and store goods until they could be laden on ships to England. In the early days after Shah Jahan had become emperor, he had considered briefly the value of the English on Indian soil. Why not drive them away? Jahanara had asked. And he had said that the foreigners, the Portuguese Jesuits, the Dutch, the English all served a purpose to the empire. They wanted Indian goods, poured millions of rupees worth of gold and silver into the treasuries in return, and keeping them all in Hindustan was a surety against any one of them becoming too powerful or too demanding. Look at the trouble Emperor Jahangir had with the Portuguese, he had said. And that too was well-known history. Jahanara drew her knees up and tucked her chin over them. At first, the Jesuits had controlled the trade routes in the Arabian Sea, to the extent that even pilgrims from India traveling on the Hajj to Makkah had their passports stamped with pictures of Jesus and Mary. The emperor had deemed it a small price to pay for security from piracy. But then, in retaliation for the privileges being given to the English at court, the Portuguese viceroy had captured and burned 120 Mughal ships, not ships of the navy, for the empire had no navy and so had to rely on foreign help, but trade ships in Goa's harbour. That was when Emperor Jahangir and Meranizer had crushed them, taking away treaties, restricting their movements within the land. Now this new problem. She pulled the lace curtains apart, their aroma sweet in the fiery heat, since they had been washed, as the merchant had suggested, in goat's milk and hung to dry in the sun until they gleamed like snow. Then she reached out and parted the silk and realized that she was alone for the first time in so many days. The laurels had been planted, or had taken root, close to one another. Once, in full leaf, they would have provided shade and shelter to animals. Now there was little left other than their branches and their trunks, the bark patterned in scales like a crocodile's back. And so the eunuchs, ladies-in-waiting, and aged amirs on horseback who were her companions and her guard were spread out among the trees. As the forebearers of her palanquin jogged in an unsteady rhythm, bending here to duck a low-lying branch, cracking branches like twigs there, hey. Others moved alongside but blessedly away, unable physically to come any closer. Somewhere up ahead was the imperial elephant that Bapa rode upon, seated in a silver and gold howdah, surrounded by the nobles at court, all jostling for a position close to him, hoping for a benevolent glance, a dropped word that would change their fortunes forever. Dara, Shuja, and Murad had decided to ride their horses also. Roshanara was somewhere behind, and the baby, Goharara, had been sent ahead with her wet nurses a few days ago. Princess Jahanara gazed out into the patchwork of light and shadow cast by the trees, and she heard the soft pants of the palanquin bearers, smelled the metallic odor of the sweat that poured off their bodies. Strewn around her were books from the imperial library, but she did not want to read now. She desired only to exult in this freedom, the ability to put her face through the curtains, to watch the light, feel the heat, and know herself alone and yet protected. Jahan, someone said. She sighed. Did Bapa send you with a message? No, he said, and as he leaned in toward her, his horse stumbled on a stone. Jahanara screamed, Dara, and lunged out to grasp his collar as Dara slid from her view. Just then, another strong hand clasped Prince Dara's arm and held him upright. Half in and half out of the palanquin, and aware that she was unveiled, Jahanara pulled herself back to the safety of the curtains. Who was that man? Then, when Dara spoke again, she knew. Jahan, Dara said, panting, Mirza Najabat Khan says that there will be trouble in Bengal. The Portuguese are creating terror among the people. They've raided their houses, kidnapped their children and their women for slaves, and captured their lands. How does he know this? Jahanara asked, clasping her shaking hands tightly in her lap. So Roshan had lied about his having left with Aurangzeb in the Pashkhana. It didn't surprise her. Her heart hammering, she peered out carefully and saw a tall, sunburned man who had an easy seat on his horse. He had an angular face, a jutting chin adorned with a short, clipped beard, a beaked nose in profile, a thin neck. His forearms were muscled and scattered with hair, and he wore a red string around his right wrist, for what? Jahanara wondered. The hands that held the reins were large, with a single gold ring on his right index finger. He had fallen back again, and Jahanara had to turn her head and lean forward to see him better. But he kept his head bowed and his gaze stolidly away from her. Tell her of your news, Mirza Najabat, Dara said. Jahanara heard him say, I dare not, Your Highness. It is better coming from you, in any case. You are too kind in allowing me to speak with Her Highness, but it is not my place. News was brought to Bapa, Jahan, Dara said, and he has to decide what to do about it. The Portuguese grow too conceited. Bengal does not belong to them, they forget this and assume that they can bully the empire's subjects and we will do nothing about it. It is not merely that, Jahanara said thoughtfully, and she sensed that both the men outside had come closer to listen. They are being disrespectful to Bapa. Do you remember that they had kidnapped Mama's slave girls and refused to return them when Bapa asked? During his flight from Emperor Jahangir, Your Highness, Najabat Khan said to Dara. Mama was furious. I don't remember her being as angry before. She did not care very much for the slave girls, it was the insult. Since Bapa was in hiding from his father, they thought they would be safe from retribution. But Bapa, Jahanara said, has a long memory. And so do you, Dara said. Some things you must always remember, Dara. What does Bapa say? He waits to talk with you, Your Highness, Najabat Khan said, and she noticed that he did not falter this time. He had the voice of a poet, she thought, with music threaded into it. It was an unreal conversation to Jahanara, for she could now see Mirza Najabat Khan more clearly. His face was open, and when he smiled, his teeth flashed white against his skin. He could not see her, did not know what she looked like or how she carried herself, but he had heard her voice, which was more than most of her father's courtiers had done until now. She let him see her hand by reaching out to arrange the curtains, unable to resist this small vanity. Then she yanked her hand back inside, flushing, furious with herself. Now that Mama was dead, who would remember that a marriage had been considered between Mirza Najabat Khan and Jahanara? Would Dara know? Would Bapa even allow it? How could she speak of it herself? All of a sudden, Jahanara wanted to marry Najabat Khan. The small conversation they had had was enough. She had looked at him, seen the strength in his face, felt herself glow when he smiled. And this was more than most other women were allowed. She put her hand over her chest, feeling her heart still thumping wildly within. Speak again, she could not. Dara and Najabat Khan kicked their heels into their horses' flanks and rode on ahead. As they passed, Najabat said, Your first instinct was right, Your Highness. Whether this report has any truth to it or not, the Portuguese must be taught a lesson in Bengal. There is only one sovereign in Hindustan, and he is Emperor Shah Jahan. He glanced at the palanquin as he said this, speaking to Jahanara now, rather than Dara, but it was Dara who nodded, who took the words to be addressed to him. Jahanara simply sat mute and watched until they were out of sight. They broke out of the laurels soon after this, and somewhere in the front of the procession, Jahanara heard a call to halt for lunch stringing down the line as one soldier sang the command to another and another. Musing, thronging with excitement, she did not notice that Roshanara's palanquin had drawn a pace and she too was looking out through the mesh of her curtains. Princess Roshanara asked a passing eunuch for the name of the man with her brother, and he told her. Find out all you can about Mirza Najabat Khan, she said to the man, and he bowed and left on his information-gathering mission. Later that night, as she listened to the eunuch, Roshanara brought out a map of the encampment and spread it on the carpeted floor of her tent. The royal family's tents were clustered around the middle, stained red on the map, a color only they were privileged to use. Their tent poles stood the highest, and the tents themselves were elaborate 2- and 3-story structures with numerous rooms partitioned by thin wooden boards clad in gold and silver cloth. Second-floor galleries screened with netting behind which sat the musicians, and thick Persian carpets flowing from one wall to another. Around the royal tents were the structures of the Diwan-i-Am and the Diwan-i-Khas, the halls of public and private audience, for the business of the empire could not stop merely because the emperor was on a 2-month journey. There were even special tented balconies erected for the Jarika appearances and a Naubat Khana, a drum room, which housed the imperial orchestra that announced Shah Jahan's arrival at and departure from each ceremonial function. The amirs at court arranged themselves around the royal enclosure, depending upon their ranks and their importance to the emperor. Which one? Princess Roshanara Begum asked quietly. In response, the eunuch knelt and laid a stubby finger on one tent, a quarter of a mile from the Zenana tents. Always. "Of course, Your Highness," he replied in a wooden voice. The Mir Manzil does not change this plan during the trip, unless some topographical deformity forces him to do so. And, he said, when she raised an eyebrow at him, he does not foresee any such problems. Roshanara drew in a deep breath, a plan taking shape in her mind. She shook her head once. Such folly even to think thus. But then, what was the harm in it? She dipped her goose feather quill into a jade ink pot, drained the red ink along the side, and unhurriedly marked a circle around the black tent the eunuch had pointed out to her. 8. We can only imagine Roshanara's spleen at having to play second fiddle to Jahanara. Roshanara exerts less influence, rates less privilege, not merely because she is younger, but because she is also less beautiful and less intelligent. By the time Roshanara emerges dramatically from Mughal history as more than a mere name, it is too late to find out how she evolved. In the climactic autumn of 1657 she will be 40 years old, rigidly hardened into a scheming and ruthless virago determined to rule the Mughal harem. Valdemar Hansen, The Peacock Throne, the drama of Mughal India. Mandu. Saturday, April 10, 1632. 20 Ramadan AH 1041. Some 3 weeks after the departure from Burhanpur, a girl walked alone through the vast encampment of the Pashkhana. She was heavily veiled, clad in black, and nothing was visible of her, neither her feet nor her hands, which, if rough or silken, would indicate whether she was a noblewoman or a creature of the night. And yet, no one dared to accost her, for she was followed closely by 2 sturdy eunuchs, grim-faced and unsmiling, their grasps on daggers tucked into their cummerbunds, their eyes examining every face with suspicion. The woman, the girl by her confident, swaying stride, ignored the men guarding her. She held her back rigid and her gaze ahead, weaving through the tents purposefully. The amirs had just returned from their nightly audience with Emperor Shah Jahan, and this girl had come almost at their heels, so behind her a straight line of torches still blazed into the sky delineating the route to the Divan-i-Am. The air was beginning to thicken with thousands of cooking fires from every nobleman's chula. In an hour, the smoke would smother the camp, and on a night such as this, with little or no breeze, the fog would wrap tightly over the encampment, dense as fog rolling off a cold ocean. Men and women routinely lost their way from their tents to their privies and back and spent the rest of the hours either roaming around blindly or huddling in a corner to await dawn. And so few ventured out unless it was necessary. But the girl was bold, her steps assured, her head held high on a slender neck. As she passed the torches along the street, their heated flames seemed to touch her cheek, and she lifted her hand to cool her brow. In 20 minutes, the street was deserted, except for the oil boys toting long-spouted oil cans, with which they kept the rag heads of the torches burning through the night. The oil boys did not dare bother her either. When one tried, pursing his lips in a whistle, a eunuch smacked the sound from his mouth and he tumbled to the ground. After that, she went on unmolested. When she slowed her steps, one of her guards came close to her and said, "The tent on the right, Your Highness, is the one belonging to Mirza Najabat Khan." She nodded, turned smoothly to the tent's entrance, lifted the flap, and entered. Najabat Khan was seated in the middle of his tent eating his dinner. Like the emperor, most of the amirs at court had their own miniature pashkhanas, so that they too could arrive at the next halt and find everything in readiness for them, their sleeping quarters set up, their kitchen tents erected, the chulas burning, the privies dug behind the tents. While they were forced to accompany Emperor Shah Jahan on foot or on horseback during the actual travel and spent as many hours in an uncomfortable saddle as if they were on a hunt or at war, they were given the privilege of preparing for their night's rest in advance. A few simple rules had to be followed. None of the amirs' tents could be red, that color was reserved for Shah Jahan and those ladies of his harem whom he chose to honor. None of their tents could be pitched on higher ground than the emperor's, and this was the mere manzil's duty in assigning places in the encampment. None of their tents could be bigger or decorated more lavishly than the emperor's, and this last rule was relatively easy to follow, for no single person in the empire was possessed of as much wealth as his emperor. Earlier in the day, Najabat Khan's servants had put up his tent and then sprinkled the ground with water to settle the dust. Upon the earth, they had laid out jute mats, their edges overlapping, and atop the mats, 3 thick cotton mattresses, one upon another. The very top layer was covered with Persian rugs. When the girl came into the tent, she found to her surprise that, as richly as it was appointed, it was but one big room with a few windows woven into the corners, now with their flaps down for privacy. Why, she thought, her own tent had 3 rooms, an entrance hall, a sitting room, where she received her guests, and a sleeping room beyond. She entered, her feet sinking pleasurably into the thick Persian rugs, and stood there a while watching Najabat Khan eat. She thought that a man's nobility, his grace, could be demonstrated only when he was at his meal, and Najabat Khan ate exceptionally well. He chewed his food carefully, his head bowed over his plate, he did not lick his fingers, and when he was done he made a small movement with his head. A male servant appeared to bear away the plate and bring him a finger bowl of warm water with a wedge of lime. She started when Najabat Khan spoke harshly. "Who are you? What are you doing here, wench?" He had not seen her properly, she thought, as she stood in the gloom of the doorway, and so she came forward and began to lift her veil. Then, realizing what she had been about to do, she dropped the fabric over her hands again. Najabat had risen, grabbing his sword in the same instant. He hesitated, his breath caught in his throat when he saw her more clearly. He sheathed the sword again and killed the silver light that had darted around the room from the blade's reflection. "Your Highness," he said, and performed the Chahar Taslim as he did for his emperor, stooping, placing his right hand on the floor and raising it to his forehead 4 times. "I beg your pardon, I had no idea it was you. I thought you were some errant woman who had strayed into my tent like the others who have." He caught himself in time, felt a flush warm his face, and said again, "Pardon me." "Did you not expect to see me?" the girl said, and Najabat glanced at her with a mild surprise. Her voice was different from the one he had heard in the laurel forest, a little higher, the tone a little more unsure, but even then he had caught only snatches of her conversation. The rest had been muffled by the sounds of their horses' hooves and the palanquin bearers' concerted panting as they trotted along. "No," he said honestly. For who could have anticipated something like this? He had been diffident in speaking with her, in public, her brother by his side, and to see her appear in his tent at night and alone his face began to perspire, and his neck felt very tense on his shoulders. If someone were to see them together, to catch them in conversation like this, his life would be worth less than an ant's, squashed under the heel of the emperor's wrath without a thought. "You must leave, your Highness," he said. This is a great honor for me, but you must now depart. Allow me to escort you back into the royal enclave. It is the least I can do. Will you not ask me to sit, Mirza Najabat Khan? Please." He gestured toward a divan and remained standing as she settled upon it. "Tell me about your family, Mirza Najabat. Your Highness wants to know about my background. Tell me." Deeply uncomfortable, he complied, though he did not know then that the princess in his tent knew all about him already. Najabat Khan's family also descended from Timur the Lame, much as the Mughal kings were, and could trace their lineage back to Tamerlane for 8 generations of sons and sons of sons. Closer in that timeline to Najabat, his grandfather Ibrahim had married Emperor Babur's widowed daughter-in-law, and that union had resulted in the birth of Najabat's father, Shah Rukh. So there was this tenuous imperial link also to the Mughal royal family, They were related not by blood but because Najabat's grandmother had once been a royal princess. Najabat's great-grandfather had been the ruler of Badakhshan, one of the many Timurid princes like Emperor Babur to be given small kingdoms in far-flung places, and some relation of his from that connection still ruled Badakhshan. So he was royalty also, of a minor sort, nowhere near as grand or wealthy as the Mughal kings. His grandfather had been in service to Emperor Akbar, and so also his father, both in fairly elevated ranks at court, holding mansabs of 5,000 horses each. Najabat Khan, 25 years old at the time he narrated this family history to the veiled princess seated on his divan, was merely a noble in the emperor's court. He could not inherit either his title or estates from his grandfather or his father, such was the rule in Hindustan, but he had to work to prove his loyalty to his new sovereign, create his own alliances, forge his own way at court. However, the ancestral connections to the Mughal courts were not all for naught. Both the men before him had built up enough goodwill to have Najabat accepted readily in Shah Jahan's regime and, more important, to bring the imperial couple's glance upon him as a prospective suitor for their daughter. They had found out about his connection to Emperor Babur and the light strain of royalty that ran through his veins, but what had impressed them most was that the family had always been dedicated subjects to the Mughal kings. He was a deeply handsome man, with a physique muscled and strengthened from his hours in the saddle, a clean-cut and honest face, capable hands, and light blue eyes that bespoke his Timurid ancestry. Jahanara, Mumtaz Mahal had thought, would fall in love with him, and because he had strength of character, he would match her feisty daughter well. When Najabat finished speaking, he stood dry-mouthed and shaking. He had been enchanted by the glimpse of Jahanara's slender hand through the curtains of the palanquin, had appreciated her fine mind and her decisiveness when confronted with the Bengal problem, but this coming to his tent to scrutinize him in person was absurd. She had put him in jeopardy by such foolhardiness. She had most probably caused a raging jealousy among the nobles who had seen her come here. She was veiled, true, and in black, in contrast to the imperial mourning white, but he had known who she was after a moment. There was something in her carriage, the way she held her head, her haughty walk. Najabat Khan, who had never seen a woman from the imperial zenana before, let alone a royal princess, had even so immediately recognized one when he glanced at her. There were many other men who would have also. Najabat knew nothing of his dead empress's interest in him as a husband for Princess Jahanara. Such talk had not reached his ears, and, in the normal course of events, he would only have received from the emperor an order for marriage, one he would have obeyed unquestioningly. Taken as he had been by Princess Jahanara a month ago, he felt a small sense of repulsion toward the girl on the divan. He had stopped talking and stood in the center of the tent, looking down upon her. She rose and said, "Thank you, Mirza Najabat Khan. That was all I wanted to know. Perhaps we will meet another day, who knows." With that she left, even before Najabat had a chance to bow to her. He wiped his forehead on the sleeve of his kaba, and it left a damp spot of sweat upon the silk. He had heard of Princess Jahanara's strong will, more so since her mother had died. There were whispers of her being supreme in the zenana now, in possession of the royal seal, and growing more powerful each day. But no one had mentioned to him that she was also a stupid girl. Princess Jahanara Begum, however, was not dim-witted, not given to act on impulse, did not lack a keen sense of self-preservation. Whatever she did, she deliberated carefully upon, and in the coming years this purposefulness would be the cause of strife between Najabat and her, because she knew what was right, what wrong, and what her role was in the empire. But it would be a while before Najabat would realize that while he had been correct in thinking that one of his emperor's daughters had come to visit him, he had not been right about which one. The girl stole away through the congealing smoke of the kitchen fires, finding her way to the royal tents by the Akash Diya, the light in the sky, an enormous lantern set on a 40-foot-high pole in front of Emperor Shah Jahan's Diwan-i-Am, which burned night and day, formed the center of the emperor's camp, and could be seen from miles away on a dark night to guide lost contingents back to their sleeping quarters. When Princess Roshanara had reached her tent, she slipped inside quietly and lay down on her bed. She would be 15 years old this year, the same age Mama had been when she had been betrothed to Bapa. They could have been married soon after. So why not Roshanara? She had first been curious about Mirza Najabat Khan because she had seen him talking with Jahanara. That in itself was an unusual occurrence. Neither Dara nor any of the other brothers had brought a strange man into their sister's company before. That last made her sit up. Was it deliberate then on Dara's part? Under normal circumstances, mention of Najabat Khan in the imperial zenana would have come from Bapa, though the brothers could well have brought up the topic, as could their uncles, any men connected with and invested in the imperial family. But so soon after Mama's death, Bapa would not have been interested in marriage alliances for either his sons or his daughters. Had Jahan spoken to Dara earlier and asked him to bring Mirza Najabat Khan to her? No, this was not likely. So openly, so much in public, Jahan would never give anyone an opportunity to gossip about her. She was too aware of what propriety demanded. Outside, the sounds of activity diminished until there was only the crackle of campfires and the subdued step of the watchman as he patrolled the lane. The torches, left burning all night, gave off a muted glow, their light seeping in through the material of her tent's walls, palely blue. The acrid tang of the enveloping smoke came to her nostrils, and she flipped over and buried her nose in the pillow. Jahan could not want him, and there was no marriage contracted yet between them. And she had so much else, she could not possibly care about a man who had ridden a few yards by the side of her palanquin. If she did care, Mirza Najabat Khan would be the best judge of which sister he found most appealing. And there was only one way to give him that opportunity, by letting him see her. But at the tent, her courage had faltered and she had not been able to lift the cloth that covered her. She thought, though, that she had made an impression upon him, that he knew who she was. It did not strike Princess Roshanara Begum that Najabat Khan could have mistaken her for anyone else, for she was a royal princess, proud and certain that everyone who crossed her path would not only know her but remember her for the rest of their lives. Lying on her bed, she made her plans methodically. She would have to wait until Jahanara married, as Jahanara was the older sister, but when she did, Roshanara was determined that, somehow, she would become the wife of Mirza Najabat Khan. Roza-i Munawwara, the luminous tomb. A period of 1 year had elapsed since the sudden death of the Lady Mumtaz al-Zamani, and the time had arrived for observing the customary ceremony, known in this country as Uras. From the Padshah Nama of Jalala Tabatabai, in W.E. Begley and Z.A. Desai, Taj Mahal, the illumined tomb. Agra, Tuesday, June 22, 1632. 4 Zia-Hijai H 1041. Prince Aurangzeb knelt, and beside him Abul Hassan and Muhammad Ali Beg went down on their knees also, much more slowly. The three of them closed their eyes, raised their hands, and recited the Fatiha. When they had finished, they sat back on their heels, reflective, and in a while, as the Imams began to chant surahs from the Quran, they settled more comfortably against the silk-upholstered bolsters which lay strewn on the divan. The long night passed thus, voices raised in prayer and praise of Mumtaz Mahal on the first anniversary of her death, Aurangzeb upright in the main tent, flanked by his grandfather and the Persian ambassador. The tent was filled to thronging, all the important amirs at court, the mullahs and Hindu priests, Buddhist and Jain monks, the Jesuit cleric Father Basi, who presided over the church in Agra that Emperor Jahangir had allowed the Portuguese to build. Aurangzeb stiffened and glanced at his hands, clasped rigidly in his lap. Bapur had been too tolerant in allowing these other men into the Jilaukhana of the tomb, where the URAs, the anniversary, was being held. At other times, especially during Emperor Akbar's rule, they had actually been invited to take part in religious discussions, to express the merits of their own religions and perhaps discount those of others. A philosophic conversation, Aurangzeb's great-grandfather had called it. The prince reddened and covered his face. How could that even be? Islam was the one true religion, Allah the only true God, why even invite other talk? There were arguments in favor, of course, that even Aurangzeb, only 14 years old, understood. The acceptance of other faiths was necessary in an empire that was largely populated by infidels, Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, the Christians whom the foreigners regularly converted, and it created the basis for political solidarity. He turned and scowled at the Jesuit priest again. He had forgotten his name, but Dara would know, because he was friendly with this man. The news from Bengal about Portuguese aggression on the empire's subjects had led Emperor Shah Jahan to retaliate, swiftly and powerfully, and yet this priest came with a put-on solemn face and listened to the holy words from the Quran. He came, Aurangzeb thought, not as a man of God but as a representative of the crushed Portuguese in Bengal begging for the emperor's mercy, insinuating himself into the sacred assembly. "Are you tired, beta?" Abul Hassan asked, touching his shoulder. "I think you must be, Nana," Aurangzeb replied, turning to his grandfather and clasping his hand. Much to both of their surprise, he kissed Abul's hand, then let go, his face crimson. "You loved Mama very much." "I did," Abul said, wiping his eyes though he had not shed a tear. All of his crying had dried up in Burhanpur when he saw how his son-in-law and his emperor had been devastated by Mumtaz's death and how the children had begun to loosen their ties to the family and spiral out into minor acts of rebellion that their father had not noticed or tried to control. It is terrible to lose a child before her time, worse yet to be sitting at her first URAs knowing that she will never return to me to us. If things had taken their proper course, I would have gone first and she would have done something like this in remembrance instead, as it should have been, Aurangzeb. They sat quietly a while, Aurangzeb thinking that his grandfather was not so old yet, only in his 60s, but Mama's death had aged too many people because she had been deeply loved. "What are these, URAs, Nana?" Abul turned to him in astonishment. "You don't know. You should have asked the mullah at the mosque. It is a custom here in Hindustan, among the Chistis, the Sufi order in Ajmer, to celebrate death. Not a strange ritual if you think about it. The word URAs come from Arabic, meaning marriage, a meeting between Allah and the soul of the departed. Prince Aurangzeb had been born in India, and he was Indian in every aspect. His knowledge of the countryside, the customs of the subjects of the empire, the passing of time and seasons, the varieties of foods. He had not lived anywhere else or even visited any place where he could not claim to be master and of the royalty. And yet, when his father had chosen to mark the first anniversary of the death of his mother with a ceremony called the URAs, he had not known what it was. His upbringing had been Persian and Turkish, much like those of his ancestors, and this was the first time that one of the Mughal emperors of India, some 100 years after becoming sovereigns here, was adopting one of the local death customs for his own. It was unusual enough that a royal prince had to ask for an explanation. Upriver from where they sat, in the fort at Agra, Emperor Shah Jahan prayed alone, for the same amount of time as they did in public as the URAs ceremony recommended, 1 whole day and 1 whole night. At the end of which, they would distribute food for those who were assembled and arms to the poor who had been gathering outside the Jilaukhana. Dara, the favored one, and Shuja, only a little less in favor, were with Bapur, and he, Aurangzeb, had been dispatched here. But he did not mind very much, for it gave him an opportunity to present himself to these grand and powerful men of the empire, for them to see him and to know him in circumstances such as these. Aurangzeb knew, even this young, that if he was to become emperor after his father and displace the much lauded, much blessed Dara, it would be with the help of these amirs. Look how magnificent all this is, Aurangzeb, and remember to be grateful, Abul said. He gestured around them at the silken tent, 30 feet by 30 feet, the first of 3 in the courtyard. There were 12 smaller ones around, all colored a pale blue, butterflies perched on the open earth left after the demolition of Raja Jaya Singh's Haveli. Grateful, Nana, Aurangzeb said with a quick flash of a smile, which disappeared almost as soon as it had appeared. That little movement softened the burn in his normally intense gaze, made him look more youthful, more of the child he really was, his face smooth with its darkening of hair on the upper lip and the few hairs on his chin that he resolutely refused to shave. Why? His grandfather took hold of his hand and drew him closer. I can remember when my father, your great-grandfather, made us leave Persia in the middle of the night. And on the way, in the great desert, we were beset by dacoits. Somehow, we survived, but they took everything we had. And then Kandahar. His voice trailed away, and Aurangzeb, who had heard this story in some form or another many times from this man, knew that he was thinking of his sister's birth at Kandahar, of her marriage to Emperor Jahangir, of her perfidy toward Shah Jahan and toward her brother. And then, Abul continued, we came to Agra. My father was nothing very much at court for a very long while, even though Emperor Akbar had noticed him, been benevolent enough to grant him a mansab, but he worked hard, beta. Well before my sister married Emperor Jahangir, and this time he talked of her without flinching, my father was made treasurer of the empire. I know, Nana. Both of them conveniently forgot other misdemeanors on the part of the family. Abul's older brother Muhammad had tried to assassinate Emperor Jahangir, and his father had embezzled 50,000 rupees from the treasury, all of which were magically forgiven when Mehranisa became the 20th wife. They forgot that, responding to Abul's pleas, she had made the marriage between Mumtaz and Shah Jahan happen. That she had built her father's tomb north of where they sat, on the other bank of the river. But they did remember that it was this tomb, Abul's father's and Aurangzeb's maternal great-grandfather's, that had provided the plan, the sketch, the very idea for Mumtaz Mahal's tomb. So this, Aurangzeb said, looking around, though seeing nothing more than the walls of the tent, is going to be the part of the complex where the Jilaukhana will be. And they both thought of the vast plans that the architect had drawn up for Emperor Shah Jahan and the exquisite miniature model he had made of the Taj Mahal's complex, intricate in every detail, attention paid to every facet. The complex was to be in 3 parts, the tomb itself on its red sandstone platform at the edge of the river, flanked by a mosque on one side and an assembly hall on the other. Its gardens, with a red sandstone reflecting pool along the center, would be in front of the tomb, landward, naturally. At the southernmost end of the gardens was to be a massive gateway in red sandstone. The main entrance to the tomb. This gateway was part of a forecourt called the Jilaukhana, and this was the second of the 3 parts on the land for which the first race for Mumtaz took place. The third part, beyond the southern gateway to the Jilaukhana, was to be the Taj Ganj, a mammoth square complex that housed bazaars and 4 caravanserais, the incomes from which would fund the care and upkeep of the tomb and the forecourt. The tents for the first race were pitched on a flattened piece of land, ready and awaiting the building of the Jilaukhana. The forecourt would be a rectangular courtyard, built especially for the purpose of allowing visiting nobles to dismount, tether their horses, and refresh themselves before entering the tomb's gardens. It had 4 gateways, east and west, from which, down a long corridor of verandas, there were 2 bazaar streets, and the southern gateway, up a short flight of stairs because of the slope of the land, which eventually gave out into the Tajganj. But the courtyard, the other three ancillary gateways, the bazaar streets trimmed with red stone chajjas or eaves that sluiced rainwater down into the yard, everything paled in comparison to the northern gateway, the Darwaza-e-Roza. Quite simply, the entrance to the tomb, but really called the Great Gate. This darwaza was to be a magnificent structure, seated on its own sandstone platform, the floor of which was inlaid with white marble. It would have a high central arch flanked by 4 smaller arches, 2 on each side, and every arch would actually be a rectangular portal culminating in a peak on top. There would be 4 engaged minarets on the 4 corners, octagonal in shape, topped by white marble cupolas, and the front and back portals were to be capped by 11 freestanding marble cupolas. The building would house a central hall, decorated with marble inlay, with tiny transom windows along the roof line to let in natural light, and when it was completed, a shimmering Aleppo glass chandelier, lowered for lighting by thick chains, hung in the center of the ceiling. The front of the darwaza would also be built of the red sandstone so prolific in the quarries around Agra but inlaid with white marble, into which would be carved, in calligraphic script, the 89th surah from the Quran, which invited believers to step into paradise. "There's hardly anything here now," Aurangzeb said. But the architect's model was meticulous. Mama would have liked it, but then, she liked anything Bapa did. Abul Hassan nodded, his heart brimming. Even in times of such plenty, he could not forget those early days of the flight from Persia or his envy when his sister became an empress. Now his child would lie for eternity in splendor, one day her husband would join her here, or he would perhaps construct a tomb for himself elsewhere. Such were the privileges of royalty. Something his grandson took so much for granted, mocking him when he spoke of being grateful. He studied the boy next to him and felt an abrupt tug of fear. These children his Arjumand had borne, each was an independent, fiery spirit. At times he wished she had had only one son, then there would be no question of succession, no fighting, no fragmenting of the family. But he was nonetheless thankful that she had been so fertile. 4 sons, 3 daughters, these were all good, wanted, blessings from Allah. Though he was still uneasy, somewhere inside, knowing Aurangzeb well. The boy was affectionate and could be kind if he wanted, all hidden, alas, under a mask of strictness and rigidity, so unappealing in someone this young. Unaware of his grandfather's ruminations, Aurangzeb listened to the chanting, joining in, falling silent. He desperately wanted to be king after his father, and he wanted them all to agree to this, even Dara, who thought himself secure and the position rightfully his. And he wanted his beloved Jahan to laud him, to put her hands on his face and smile as she did upon Dara and Shuja. But, as he sat through that night, he was afraid, because he knew that none of this would be easy and that, like his father, he might have to wash forever the blood of his brothers from his hands. As day dawned, 50,000 rupees were distributed to the destitute who clamored outside the chintz screens which had kept the ceremony from the view of the common people. The men left an hour later, and the grounds were cleared of every living person before the ladies of the Zenana came into the enclosure to perform their own URAs. This went on, also, a day and a night, and in the end, Princess Jahanara and Princess Roshanara gave out an equal 50,000 rupees, with their own hands, and from their own incomes, to the poor women assembled. And so ended the first URAs in the Jilaukhana, the brilliant entrance to the tomb. Emperor Shah Jahan viewed the final resting place for his wife thus, a little slice of paradise, set in lush gardens. He had thought of everything in designing the tomb, consulted for hours with his architects on the buildings that would decorate the waterfront and house the grave of his wife, so the entrance to the gardens could not be any less grand for this luminous tomb. 9. His Majesty also plays at Chaugan in dark nights, which caused much astonishment even among clever players. It is impossible to describe the excellency of this game. Ignorant as I am, I can but say little about it. Slgoomer ed. and Hblocchmann trans. The Ena-Akbari, by Abul Fazl Alami. Agra, Monday, December 22, 1632. 10 Jumada al-Thani AH 1042. By the time the male players had left, the Ghariyali was ringing in the end of the second watch of the night. It was so quiet that the sound of the brass gong being struck by the leather-headed mallet rolled cleanly over the walls of the fort and into the Chaugan field. The Ghariyali paused for 5 seconds when he had concluded measuring out the gharis, 7 in all, and then lifted his mallet to follow up with 2 more strikes in quick succession to indicate the end of the second watch. Midnight. And the moon was centered in the sky, its pearl-like face streaked by wisps of thin clouds. Jahanara stood alone in the middle of the polo grounds, a silver brilliance of moonlight around her. Dara, Shuja, and Aurangzeb had played here earlier in the evening, and Roshan and she had watched from a zenana enclosure on one side of the field. Aurangzeb's team had won, Dara and Shuja had played on the opposite side, but they were no match for their brother. When they had been younger, he had run faster than all of them, pumping his arms and legs, his face red with effort. He could ride better, straddling a horse as though he had been born on one. His mouth, even, was quicker to retort. So Aurangzeb had won, because he had wanted to win, and because he had not been expected to do so. Dara was slothful, assured of his position and so uncaring about little wins and losses, as he termed them. Then they had all left. The torches lining the length of the Chaugan field had been extinguished, the slaves and servants had carried away the refreshments, the noblemen watching had gone to their homes and their beds, and the moon had climbed higher, breaking through the low clouds that thronged the horizon. When Roshanara had ascended into her palanquin, Jahanara had made as if to follow her, then slipped back quietly. Around her, a few men pounded divots of tufted brass back into the steaming earth, which still seemed to throb from the reverberation of the horses' hooves. Their heads were bent doggedly to the ground, and they kept their distance, for behind her Ishaq Beg, her Mir Saman, master of the household, ranged along the perimeter of the field. Jahanara turned to him finally and beckoned. When he had run up to her, she said, "Is he here?" "No, Your Highness." The moon was directly overhead now, flooding them with light, but it was a strange blue-black light that cast heavy shadows where it did not touch and set the diamonds in Jahanara's hair to such a glittering sparkle that it was as though her head was aflame with an icy fire. She could see little of Ishaq's expression, but she knew he was fretting, even angry. She knew him well, almost as well as Dara and Shuja, for Ishaq had been brought into Shah Jahan's zenana when he was still very young, a boy of less than 10 perhaps, for his parents were too poor or too indifferent to keep measure of time or dates to be brought up there as a servant, and since he could not have stayed on in the women's quarters once he hit puberty, he was made into a eunuch. "I have to see him, Ishaq," she said. "This is not right, Your Highness," he mumbled, gazing around him into the murk of the kinship trees in the distance and the looming bulk of the Agra fort, from where an upturned bowl of light from the street lamps embraced the skies. There are other ways to meet a man. He could come into the zenana perhaps, but no, he checked himself, that would not be correct either. "Marry him, Your Highness, if your need is so great, then you can visit with him for as long as you like." "I intend to," Jahanara said. "And I will, one day, but not for some time to come yet. I am wanted in the imperial harem." Ishaq Beg glanced at her in surprise. Despite what he had said, this was the first he had heard of her wanting to marry. He had spoken to her as no other man would have dared, not her father or her brothers, chastised the propriety of what she was going to do, suggested a marriage instead, but Jahanara did not mind. There was little Ishak and she had not talked about when they were growing up together. He had sat by her when the mullah came in for lessons, adjusting her veil, helping her with pronunciations. He had lain by her feet when she was unwell, grasping the heated skin of her shins and calves. He, not her mother, had held and pacified her at the sight of that first monthly blood, though he had not known what it was or why it had happened. A few years ago, curious, Jahanara had asked him what it was like to have no feeling, no tug of the sensual, the sexual being within. He shrugged and gazed into her eyes directly, with no sense of embarrassment. It happened before I knew very much about it. I know no other life but this one. I've seen other men maddened by their lust for women, blinded by it, so perhaps I am better off. Do you regret it, Ishak? It had taken him a long while to respond to that question, months, in fact, but Jahanara had not forgotten that she had asked it of him. And when he said, "No, Your Highness, for I would not then have had the privilege of serving you," she knew it was nothing other than the truth. Even with astounding candor such as this, neither of them had forgotten their place in the world. She was a royal princess and Ishak Beg her eunuch, her slave, and her servant. They were, Jahanara thought now, as close as two human beings could be, with an undefined friendship. He was not her brother, her father, her mother, or her sister, and yet he was all of these, in some ways more devoted because his life was hers. And yet, she had not said anything to him of meeting Mirza Najabat Khan in March, nor that she had thought of him every day, watched for him as Bapa sat in the imperial court, and finally sent him the summons because she could not bear not being near him any longer. Ishak, who had been her mother's favorite eunuch, and still her closest friend in the imperial zenana, had not known until this moment that his princess had fallen in love with the courtier. "He is here, Your Highness," Ishak said, turning toward the right end of the Chaugan field, where a man waited, his horse's reins held secure in his hands, the animal quiescent and obedient. "And I will be within call." "I do not fear him, Ishak," Jahanara said softly. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Two grooms, their eyes to the ground, brought a gleaming white production horse up to her and fled as soon as her hand had touched its bridle, not even daring to stay on to help her into the saddle, though it had been many years since she had needed such assistance. But they ran because she had shed the long length of her white chiffon veil on the earth before she walked to the middle of the field, was clad now only in a white silk choli, which hugged her figure, the sleeves caressing her wrists, and a pair of pantaloons gathered at her waist in folds which narrowed down to her ankles. Her hair, rolled and pinned neatly at her nape, was studded with diamonds, and the stones glittered on the silk of her outfit also. Jahanara laughed, the sound breaking out of her as she put her foot into the stirrup and swung up into the saddle. She had ordered specifically for this horse to be brought from the imperial stables for her tonight because it was from Badakhshan, where Mirza Najabat Khan also found his lineage, and because of the spray of black, like an ink spot, on its pristine white forehead, the only color it had anywhere on its body. The horse rode well, a little inclined to spiritedness, but it wanted only to fly, not trot, across the empty Chaugan grounds. Jahanara had covered part of the way to the end of the field when the man met her halfway and reined in his horse beside hers. Perhaps he had not seen her fully in riding across toward her, but when his horse had stilled to a mere moving of its hooves, he glanced at her naked face and then away. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon," he said. "Look at me, Mirza Najabat Khan." He did, turning back not with reluctance but with an eagerness and a boldness that sent a thrill through her. In the sparkle of the silver light that surrounded them, his eyes were almost black, and the moonlight touched the planes of his face, painted his broad forehead, the slant of his cheekbones, and dipped into darkness in the hollows of his eyes and under his nose. "I would not have thought. ... He went no further with that statement. That I would be so daring. He nodded uncertainly. She had been brave here, in letting a man who was not her husband see her face, audacious in inviting him to the polo grounds in the middle of the night for a meeting, perhaps unwise also. But in that first moment when they talked, Jahanara forgot everything else. Their mounts snickered, and Najabat Khan's gaze fell upon the mark on her Badakhshan horse's forehead. He reached out to stroke it, his hand moving involuntarily. I had only heard of this horse in His Majesty's stables. It traces its bloodlines to the Macedonian Alexander's horse, Bucephalus. That horse was a brute in legend, known for its speed and strength, and it is said that all of its descendants have this splatter of black on their forehead and one blue eye. There was awe in his voice, and when Jahanara's horse whinnied and shook its head, Najabat yanked his hand away. Jahanara watched him with a small smile, amused at his admiration for a mere horse, irritated as well that he had not glanced upon its rider again. He has a blue eye, she said. How did His Majesty acquire him? Najabat asked, still engrossed by the animal. There is a story that one of the king of Badakhshan's aunts, whose husband had owned the only stables with the descendants of Bucephalus, killed all of them, rendering the line extinct. I cannot believe that one such still exists. He was bred in the imperial stables, Mirza Najabat Khan. Jahanara was suddenly weary of this talk and of Najabat's obsession with the horse. She had asked for it to be brought to the Chaugan fields as a mount for her this evening. Precisely because of its history and its lineage. There were 39 others like this one in the stables reserved for the horses of Badakhshan, each said to be bred from Alexander's horse, and they were magnificent animals. But so was she. The man opposite her lifted his head in acknowledgement and gazed directly into her eyes for the first time. His expression gave nothing away, but he did not leave either. Jahanara was certain that there were people in the field watching them. Her grooms and Sisas and Ishak Beg were there, of course, but others whose business it was to spy, to whisper into ears, to spread calumny. But she had not cared when she asked for Najabat Khan to come here, in part because she was the Begum Sahib of the imperial harem, the most powerful woman within, and in part because she had wanted to be with him. Now, a shiver racked her body when she felt his eyes upon her, this close, a few feet away at most, and if he lifted a hand to reach out to her as he had to her horse, he could touch her. You do not have to be here, Mirza Najabat, Jahanara said quietly. I thank you for coming, but it is dangerous, as you well know, and I am better protected than you are. He did not reply for a while, and Jahanara felt a flush warm her face under his fixed scrutiny. Here, in the cobalt darkness of the night, she was shy in his presence. What would it be like, she wondered, in a bedchamber with candles glowing on the walls, his every expression open and lit for her. Are we to have a race, Your Highness? Do you play Chaugan, Mirza Najabat Khan? Jahanara had to steady her voice when she spoke. He drew in a breath. Ah, that is it then. I play. Laughter radiated from her face, and her expression softened. The cool blues of the moon's overhead light set the diamonds in her hair to dazzling. What else, on a Chaugan field? What else indeed, Your Highness? I was stupid to think that you might not be able to, he said, and in his voice there was a trace of admiration. I hear you are a stellar player. No, Your Highness, merely good, and I don't think it immodest to say so, since there are many others better than I. His Highness Prince Aurangzeb is superb. A game? Jahanara asked. Her right hand lifted casually into the air, and two grooms materialized by their sides and offered them polo sticks. Najabat Khan's was fashioned with silver casings on the wood, and even in the slight verses in Persian that lauded the game were visible in the silver. Jahanara's stick was similar to his, a little shorter and encased in gold. The metals gleamed dully in their hands. It is a dangerous game, Your Highness, Najabat said. Only if your seat is not good, Mirza Najabat, Princess Jahanara replied before digging her heels into her horse's flanks and riding away. Her voice came floating back to him through the cool night. They tell me I'm one of the best. If I may be modest enough to say so. As they reached the center of the field, Ishaq Beg shouted, "Hup!" And they saw him set fire to a puck and fling it into the sky. The fire burned sparsely as the puck flew in the air and landed on the ground between them. At the same time, tiny torches flashed around the field, marking out the boundary. Earlier in the evening, these grounds had been lit by bigger torches, held aloft to throw their light into every corner, and the puck that had been used was embedded with glass and semi-precious stones so that it sparkled in the firelight. Jahanara and Najabat used a plain wood puck, fashioned out of palas or kinshuk wood, a dense and thick hardwood that burned slowly. The kinshuk tree, which grew everywhere in the Indo-Gangetic plains, thrived in the beating sun, arid conditions, and poor soil. Even as Jahanara bent to knock the flaming puck into the air again and toward Najabat's goal at the far end, the grove of kinshuks growing at the foot of the Agra fort's battlements were in full and early bloom. By this time of the year, the leaves had fallen from the tree's black and gnarled branches, and they were thickly laden instead with clusters of orange and vermilion-colored flowers. The flowers had no discernible perfume, merely an unmatched beauty. On a bright day when the sky was a cerulean blue, the trees stood out starkly against this background with their burning flowers, and so they were locally called Flame of the Forest. They played for a third of a ghadi, approximately an hour, and did not talk for the whole time, even at the ends of the chukkas, each of which lasted 7 minutes. 7 minutes of play, and 5 minutes of resting in between. And for each chukkar, Jahanara changed her mount. A groom came to lead away her steaming animal and replace it with another, cooler, fresher horse. Every horse had the mark of Bucephalus on its forehead, and Najabat Khan slowly became used to the luxury of being around these precious animals, used so casually in a Chaugan game. There was a string of horses for him also from the imperial stables, lesser mounts than those Jahanara was riding, but Najabat did not mind. In the beginning, Najabat Khan had reined in his horse, allowed his princess to knock the puck from his control and even take it toward the goal. But a short while into the game he realized that she was no amateur either at riding or at Chaugan, and he stanched his impulse to be generous or kind. And so, they thundered up and down the polo grounds, riding hard, breathing even harder, their arms and thighs aching by the end. As they played, a robust fog rolled off the Yamuna river and crept around the streets inside the Agra fort, then broke free to march over the grounds. Soon, the only sounds they could hear were of their panting and their horses breathing in the silence, and they could only thinly discern the flaming, flying puck, glittering gold in the white of the fog. "We should stop now, Your Highness," Najabat Khan said, bringing his horse close to Jahanara. They were ensconced in a cocoon of white, and the temperature had dropped as time had passed, but they were both too heated to feel the change. "Yes," Jahanara replied. "I can no longer see where I am going." He reached out to hold her hand, and Jahanara felt dizzy with joy. Her heart thundered and crashed in her chest, and she felt the warmth of his skin as his fingers enclosed hers. She let her gaze drop, too overcome even to look at him anymore. "Our path is perfectly clear to me, Your Highness," he said. "I know where we are headed." He bowed from his saddle. "I will not disagree with you on one point, you are indeed entitled to call yourself a good rider. And I commend you on the Hooghly problem, Your Highness." She blushed again. "Your help was invaluable. I wrote here a few words of advice, Your Highness. You advised His Majesty well. He is fortunate to have you. Indeed, any man would be fortunate." When he hesitated, as though afraid that he had said too much, Jahanara said, "A safe ride back home, Mirza Najabat Khan." She pulled her hand out of his grasp with a half laugh. This is unwise. As on the other occasion, he asked. When her brows knit in confusion, he said, but never mind that, now I know and will wait for your call again. Until the next time, Your Highness. Thank you. When Jahanara Begum entered her chambers an hour later, she was tired, her entire body ached, but she was humming with exhilaration. The Chaugan game had been enough for her to justify considering Najabat Khan as a husband. If Mama had been alive, none of this would have been necessary. Mama would have told her that she was to marry this man, any man, and she would have submitted. Although perhaps she would have used Ishaq Beg to find out something about him and protested the choice if necessary. But now, it was she who had to do this duty to herself. This was woman's work, and neither Bapa nor her brothers would care or be adept at this, thinking only of political connections or dowries in relation to marriages. A woman always wanted more than that. For Jahanara, Najabat would be an only husband. He was married, of course, he already had 2 other wives, but once he married her, Jahanara decided, there would be no others, and the previous 2 would cease to exist. She slept then, a dreamless and contented sleep. In another part of the Zenana, Roshanara Begum was awake and leaning over the balustrade of the balcony that fronted the Yamuna river. She stood there until the sun came to claim the skies again. When she turned to go into her rooms again and prepare for her father's morning jaraka, it was evident that she had been crying. But she dressed carefully and washed her eyes with cool water to soothe the redness in them. As she left her chambers, she put a palm-size velvet sack of silver coins into the hands of one of the eunuchs outside, who had come back from the polo grounds in the middle of the night and bent to whisper in her ear as she slept. Earlier in the year, just before Mumtaz Mahal's first URAs were celebrated in the Jilaukhana of the Luminous Tomb, Emperor Shah Jahan had given orders for the siege on the Portuguese settlement in Hooghly in Bengal, on the eastern edge of the empire. Since Najabat Khan had first brought Dara and her news of the Portuguese rebellion, if it could be termed thus, on their travel back to Agra, Jahanara had sent him 2 missives about the situation. They had been simple communications in writing, for Najabat Khan could not come into the imperial harem, or meet her anywhere else in public, without setting tongues astir with gossip. But letters, on paper, opened and read in front of the Zenana's eunuchs and slaves and any other royal woman who passed by, were disregarded. The politics of the situation did not bother most of the women, and they thought it mere dabbling on Jahanara's part. She had had to drag Dara away from his studies of Hinduism with the Brahmin priests who came for his instruction, or from his pleasures, such as they were, with dancers from the harem, or jugglers or men with pet monkeys that performed tricks. Come, Dara, be serious. What should we do, really do, about the Hooghly problem? Jahanara had said in exasperation as Dara's attention wandered yet again to the book he was currently reading. Does it really matter, Jahan? Dara had asked. We are to celebrate the anniversary of Mama's death in a week, and here you worry about the Firanges who have set up a fort at Gholghat and call themselves kings of a tiny sliver of land somewhere in the steamy, heated, mosquito-ridden waters of the Bay of Bengal. What does it matter? Mirza Najabat Khan thinks we should do something. Dara had lifted a languid eyebrow. He does. Why the interest in Mirza Najabat Khan? He has helped me. Dara, you know Bapa is in no fit state to tackle this, and you insist upon your entertainments. Hooghly cannot be ignored. The Portuguese grow more and more conceited every day, and they must be stopped. Prince Dara Shikoh had shaken his head, and Jahanara had sat back on her knees beside him. He would not listen to what was patently common sense because he had begun a friendship with the Jesuit priests at Agra, especially Father Henry Bussy, and invited them into his apartments for religious discussions with the Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain priests. As a mode of study, this was all very well, but grumblings had reached her ears from court, carried in Aurangzeb's voice, that Dara was too lax in following the precepts of Islam, that he paid too much attention to other religious beliefs and not enough to his own. As of now, the talk was so little as to be insignificant, and it was untrue, this much Jahanara knew. Dara's curiosity, his open-mindedness, were purely intellectual, but even such little talk was dangerous. They were Muslim, Islam was their one and only faith, and it was unimaginable that the Mughal emperor of Hindustan could profess or be devoted to any other religion. Dara had to take care. But how did one tell him this? He was as obstinate about his beliefs as he had been indolent about politics. When she sighed, he had said, "I know as much as you do about Hooghly, Jahan, and troops will be sent there. I've asked Bapa to send a farman to Qasim Khan, the governor of Bengal, to lay siege to the Portuguese settlement at Hooghly and demolish it. Not a single able-bodied man will survive, and if the women and children live, they will be our slaves for the rest of their lives." And so it had come about. The assault on the Portuguese should have been brief, thunderous, ravaging, but to everyone's surprise, they had held out long beyond any time frame considered reasonable, a whole 3 months. It had taught them all a lesson, Jahanara thought now in December of 1632, about the value of allowing foreigners to entrench themselves so deeply in Mughal land that they began to consider it their own. The Portuguese had first come to the Indian coast in the late 1400s, when Vasco da Gama landed a ship in a southeastern kingdom, and had departed, cannily, with a vague treaty for trade from the local king and left behind a battalion of men to form a settlement. The first Mughal emperor found his way to Hindustan only in 1526, over a quarter of a century later. Then there had been an English embassy at the Mughal court headed by Sir Thomas Roe and a slew of representatives from the Dutch East India Company. All of these other Firanges the Portuguese Jesuits had fought hotly in skirmishes around the empire, slowly acquiring the lands on the western coast, Bombay, Daman, Diu, and Goa, at the last of which was the seat of the Portuguese viceroy to India. They had made forays into the eastern coastline also, in and around the Bay of Bengal, settling first at Sidgao and moving to Hooghly, on the river by the same name, when the river's waters near Sidgao began to silt up and left the port unusable for large ships. In Hooghly, the Portuguese had begun to build in earnest a fort at Gholghat, a Jesuit church, a seminary, splendid mansions for people. And in the transferring of the crown from Emperor Jahangir to Emperor Shah Jahan, their confidence had grown, resulting in this wrecking. But they should not have underestimated either the wrath or the power of Emperor Shah Jahan and his favorite daughter, the Begum Sahib Jahanara. At the end of the imperial siege, Hooghly lay devastated. 5,000 men from the settlement died violent and terrible deaths. Their women and children were fashioned into a walking caravan and made to cover the distance between Hooghly and Agra, some 750 miles, on foot like cattle. When they reached Agra, they were given two choices: convert to Islam or die. In the end, most of them converted, and they were given away to the amirs at court for use in their harems, or for use as slaves, or as anything they wanted. When the news of the conquest arrived, Jahanara had come upon Dara in his gardens, staring morosely out into the deep afternoon shadows under a tamarind tree. "What is it?" she had asked. "The Jesuit fathers will not come to my religious sessions," he had said. "Dara," she had put a hand on his shoulder, "don't feel compassion for them, or rely so entirely upon someone else who is but a servant in your lands. A good and just emperor will not. So you must learn too." He'd stripped a stalk of the green tamarind of its leaves, scattering them on the ground before him. "I want to marry, Jahan," he had said. "It is time this good emperor had sons for the empire." "Who?" she had asked, amused by his change in mood. You are thinking of someone, or shall I find her for you?
Dara had said almost shyly, Nadira. Their cousin, Jahanara had thought, their uncle Pavizar's daughter, who had come back to Agra with them when they left Burhanpur. There was no reason to consider this anything other than a good match. She was a royal and had no brothers who would cause trouble in the future for Dara in coveting the throne, and they had all known Nadira as children. I will talk to Bapa, she had said, rising and thinking of how easy it had been to furnish Dara with a wife, and one of his wanting. If only she could herself arrange, and so, a few months later, she had sent a summons to Mirza Najabat Khan to meet her in the Chaugan grounds, setting unwittingly into motion an open, though unacknowledged, war between her sister and her. 10. The firstborn son of King Shah Jahan was the Prince Dara, a man of dignified manners, of a comely countenance, joyous and polite in conversation, ready and gracious of speech, kindly and compassionate, but overconfident in his opinion of himself. He assumed that fortune would invariably favor him. William Irwin, trans. Storia du Moghul or Mughal India, by Nikolai Manucci 1653–1708. Agra, Monday, January 25, 1633, 14 Rajab AH 1042. The rubies, Your Highness. The tray sits in its own stand, on your right, Jahanara called out. The servant looked about indecisively, shoulders hunched over by the weight he was carrying, not daring to lift his gaze in the direction of her voice. When he did not move, she sighed and said sharply, Near the silks, no, not the reds, the blues. Move it closer. She watched his fumbling movements with exasperation, her fingers entwined between the carved floral gaps in the 2-inch thick marble screen behind the throne. It was the middle of the third watch of the day, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the winter sun had finally seared through the morning's mist to fling a sheer golden veil of light around the courtyard. But Jahanara's vision was limited by the screen, and press as she would her face to the cool stone, she could still not see what the servant was doing and whether he had followed her orders. When she leaned back, the pattern of the marble was stamped on her cheek, the side of her mouth, and a part of her forehead. She was in the Zennar enclosure behind the throne in the Diwan-i-Am, the hall of public audience, at the fort at Agra. The hall itself was a mammoth open courtyard, circumscribed by one-story high corridor arches in red sandstone. At one end of the yard was this rectangular veranda jutting out into the grass, with 9 arches on the front and 3 on each of its 2 sides. The fourth side of the veranda was built into the fort itself and contained a throne room, a little corral, built entirely in gleaming white marble, whittled with niches for candles around Emperor Shah Jahan's gaddi. The marble was inlaid on every possible surface, flat and recessed, with gleaming blue and reds and greens, turquoise, corals, and jasper, wrought in the shapes of blooming flowers and vines. The throne room was the jewel set within the veranda of the Diwan-i-Am and had been solely Emperor Shah Jahan's vision. The veranda had a flat roof and sat on a 3-foot-high sandstone platform. Its pillars were white but actually built in sandstone and polished with a high-gloss lime chun. Princess Jahanara Begum was standing behind the throne's recess, within the walls of the fort, and trying to direct from there the 30 servants who were scurrying around in the veranda. She had ordered the floor of the veranda to be meticulously cleaned and laid over with cotton mattresses, and she had brought thick Persian rugs in deep reds and carpeted the whole from one end to the other. When that was done, the men had disappeared one by one into the zennar behind her, to a special anteroom where they were given their precious burdens, which they brought out in a procession. These were all presents that Jahanara was giving to Dara and Nadira for their wedding, and today she was going to display them for the court to see, as was traditional before a marriage took place. Jahanara put her hand on the latch of the door which led into the throne area, and another hand was laid on her wrist at the same time. "What are you doing?" Sati Khanum said. "You cannot go out until the servants have left." The princess took her hand away from the door. "I know, Sati, but they are dolls, with no sense about how to arrange the gifts. Look, that man has spilled the rubies." And so he had. As he turned, the lower edge of his kaaba had brushed against the tray and sent it thumping onto the carpets. The rubies had scattered over the red Persian rugs, glowing with a fire's heart. The man glanced behind him toward Jahanara and Sati Khanum, whom he could not see, and crouched to gather the faceted stones in the skirt of his long tunic. When the rubies were collected, he stood there staring at the burden on his lap. His mouth was loose, his face filled with longing and awe. His monthly salary was 3 rupees, and in the folds of his clothing he held a khazana worth at least 40,000 rupees. His hands quivered with want. "I must go," Jahanara said, and, pulling her veil over her head, she opened the door and stepped out onto the balcony. As the servants watched in mute astonishment, she drew her long ghagara around her knees and vaulted down into the veranda. Ishaq Beg said harshly, "Get out." And the men fled down the long halls of the veranda and into the tepid sunshine. The 15 eunuchs guarding them brushed and patted them down as they exited the courtyard, tripping over each other in their haste to leave. Sati Khanum followed Jahanara into the veranda in a much more leisurely fashion, out into the zenner at the back of the throne and down steps. "You are always in a hurry, Jahan," she said. "Some caution would have been advisable." Jahanara nodded, only half listening. Sati was the older sister of Emperor Jahangir's poet laureate, Talab-i-Amuli, and had lived in Persia until he called for her to come to Hindustan. Here, Talab had the emperor's ear, and he had his sister assigned to Jahangir's son's harem when she was 40 years old, aged already by Mughal standards. To the young Mumtaz Mahal, she had provided counsel and companionship and stayed by her side through her numerous confinements, looking after the children as they grew older, taking over the education of the princesses. And yet, Jahanara thought, as Sati and Ishaq fetched and carried the trays on her orders and laid them out where they would be viewed at their best, she was stifled by Sati's sternness, her constant cautions, her very chatter. Sati was an old woman now, as old as Jahanara's grandmothers would have been, her face lined deeply in the forehead and around the mouth. Her back was stooped, and some of her teeth were missing. For Sati Khanum, entry into the imperial zenna, being attached to the quarters of the woman who became empress, had been beneficial. She had an adopted daughter, a girl she had taken for her own upon coming to Hindustan, who was married to Amanat Khan, who had been recently hired as a calligrapher for the luminous tomb. She had continued on in the imperial harem, had amassed riches in gifts and bonuses from her mistress, and thought of herself as supreme after the princesses. Sati had taught Jahanara Persian and verses from the Quran, and, in the change of power from Mumtaz Mahal to her daughter, had forgotten that Princess Jahanara Begum was no longer her student. When all had been arranged, Sati and Jahanara stood in the center of the veranda. "Such treasures for the prince and his wife," Sati said in a whisper. For treasures they were. A month before, Jahanara had sent 100,000 rupees worth of jewels and clothing to her uncle Prince Parvez's widow, who had taken a house along the banks of the Yamuna river a short distance from the fort, for the first part of the wedding proceedings. That had been merely a promise. Laid out in front of her was the rest of what she was going to give Dara and Nadira. Massive gold trays piled with lustrous raw silks from Thailand in colors of rose and pearl, 10 diamond necklaces worth between 50 and 100,000 rupees set in heavy gold, bangles studded with rubies and pearls, muslins as fine as summer mist fashioned into pantaloons and bodices and veils. And each of these had gold and silver zari embroidered into the fabric, strewn with diamonds, emeralds, pearls, and rubies. A merchant had brought a bag full of rubies from Badakhshan, and Jahanara had bought his entire inventory for Dara, unable to resist the glow of red, like luscious pomegranate seeds, overcome by emotion because the Balas rubies were mined in the land where Mirza Najabat Khan claimed his ancestry. He would see these rubies also, later in the evening, when the Begum Sahib's gifts to her brother would be presented to the nobles at court by the light of torches and candles, the colors of the silk muted, the diamonds sparkling. And a few hours from now, Emperor Shah Jahan would visit the Diwan-i-Am himself, along with the ladies of the imperial harem, to view the gifts. Jahanara recognized the wonderment in Satti Khanum's voice, mingled with a little jealousy and some frustration, and she smiled to herself. She had a huge income from her father, and this was the value of all that money. The envy was directed toward her, not Dara or Nadira, who would receive all this magnificence, because it meant she could so easily give away so much and not miss it. There were perfume bottles at another corner filled with musk oil from Bhutan, and the bottles themselves were created out of turquoise enamel, studded with crystals and corals, their stoppers made from blue Aleppo glass. How much did this all cost? Sati asked. Jahanara laughed, her voice echoing off the walls of the Diwan-i-Am, and she said, as carelessly as she could, about 2 million rupees. I think. I do not know for sure, Sati. You are a generous sister, Jahan. Yes, I am. But this is not everything. Is all this for us? They both turned to see Nadira standing at one end of the veranda. She was clad in thin white muslin, 6 layers of peshwas, flimsy pants underneath, her head uncovered. A breeze stirred through the cusped arches that linked the pillars, and her clothes swirled around her. Nadira had the capacity for immense grace, Jahanara thought, and then wondered if that was why Dara had fallen in love with her. There were others he could have chosen to marry, and he would eventually marry others, but Nadira had captured his heart. It was difficult for Jahanara to see what the attraction was for this creature who glided everywhere, whose presence was so light, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells heard at a distance. She was a wraith with little substance. Nadira was slight, in her physical appearance and in the force of her character. For Dara and you, she said, how lovely all of it is. The wines, Nadira touched a light finger over the green glass bottles embellished with gold stoppers. Are they from Kashmir? The ones you like so much? Yes. Dara enjoys this wine also. Nadira, Jahanara tried to be gentle. Do you wish to be married to Dara? Nadira looked up at her. She was a couple of inches shorter than Jahanara, with a steady gaze that turned her hazel eyes dark. What a ridiculous question, Jahan. And so close to the wedding. Satti Khanum cleared her throat, and Jahanara stepped back. It was preposterous to ask a bride this just before she was to be married. Especially since the couple were all but married, the wedding presents had been sent to Nadira's mother's house in December as a guarantee. Jahanara herself had spent lavishly and worked tirelessly on the preparations, and there were only 6 days until the official ceremony. A husband, Nadira said slowly, is a blessing from Allah. I could not ask for another man to be my husband, one so accomplished, so beloved, so erudite. But then there is no one such as Dara. You should know all this, Jahan. I do, my dear, Princess Jahanara said. I wanted to make sure you did also. Enough, Sati said, bristling. Enough talk. Nadira, you must go back home now. It is unseemly for you to be here in the imperial palaces looking over your presents. Nadira nodded. She said, with a half smile, Jahan, once Dara and I are in a few months. I mean, we will look for husbands for both Roshan and you. As your sister, as your brother's wife, I will take it to be my duty. She waved to them and left the veranda by the steps leading into the zenna. Jahanara felt laughter spill out of her. She is not as inanimate as she makes us think. She is going to find me a husband? Sati Khanum's expression was somber, her mouth tight, her eyebrows rigid. It is good you find mirth in this situation, Jahan. But remember, a married woman has more influence, more standing than an unmarried one. We are born to but one purpose, to be wives and mothers. There is no other self to us than that. You must marry too, someday, and go to grace your husband's home. There followed a long pause as Jahanara thought about this. She roamed the veranda of the divan I am, smoothing out the drape of a silk here, tapping the dazzling stones of a pair of earrings there. She did not believe Sati Khanum entirely. There was some truth to what she had said, but it applied only to women who had no wealth, no status, no eminence in society. Princess Jahanara Begum was the head of Emperor Shah Jahan's imperial zenna, the Begum Sahib. The title itself was constructed to place her in the harem. If she had been the ruling wife of the emperor, she would have been called the Padshah Begum. But both of her Bapa's remaining wives were shadow women, as insubstantial when her mother was dead as when she had been alive. They lived in the luxury they expected, with sizable incomes, servants at their call any time of day or night, silks and jewelry in piled marsas, but without any actual authority. In the Mughal harem, the most powerful woman was the one most dear to the emperor, and in this case, for the first time in the history of the Mughals, it was the daughter and not the wife. Sati Khanum knew this, of course she knew this, Jahanara thought, as she listened to the skirts of Sati's ghagara sweeping the thick pile of the carpets behind her. This was why, after Mumtaz Mahal's death, she had attached herself to Jahanara, not Roshan, not the two other wives of the emperor. They could not have celebrated Dara's wedding so splendidly, Jahanara said, more to herself than to her companion. No, Sati answered, as though she had followed her ward's train of thought all the way through. But they are here to stay and will not leave when you do. And the gap formed from your absence, one of them is sure to fill. She stopped abruptly, and Princess Jahanara watched her think this time and saw a realization map her face. When Jahanara left to marry, one of her father's wives would again be supreme in the imperial zenna, and in the tussle for domination, Sati might well be left without a role to play. Perhaps she should not advertise either her attachment to or her exhilaration in being the Begum Sahib's servant so openly. Perhaps a little diplomacy, a division of affections, was advisable. Jahanara felt sudden pity for the woman, because she was herself privileged as no one else in the imperial zenna was, beloved of her father, possessed of a wealth unimaginable to any other woman, perhaps anywhere else in the world. As she stood in the midst of the shimmering stack of presents she was giving her brother on the occasion of his wedding, Jahanara knew that she was etching her name in history. One day, 400 or 500 years from now, posterity would talk with amazement of her generosity, her open hand, her dominance over the glittering zenna. She had more money than Dara, the crown prince, the much-touted heir. All of this had cost her only about a tenth of her annual income. You have something else on your mind, Sati? Or do you wish to go? Jahanara asked, wearied by the talk and her emotions. To think that the two of them, Nadira and Sati, so inconsequential themselves, would consider her so just because she did not have the protection of a husband. Even more insulting was that they thought she would lose the protection of her father. I heard, Sati said and then hesitated, about Mirza Najabat Khan, the Chaugan at midnight. It was inappropriate, Jahan, so unlike you to act on impulse. If you are indeed wanting a man, I would advise a marriage. I will talk with your Bapa if you wish. You know I am here in the place of your mother. Give me the opportunity to do this for you. It was no impulse, Sati, Jahanara replied, fighting to keep her voice firm, even reasonable. That there would be gossip, she had known, but for Sati Khanum to talk thus, in terms of her wanting just any man, and then assume Mama's place in her heart. This was unthinkable and far beyond a servant's duties. And I will speak with Bapa when I consider it necessary. You are young, my dear. My mama was married at 19, Sati, and she was betrothed to Bapa 5 years before that. Jahan, if your Bapa should come to know of, is that a threat, Sati? Of course not, the older woman said hurriedly. It is impossible that you would even think so. Am I nothing to you, Jahan? Remember that I have taught you since you were a child, been by your mother's side, am still here now for you poor, motherless children. I do know all of this, Sati, Jahanara said quietly, and now I must be alone. She would not apologize. If her mama had still been alive, there would have been at least one woman who had some authority over her. Sati, for all of her sagacity and obvious interest in them, was not her mother. Jahanara thought that all of her immense power and wealth, both in the Zennar and at court, had given her the merest smidgen of arrogance, but it was well deserved. And the Mughal kings and queens had learned the value of having this confidence in themselves, of heeding the advice of retainers and courtiers but paying attention to their own opinions both within and without the harem. Some years ago, Emperor Akbar had had to battle his regent, Bahram Khan, for ascendancy when he attained his majority, for the regent had come to think of the empire left in his safekeeping as his own and, in the Zennar, Akbar's wet nurse, Mahamanagha, had assumed a place of eminence that had been more difficult for him to shake. Jahanara knew well all these stories from the past, had studied them carefully, and just as cautiously had chosen the women and the eunuchs who surrounded her, but she never let them think of themselves as being more than what they were, servants, retainers, and slaves. Sati left, her step faltering, although she was already eager to pay a visit to Emperor Shah Jahan's wives. Perhaps she could say she had come to invite them personally for their stepson's marriage. But the two women in the veranda had left something unsaid and hanging in the air between them. Without the persuasive influence of Empress Mumtaz Mahal, was it possible that Emperor Shah Jahan, having just lost one beloved woman in his life, would allow the other, his daughter, to marry and carry her affections away from the imperial Zennar to the harem of another man? A week later, on February 1, 1633, Jahanara sent henna to Nadira's mother's house on the banks of the Yamuna river, and along with it the sachak, the official wedding gift to the bride. 200 servants went on foot in a procession, bearing upon their heads, hands, and shoulders round silver and gold platters heaped with brocades from Gujarat and Banaras and jewels from Satagaon and Surat. In front of the men, Ishaq Beg carried a plate with 15 solid gold cups, in the depths of which lay pungent-smelling henna paste, made from the crushed central veins, the petioles, of the henna leaves. To fill the cups to their brims, thousands of henna leaves had been harvested when they had just unfurled at the break of dawn, dewdrops still glittering like crystals on the young green. The leaves themselves would work well enough for dyeing hands and legs and hair with brilliant orange, but for Dara's Hinabandi ceremony, Jahanara had ordered each tiny leaf to be stripped of its petiole, where the concentration of the dye was at its highest, and these slender veins were then powdered in marble mortars, mixed with water from the Ganges, and set to rest in their gold cups. At Nadira's house, the women waited eagerly for the gifts and the henna, and the whole day was spent in singing, dancing, and decorating all the women's hands and legs in lush designs. Jahanara and Roshanara did not attend the ceremony, and they were not to attend the wedding itself. Their role, as Dara's sisters, was to wait in the imperial palaces to welcome Dara home with his bride the next day. Dara went to Nadira's house late in the afternoon and was ushered into the women's quarters so that one of Nadira's sisters could adorn the skin of his hands and his feet with little dots of henna. The next day, Emperor Shah Jahan went to his oldest son's apartments in the Agra fort just as he had finished dressing and fastened the wedding sera across his forehead. It was a crown that tied at the back. For the common man, the sera was made of fresh flowers woven into strings. Dara's sera, a gift from his father, was a thick band of gold embedded with diamonds, which ended in velvet ropes at the back of his head, and in the front there were 20 strings of pearls, each 8 inches long and each corded with perfectly matched pink pearls the size of cherry stones. The strings ended in a ruby apiece, lavishly faceted and glowing with fire. Shah Jahan then took a farman from a pocket of his brocade kaba and handed it to Dara. "What is it, Bapa?" Dara asked, weighing the rolled sheet of paper in his hands. "A gift. Your sister has given you so much, your father can do no less." Prince Dara Shikoh unrolled the scroll and read its contents. As a wedding present, he had been given the city of Lahore, all the buildings contained within, the taxes from its bazaars, the people who lived there, the duties from its custom houses. He felt a rush of tears behind his eyelids and blinked them away. Lahore was one of the seats of the Mughal emperor, as much a capital city as Agra and Delhi. When his father came to stay, he would from now on come as his son's guest. In the handing over of the farman, Emperor Shah Jahan had made his oldest son very wealthy, almost on par with his oldest daughter. The revenues would be Dara's to do with as he pleased, to reinvest, to spend in constructing gardens or sarais or mansions anywhere in the empire. He bent to perform the Cornish to his father, and Shah Jahan stopped his hand as it rose to his head in the salutation. "You are my son, Dara. From you I do not expect servitude," he said, smiling. "Bapa, thank you. I do not know how to express my gratitude. You have given to me one of the jewels of your empire, and I will guard it jealously." "As you will, eventually, the empire itself, Dara," Shah Jahan said almost inaudibly, speaking to himself, but Dara heard him, and this first concrete indication of his father's wishes sent a thrill through him. He was superstitious, so he attributed this good fortune to the woman he was about to marry. Nadira had brought all this to him. He stepped back and let the pearl strings of the sera fall about his face again. Dara, the bridegroom, was also to be veiled during the ceremony. Only later, in their bedchamber, according to custom, would the bride and groom lift the coverings on their faces and see each other for the first time. The wedding was held in the Shah Burj at Agra Fort, and here, they deviated from established custom that it take place in the bride's house. The house that Nadira's mother had rented was small, inconsequential, and unsuitable for the wedding of the heir to the Mughal Empire. Upon his accession, Emperor Shah Jahan had begun to build in earnest, laying foundations in stone, marble, and semi-precious inlay, for he knew that he would die eventually, his bones would crumble to dust, his imperial farmans shrivel in the mouths of white ants. But stone would survive and stand to proclaim to the people of Hindustan how powerful and wealthy their emperor had been. The first place he had turned his architect's gaze upon was the fort at Agra, built originally by his grandfather Emperor Akbar and added on to by his father, Jahangir. he had demolished, without a scruple, the buildings fronting the Yamuna River within the walls of the fort and made plans for them to be replaced by faultless white marble in a series of halls, both public and private, and Zennar apartments. One of these was the Shah Burj. It was situated where the walls of the fort curved sharply inward, and here the Shah Burj stood, an octagonal tower topped with a beaten copper dome that had already taken on a gold-green sheen. The tower had a flat roof below the dome with thick and jutting chhajjars, eaves that rinsed rainwater away from the building and provided an impenetrable shade even when the sun was aslant. 5 of its 8 sides faced the Yamuna, each held up by elaborately carved marble pillars. The walls were slabs of marble inlaid with jewels in reds, golds, greens, and blues. The entrance to the Shah Burj, on the western side, away from the river, was an open chamber with a lotus pond carved entirely in marble placed in the center of the floor. The pond was shallow, not even 6 inches deep, set with a single flute of water to form a fountain fed from an underground pipe, and when the water ran, it bubbled out of its source and rippled down the sides of the basin, barely breathing over the carved stone. There were 7 people at the wedding ceremony, officially, that is, a Qazi to officiate, the emperor, his sons, and the bride. The Qazi said a short prayer and then asked, as was expected, about the meher, the settlement from the groom's father. Emperor Shah Jahan replied that he gave his daughter-in-law 500,000 rupees, which was hers to keep and use, no matter whether the marriage survived or not. The Qazi gestured to ask for one of Dara's hands and one of Nadira's. He did not touch either his prince or the bride but brought them together anyhow, and in the joining of their hands, the marriage contract had been accepted and signed by both of them, and they were married. Jahanara and Roshanara stood hidden behind the pillars leading into the Shah Burj, their heads covered, listening but not leaning out to see. Jahanara heard the tinkle of the gold bangles on Nadira's arms, 25 on each, as she clasped Dara's, heard also the rustle of the thickly embroidered chiffon veil as Nadira moved closer to her brother. The Qazi melted away, passing the 2 women outside noiselessly, and Roshanara moved into the room to add her congratulations. Only Princess Jahanara Begum stayed where she was, feeling the cool of the marble seep through her clothing as she leaned against the pillar. One part of her mind was on the arrangements for the festivities, the alms to be distributed, the feast prepared for the night, the entertainment, and another part of her was beset by an unexpected yearning. She glanced at her Bapa, who stood with a smile on his face, a contentment rarely seen since Mama's death. Would he look at her thus one day, when he gave her away in marriage to Najabat Khan? Or would he flinch at having to part from his daughter? In the far distance, along a bend in the river, a fog of dust from the luminous tomb's worksite clogged the horizon. Jahanara went into the Shah Burj to kiss and hug her brother and his new wife, to hold her father's hand, to watch her other brothers glowing with joy. She did not know that one day this octagonal room would become intensely familiar to her with its unchanging view of the Taj Mahal. Because her father would die here, bedridden for 9 long years after one of his sons would snatch his crown and rule in his stead. And those 9 years in the future would be the final shadow cast upon her, upon a life that held such promise today. 11. The first daughter whom he had was Begum Sahib, the eldest of all, whom her father loved to an extraordinary degree, and this has given occasion to Monsieur Bernier to write many things about this princess, founded entirely on the talk of low people. Therefore it is incumbent on me to say that what he writes is untrue. William Irwin, trans. Storia du Mogul or Mughal India, by Nikolai Manucci 1653–1708. Agra, Wednesday, February 2, 1633, 22 Rajab AH 1042. Later that night, after the eunuchs had left, Princess Roshanara Begum rested against the door on the inside of the bedchamber prepared for Dara. The aroma of roses in heated bloom filled the room, mixed with the scent of frankincense from the censers. Pink rose petals shimmered on the deep carpets. The bed, made of soft cotton stuffing, was in the center, and 4 teak bedposts were festooned with garlands of roses, which hung in plush swathes, closely knitted to form a curtain of fragrance around the bed. The sheets were of fine cotton muslin, embroidered in delicate patterns of flowers in gold zari, so carefully done as to merely caress Dara and Nadira as they lay on the bed. Perfumed oil lamps glowed in the corners, casting domes of light upon the marble-embellished ceiling and shadows everywhere else. Roshanara took a breath and exhaled gently. She was afraid to move from the door, for fear of crushing the rose petals underfoot. That privilege was to be Dara's and Nadira's when they came in. But she had a sudden craving to feel the smoothness of the sheets, to lay her head upon the feathered pillows, to look up into a lover's gaze. A breeze came in from the waters of the Yamuna below the apartment, billowed the chiffon curtains, and sent light skittering around Roshanara. And so, Dara was married to the woman he loved, she thought. What would they do here tonight? Her mouth twisted in a wry smile. She knew what they would do, as they all did, living in the imperial zenna, where every woman's thoughts went to love, to the caress of silks, to the pearling of sweat on skin. There was no mystery in that, but this, the first night of love, held a special magic, a togetherness. It was a private moment never to be captured again. She picked up the heavy skirts of her silk ghagara and nudged a rose petal with her toe. It felt cool, and she shivered. Once she had thought it possible for her to have a night such as this with Mirza Najabat Khan. But since last December, when the eunuch had bent to her ear with his tale of Jahanara's nocturnal meeting with Najabat Khan in the Chaugan fields, she had become afraid and bitter. What Jahanara wanted, she usually got, because she was Bapa's favorite daughter, the one who had his affections, the one who had hosted Dara's wedding. So it had been before Mama died, so it was now. Roshanara settled herself against the door more comfortably and listened to the sounds of celebrations around the fort. The Naubat Khana, the imperial orchestra, was still playing this late into the night. The kettle drums boomed, the Shehnai let loose its wail, men's voices clamored in song in the darkness. It was the first time in almost 2 years that Bapa had allowed music in the capital, and Dara's wedding had become for all of them a time to celebrate not just his joining with Nadira but the official end of mourning for Mama. And one day she would have all of this too, the music, the lights, the rich presents, a man whose home she would be supreme in, as she was not here in the Zenna. But which man? Roshanara raised her ghagara again and went to the bed, uncaring now that the rose petals lay scattered in her wake. She sat on the mattress and leaned back on her hands, looking up at the ceiling. She had not been allowed, no, invited to perform even this little duty for Dara and Nadira, preparing their chamber for the night. Jahan had been here, shouting orders, snapping her fingers in disgust when she found one wilted rose in a long garland and sent the eunuchs scurrying in search of fresh roses and a seamstress to stitch another one together to hang in its place. She had been harried, restless, perhaps thinking herself of a room in which to spend a night such as this with Najabat Khan. Roshanara knew with a certainty that came from long association with her sister that Jahanara was in love with the courtier, or she would not have risked scandal in meeting him under the cover of darkness. She would not write to him as often as she did. And yet, when she, Roshanara, had sneaked into his tent to take his measure, he had seemed almost welcoming. She sat up. Were his affections still not fixed then? Was that possible? She stepped away from the bed and slipped out of the room, thinking all the while, as women, even as imperial women, Jahanara and Roshanara had only one precious possession, reputation. In that lay a woman's entire worth. One report, well placed, could demolish it. When she returned to her apartments, Roshanara sent her eunuchs out into the city of Agra. They followed her orders faithfully, letting fall a word in conversations around fires, speaking casually to travelers and merchants who had come in for the wedding celebrations, dropping hints at the shopkeepers' open windows as they passed by with a wink and a nod. And the next day, and in the days that followed, the rumors were reborn, blossomed, burgeoned that Emperor Shah Jahan had indeed left off mourning his dead wife because he had found another, in the person of the Begum Sahib of the empire. After attending to the decoration of Dara's bridal chamber, Jahanara went to her Bapa's apartments to see him to bed, as she had done every night since her mother died. Emperor Shah Jahan was waiting for her by the windows of the balcony. On the streets below, men shouted, women sang, drums were beaten in drunkenness. They still enjoyed themselves, he said when Jahanara came to rest her head against her father's shoulder and twine her arm in his. It is so late. You are good to them, Bapa, she said. They have missed the raucousness of mindless celebration, and they enjoy it now with Dara's wedding. Will you sleep? She tugged at his arm and led him to the bed. The nights were still cool this early in the year, and coal braziers wrought in gold and silver filigree were dispersed around the bed, their warmth enough for Shah Jahan to require only a sheet to cover him. When Jahanara gestured toward the open doors and windows of the balcony, he shook his head. I've ordered for them to be left open. Read to me, beta. From the Baburnama, Bapa. She reached for a book beside him, covered in red leather embossed with gold leaf, ran her finger along the slit created by the jade bookmark, found the page, and opened it. When she had read for 10 minutes, Emperor Shah Jahan leaned out from his bed and put a hand over the pages. What a pity it is that I never learned Turki, in which Emperor Babur wrote this memoir, or that I never taught you. You and I, we have to read his words translated into Persian. I think he must be grieving at our ignorance. You see how learned he was, a warrior first, but a keen, observant one who detailed every bit of his life in these pages, studied the characters of his generals and his men, thundered in to take Hindustan for us. But he hated India, Bapa, Jahanara said softly. He loathed the heat. He did not understand the people. If there were empire to be conquered in cooler climes, he would have done so. And you, Jahan? She shrugged, a graceful upward movement of her shoulders. I am at peace where you are, Bapa. The silk curtains covering the windows were a slip of a cloud, and the skies lit up as the late-night fireworks began. Now a cerulean blue, now a pale lime green, now a coral pink. The lights came on and disappeared without a sound, for these last festivities, unlike the evening fireworks, had been ordered to be noiseless. Itimad Khan moved around the room, extinguishing the lamps and torches one by one, and father and daughter were silhouetted against the glittering sky. They looked at each other in delight, seeing the shades of colors brighten each of their faces and dwindle into darkness. It was a good wedding, Jahan. Dara is happy, and so am I in his choice of a bride. But weddings seem to beget weddings. I am thinking of another one now. Are you? Jahanara asked, her heart pounding. She would be 19 years old in April, and if Mama had been alive, perhaps she would have been married to Mirza Najabat Khan long ago. She searched her father's face, but he was looking at the windows. Sons must be married, he said. They have to beget heirs for the empire, as many male children as they can. He laughed, and it was a sound unheard for so long that Jahanara laughed along with him. just for the pleasure of being able to do so. But even sons that lived have had an unfortunate predilection to alcohol and opium, leaving an emperor originally possessed of a handful of heirs with one or two at the most in the end. As with my father, Emperor Jahangir, in his case, his being the only surviving son was a blessing. In mine, his voice faded away, and they both thought of the trail of blood that had washed the path to his throne. Jahanara kissed her father's hand and noticed that it was trembling. Bappa had never regretted sending his brothers to their deaths when he became emperor. It was a necessity. If he had forgiven their lives, he could have well forfeited his own. This was the unwritten law of the empire. Did he worry about his own 4 sons? Think that Dara's place as emperor after him was not so assured after all. But who else was there? Who else could there be? I grow old, Jahan, he said quietly, in thinking thoughts such as these. And now that Dara is married, another one of you must be also. Who? Bappa? She asked. Which man have you chosen? His look of astonishment stunned her, and then his words did too. Not you, surely, my dear. They have a saying here in Hindustan that parents are but temporary guardians of their daughters, until they marry. But you are my very life. You cannot want surely? No, of course not. I meant, she groped for words, I meant Roshan. I thought that perhaps you were thinking of her. Emperor Shah Jahan lay back on his bed and crossed his arms over his stomach. I hear Roshan has lost her heart to an Amir at court. If she wishes to marry him, she may. She has. How do you know, Bappa? She could not have been so bold as to talk with you. Beta, I may have been in mourning for your mama, but my ears still work, and my spies do also. His name is Mirza Najabat Khan. Jahanara did not respond, but a weight descended upon her. Her shoulders bowed. If Bappa knew this, then it must be true. He must know then also of her meeting with Najabat Khan in the polo fields. Was that why he had said this to her? That Roshan, whom he loved less, would be welcome to marry Najabat Khan, but she, so much dearer to him, must keep her place by his side? I am not of a mind, however, Emperor Shah Jahan said, to let either of my daughters marry. He slept then, and she sat by his side, crushed. The fireworks ended, and the sharp smoke of spent gunpowder came coiling into the apartments. The skies darkened again, and Jahanara saw that a thin, cold moon had risen, hidden until now by the brilliance of the fireworks. Mist ascended from the river to shroud the trees and blot the moon, and she rose, finally, to return to her rooms. When she left, the Kashmiri women guards outside Emperor Shah Jahan's apartment saluted her and murmured to each other about the lateness of the hour. It was these whispers that Princess Roshanara relied upon when she sent her eunuchs out into the night to spread a vile rumor about her father and her sister, and Jahanara did not stop to think that, for such talk to have travelled abroad, it must have originated within the walls of the imperial Zenna. When Princess Jahanara Begum heard the gossip, brought to her by Satti Khanum, she paid little heed to it, not caring how it had started or how it had spread. In doing so, she made her first mistake. For Najabat Khan was a fastidious man, and, as enchanted as he was by his princess, something in him balked at such talk. He remembered how she had come to his tent in the encampment, boldly and without fear, and he remembered that magical moonlit night in the Chaugan fields when he had to stop often to look at her, to see in her that woman from the previous meeting. He barely knew her, as indeed he had known little about his first 2 wives, but they were now established in his Zenna and did not have omnipotent fathers or powerful brothers who could call for his head to be parted from his neck by sundown and would be obeyed without question. An alliance with the imperial family was advantageous, but fraught with danger all the same, for even 100 years after Emperor Babur had established the Mughal Empire, the imperial family's quicksand fortunes made their legacy shakeable, and they held on to the crown only by might and cunning, the former directly linked to money, and more specifically to possession of the vast treasury at Agra. For the second woman, seen in the blue light of the moon, Najabad Khan would have risked the peril, though not for the first, but he thought they were the same.
Prince Shah Shuja, the second of Emperor Shah Jahan's sons, was married 20 days later, on February 23, 1633, and this was what preoccupied Jahanara soon after Dara's wedding, why she gave such little consideration to the rumors. Sons must be married, Emperor Shah Jahan had said, and so he said again to Jahanara. Shuja was of age, he would be 17 that year, to Dara's 18, and would his beloved Jahan see to it?
She did, without as much preparation as she had for Dara. Shuja married the daughter of Mirza Rustam Safevad, a grandson of Shah Ismail of Persia, who had come to Hindustan some 40 years ago to become a courtier to Emperor Akbar. Rustam was an old man, 60-some years old, but the girl Shuja married was born of one of his younger wives. Quite apart from their royal antecedents and their link in blood to the Shah of Persia, Rustam's family had a history of connections with the Mughal imperial family. Emperor Shah Jahan's first wife, languishing behind the walls of the imperial Zenna, was Rustam's niece. And so, when Shuja married Rustam's daughter, he married his stepmother's cousin. When the wedding had been celebrated, the bustle in the streets of Agra waned into its everyday regularity. In the lull, exhausted and filled with a hunger, Princess Jahanara Begum sent another restrained summons to Najabad Khan. This time it was to meet her in the Zenna gardens, mid-afternoon, when most of the women would be indoors at siesta. She waited for him, but he did not come. Rosar-i Munawwar. The luminous tomb. The king is now building a sepulchre for his late deceased Queen Taj-e-Mahal, whom he dearly affected. He intends it shall excel all other. There is already about her tomb a relay of gold. The building is begun. R.C. Temple, ed. The Travels of Peter Mundy in Europe and Asia, by Peter Mundy 1608 to 1667. Agra, Thursday, May 26, 1633, 17 Ziai-Kadeh AH 1042. The heated, parched air was woven with the tuneful murmur of thousands of voices in prayer, reciting verses from the Quran. The first URAs for Empress Mumtaz Mahal had been held in the Jilokhana, the forecourt to the tomb, but this, the second URAs, was held within, because by this time, a scant year later, the massive sandstone terrace fronting the Yamuna was already complete. On this terrace would stand the luminous tomb, in the very center, flanked on the left by a mosque and on the right by the Miham Khana, an assembly hall. The terrace was designed to occupy the entire breadth of the gardens for the tomb and was some 985 feet long. Its two ends, east and west, its northern end faced the river, were curved around octagonal towers that would mark the northeastern and northwestern edges of the tomb's complex. From the Great Gate, the terrace would eventually be barely discernible, not only because of the magnificent structures it bore, but also because it was only 4 feet high in front, higher at the back, some 30 feet, built thus because the land sloped downward to the river. Emperor Shah Jahan's engineers had studied the sandy and silt-filled ground at the verge of the river, which had been routed earlier to curve alongside the building site. The foundations of this riverfront terrace, the very basis for the luminous tomb, would have to be solid and substantial. They spent hours in consultation, poring over the architect's plans, taking measurements on site, excavating and filling mud in cavities, which they then submerged for days to simulate the Yamuna in flood in a year of munificent rains. Every test crumbled under the onslaught of the water, and this was their biggest problem. If His Majesty had decided instead to house the tomb in the center of the gardens, and so landward, with merely a compound wall at the riverfront, all their calculations would have been accurate. But in his infinite wisdom, Emperor Shah Jahan had determined that the main buildings were to be at the north end of the gardens, at the water's edge, and the engineers then scrambled to make their sovereign's wishes into fact. Finally, one day in December of 1632, one experiment withstood every simulated natural disaster. And so, they marked out numerous circles 5 feet in diameter, sank wooden shafts, and dug out all the soil until they hid the bedrock below. Into this opening they packed rocks and chunks of iron. Eventually the wood would rot and disintegrate, but this pillar of rock and iron would claw firmly into the ground and hold up above the weight of the terrace at the river, the platform for the tomb itself, the mosque, and the assembly hall. The tomb would be raised on a platform of brick and sandstone, its sides faced with white marble slabs, simply carved in blank arches that curved to a point on top. When the second race was celebrated, the terrace was finished, and so also was the tomb's white platform. During the first race there had been nothing much to see, the tents were pitched on dirt, but now the graceful and mammoth lines of the terrace and the platform gave some shape to the tomb itself. The Empress's body had been unearthed from its temporary rest and brought into the underground chamber below the terrace. Her cenotaph had been marked in stone on the platform. A gold screen, real and heavy gold, surrounded this marking. Eventually, the tomb would rise over the cenotaph. On this day, though, the tents for the ceremony were pitched on the terrace in the platform, around the screen. As the ghariyalas struck the noon hour, an imperial barge docked on the river side of the terrace and a cry went out, "Avert your eyes!" Passed on from guard to guard, this second race was to be a private celebration for the emperor and the ladies of his zenna, and panels of Masulipattnam chintz shielded the royal party not just at the pier but above on the terrace. Shah Jahan walked down the length of the pier, holding Jahanara's and Roshanara's hands. A wedge of steps had been cut into this side of the terrace, leading to cool verandas. On the landward side, the terrace was a scant 4 feet in height, but here it was almost 3 stories high, an uninterrupted stretch of amber sandstone inlaid with graceful lines in white marble. In its walls was set a series of rooms facing the water, with red sandstone pillars fluting into arches to hold up the ceilings. This was the Takhana. "You are quiet, Bapa," Jahanara said when they were seated. The Yamuna flowed in sluggish tranquility, and a warm breeze stirred through the room, the ceiling of which was lofty and airy, the stone screens punctured by light. Here they would wait until the afternoon sun had spent its viciousness, then go up to the marble platform to take part in the ceremonies and the chanting. Shah Jahan clasped his hands in front of him, thinking of the woman for whom he was building all of this. When he looked up at his daughters, he found them watchful, noting his every movement, their heads slanted to one side. Jahan had grown into a beautiful woman, slender, her face planed in angles, a sharp jut to her chin, thin cheeks, strong bones around her eyes. Her mouth curved upward when his glance fell upon her, as though she knew what his scrutiny was about. Roshan had blossomed also in these past 2 years into womanhood, but she was softer than her sister, her eyes had a glow to them, her actions were more unhurried, and recently he had noticed fine lines of discontent on her smooth forehead. They were 2 sides of his wife, each imbued with different characteristics, and he found in them Mumtaz Mahal's varied moods. At times she had been strong, at times arrogant and demanding, at times welcoming. Himself he saw only in Jahanara, and perhaps only because he loved her so much, because she, more than any of her siblings, had found the time to be by his side when he wanted her, listened with an interest he found lacking in the others, counseled him with a sagacity beyond her age. "I find," he said finally, "that I miss your mama less now than before." And when he had spoken, his words surprised even him. Was it true? But it was. The ache of Arjuman's loss had dulled and retreated into a corner of his heart, and he could summon it only by will. It did not swamp him as it had in the early days, render him unable to function. His every day was filled with routine, and there was so little time left to think of her now. He woke at 4 o'clock in the morning to dress for the early Jarika, slept for an hour afterward, sat at the public audience in the Divan presented himself at the afternoon Jarika before retiring to the Zenna for his lunch and his duties to the ladies. Here, as his father and grandfather had done, he discussed their problems, found ways to solve them, gave orders on budgets and allowances. In the late afternoon, there was yet another public audience, and a sunset Jarika, and then a meeting with selected Amirs at the Divan-i Khas. News of every incident in his empire came to him through these varied sessions, brought by spies and runners from the outer reaches, even things as inconsequential as what governors had misused the funds from their territorial treasuries by heaping gifts on a serving maid or a dancing girl. Everything was written down, secreted in the archive vaults under Agra fort. At night, he returned to his chambers in the harem for his meal, but his door, figuratively, was always open for reports of an immediate nature, and he was stirred from his dinner or his conversations with Jahanara or Dara to the antechamber outside the Zenna, where he received the men not allowed in. He went to sleep at midnight, and, in those few minutes before he closed his eyes, he thought of Arjumand. And now even the memory of her face had faded. He could remember it in the absolute in certain situations, but his everyday recall had grown fainter. The part of his heart where love for her had resided had come to rest upon Jahanara. He said, because they had been silent, "Did I shock you?" "We know what you mean, Bapa," Jahanara said. "But she lives on, Bapa," Roshanara said, "in this luminous tomb you are building for her." Shah Jahan grunted softly. "I think that it is the thought of her that will live. If this tomb survives through the ages, as I intend it will be my name that will flourish." "And wasn't that your intention in constructing this monument to Mama?" Roshanara asked. "I mean," she hurried on, realizing what she had said, "that it is your tribute to Mama, so you..." Jahanara clicked her tongue and put a restraining hand on her sister's arm, and Shah Jahan felt a sliver of disgust at his child's candor, if it could be called that. She spoke quickly, without thought, as she acted sometimes. He wearied too often of her talk, because she talked only thus, and he found himself not wishing to reply to this blatant statement. Why could she not be more like her sister? "Should we go up, Jahan?" "It is too early," Jahanara said, rising to go to the veranda arches, "but it does not matter. Let's go." They ascended the inner stairs of the terrace from the Takhana to the top, and then onward still up a flight of marble stairs to the platform which would hold the tomb. In the liquid heat under cover of the white tents, the golden screen surrounding the Empress's cenotaph glowed. They stood there, gazing at it in awe. Bibdal Khan, the superintendent of the imperial workshops, had been responsible for its construction. It was 4 feet high, built in linked panels to form an octagon. The screen was made of solid gold, finely wrought with flowers and enamel work, and weighed a little over 1,000 pounds. As part of the interior decoration for this central chamber, Shah Jahan had also ordered gold lattice work oil lamps in the shape of a crescent moon, the sun, and stars. The screen had been bolted to the marble floor 2 months ago, and for this, URAs, workers had set up poles to hang the lambs over the grave. The imperial party knelt on the cotton mattresses and said their prayers until the sun set in the west, painting the vast canvas of the skies above Agra in daubs of gold and bronze. In the gardens below, Emperor Shah Jahan had arranged for arms and enormous platters of sweets and savories to be given to the gathered men. When they left, some 6 hours had passed since their arrival, the sum of 2 pahars, 2 watches of the day. Emperor Shah Jahan returned later that night and prayed at the site of his wife's grave for another par, alone on his knees, facing west, toward Makkah. He had grieved for Arjuman for 2 long years. No one would, or could, take her place in his heart and his affections, but he was lonely, craving a woman's gentle touch, the scent of a woman's body, her arms around his waist, an oblivion that had nothing special to do with love. He left, dragging his feet, only 41 years old this year, but sorrow had grayed the hair on his head and in his beard and weakened his eyesight. When he stumbled while descending the steps from the Takhana to the pier, his eunuch, Itimad Khan, steadied him and said, "You have forgotten to wear your glasses, Your Majesty." And so he had. Shah Jahan fumbled in an inner pocket of his Kaaba and put on his glasses to see better where he was going. As the vessel departed for the ride up the river to the fort, he looked back at the place where the tomb for Arjuman would stand to remind him, and future generations, that here was a woman so beloved that her husband had built for her, soon to be silhouetted forever against the night sky, a luminous tomb. 12. Aurangzebi, the third brother, was devoid of that urbanity and engaging presence, so much admired in Dara. He was reserved, subtle, and a complete master of the art of dissimulation. Archibald Constable, ed., and Irving Brock, trans. Travels in the Mughal Empire, by François Bernier AD 1656 to 1668. Agra, Saturday, May 28, 1633. 19 Ziaikade AH 1042. 2 days after the second race, Emperor Shah Jahan ordered an elephant fight. It was to take place in the main Maidan, a field of beaten mud, smooth and freed from weeds by the hundreds of men who trod upon it daily during the evening Jarika, at the base of the battlements of Agra fort, some 30 feet below the balcony of the jutting Shah Burj. When news had spread through Agra of the elephant fight, bookmakers had swarmed in, laying odds on which elephant would win, how soon after the fight began, whether the mahout of the winning elephant or the losing elephant would die, even whether the reserve mahout was likely to die. It was as though a pall had lifted from the empire. The Mughal emperors were all keen warriors and avid sportsmen, at home in the saddle, in a tent, on a battlefield, at a blood sport. And of the last, the elephant fight was the ultimate sport. But Empress Mumtaz Mahal's death had ended all amusements. The imperial orchestra had not played until Prince Dara's wedding, the Maidans had lain empty of entertainment, Nuch girls had been dismissed from the doors to the imperial zenna, life had been dismal. An elephant fight was the supreme diversion in Mughal India, because it was the exclusive prerogative of the emperor, not even his sons could order one. Of all the animals Emperor Shah Jahan owned in quantities large enough to stable the horses, the camels, the oxen, the mules, the elephants were the most revered. They were initially captured from the forests around India, and, from Emperor Jahangir's time, their keepers had begun to breed them in the imperial stables, leading to strain after strain of fine animals used in war, in peace, as beasts of burden, as mounts for the imperial ladies of the zenna, on construction sites, and, last, for the pleasure of the emperor in the fighting field. Each royal elephant had appointed for its care 9 men and a boy, noted in the imperial registers as 9.5 men, 5 to 10 to its education, to teach it to bow and obey orders. a mahout, who was its caretaker, and the man who rode the elephant. 3 men to feed, bathe, and dress the elephant in its finery when presented at court, and finally a boy, who would sit at the back of the elephant with the mahout and assist him in managing the beast and take his place if needed. The 2 elephants chosen for the fight in Agra were the imperial stable's best masked elephants, categorized as full-blooded. They were both young males, feisty and fiery, given to trumpeting at all hours and eager to pick a fight whenever they could, and their names were Sukhdar and Surat Sundar. By the time the sun was centered in the sky over Agra, the Maidan was teeming with people who had been waiting for a place at the proceedings since dawn. A thrum of excitement swept over them as the imperial orchestra, housed in its own balcony in the ramparts of the fort above, played its music, rousing the frenzy of the crowd. Money moved from hand to hand surreptitiously, as bets were made under the keen gaze of the imperial guards, who pretended not to notice. Everyone knew that the emperor did not approve of gambling for too high stakes during elephant fights. Colored flags strung on ropes swung down from the fort into the crowd, tethered to poles around the field. At the periphery of the ground, vendors did a brisk business in chicken kebabs rolled in flat and fragrant circles of naan. Vegetables dipped in a chickpea flour batter and deep fried, served with a tangy tamarind chutney. Jaggery sweetened drinks of lime, khas, and orange. There was a women's enclosure on the side of the Yamuna river, toward the very end of the field, and here the wives, daughters, cousins, and sisters of the more common men sat in a motley of color, splashes of bright yellows, greens, blues, pinks, magenta. The princes came first to the Maidan, and their appearance was heralded by the imperial orchestra, which played a song of welcome. The crowd parted to let them through, and in many an eye there was awe and an admiration that Emperor Shah Jahan, their lord and their master, was possessed of such magnificent sons. And they were splendid, mounted on perfectly matched white steeds from the imperial stables, the bridles of silver and gold, velvet woven around the reins in their hands, diamonds embedded into the leather of their saddles. Dara rode first, solemn and upright, raising his hand to acknowledge the love directed toward him, the press of fervent gazers taking in the sight of their future emperor. He was newly married, this young man, and his responsibilities sat well upon his shoulders. Shuja received his share of adulation also, but it was more muted, although he smiled and nodded to the men. A ripple of laughter went through the people when they saw the youngest, Prince Murad, who was only 9 this year, a child next to his brothers, but with a stern expression that slipped when he smiled with delight at a juggler's monkey that sprang up from its master's arms and waved at the prince. After this his face lightened and he did not stop grinning. Behind them was Prince Aurangzeb. In the 2 years since their mother's death, he had retreated into himself and his studies, and this was the character he adopted most of the time. The reading of the Quran gave him something to do as he waited to grow older, and he knew most of the verses by heart. He glanced at Dara's back, listened to the murmur of adulation from the people, and looked away again, his eyes smarting with tears. What was the matter with him? He had always known Dara to be so beloved among the Marsas. It was only at court, among the Amirs, that this reverence was tempered with disapproval of his easy manners. And Dara was a fool, spending too much time with the Jesuit priest Father Bassi, giving him far too much money for his churches and his missions, interested in every religion in a dabbling, casual way, and neglecting his own true faith of Islam. Aurangzeb shifted in his saddle as they reined in their horses by the side of the Maidan. The sun blighted the sky, turning its blue so pale that it was almost white, and the colors of the clothing, the glint of jewels from the turbans of the Amirs gathered around the field, the sheen of metal in the horses' bridles, all gave him a headache. In this heat, without even the relief of a cool draught of air from the Yamuna, for it was a still, airless day, the smells were intensified, and Aurangzeb held his breath from time to time, trying not to inhale the odor of the perspiration that flowed freely on brows and dampened underarms and backs, the hot smell of frying, rancid oil, the stench of old perfume. His hands shook as he held the reins of his horse and relaxed only when a series of parasols, held aloft by servants on horses, came to shade him and his brothers. The imperial orchestra announced the coming of the emperor, and they all turned toward the Shahbaj, waiting for that first sight of his person. And when he appeared, the crowd roared, "Padshah Salamat!" Once, twice, 3 times. They all bent their heads and performed the taslim, raising their hands to their foreheads thrice and letting them fall. Even Aurangzeb drew in a breath when he saw his father and felt his heart tug in a way it had not since Mama's death, with an overflowing gratitude that this man, so glorious, so patently a king, was his father. Emperor Shah Jahan had finally divested himself of his mourning white, 2 years after his wife's death and 2 days after the celebration of the second anniversary. He wore a kaba of raw silk in the color Emperor Jahangir had so favored as appropriate for royalty, and it was the deep red of a brilliant sunset captured faithfully by the dyers in the imperial karkhanas. On his head was a turban of white silk, an aigrette pinned to the center which was a 300-carat diamond, an immaculate heron's feather springing from it. There were pearl necklaces, 15 in all, strung in different sizes and varieties around his neck. His hands were jeweled with rubies, emeralds, pearls, and diamonds. His kaba was studded with 1,000 tiny diamonds so that, as he moved, his entire person seemed to be on fire. With all this magnificence, the crowds below did not notice the graying of his hair or the dimmed brilliance of his eyes. Here, finally, was the emperor they adored. In his splendor was their security. And so many a heart soared with pride and affection. Aurangzeb felt the same, and it was an emotion that surprised him. If he had been asked whether he loved his father, he would have replied, and correctly, that there was no other option available to a dutiful son. But he had never thought of love as being anything but an obligation, and, for the first time in his 15 years, he was proved wrong. Though only momentarily. Then the heat came to plague him again, his headache returned, the scene before him whitened to a haze. He rubbed the constricting collar of his kaba and wished for the coolness of the courtyard outside his apartments, where he could read for a while or listen to the petitions for charity that found their way to him. And then the trumpets from the Naubat Khana announced the arrival of Sukhdar and Surat Sundar, the 2 imperial elephants, the stars of the afternoon's show. Their mahouts sat balanced and proud upon their irritable chargers, goaded them with their angst to kneel before the emperor, to raise their trunks to their foreheads in an imitation of the taslim. The cool tang of fresh buffalo milk came to Aurangzeb's nose. The elephants had recently been bathed in this in preparation for their fight. Their hides were a thick, rubbery grey and cleaned meticulously. Their feet were already dusty, though even the short trip from the stables to the Maidan had muddied them to their knees. They both wore a minimum of finery, thick chains of gold with large rings crisscrossed over their backs and around their stomachs and necks. The chains had large, hoop-like rings to make it easier to string in a tether if one was needed during the fight. The ankhs that the mahouts held were also of solid gold, gleaming in the sunlight. The men themselves wore a somber white, clad only in dhotis that covered their waists and were tucked between their legs. Their chests were bare. A flutter of white at the edge of the field caught Prince Aurangzeb's eye, and he saw there the mahouts' wives, in a place reserved specially for them among all of these men. The sport was so deadly that the women had shed their colors, broken the bangles on their wrists, and wiped the partings in their hair of the vermilion powder that signified marriage. If the Mahouts survived, a feast would be waiting to celebrate their resurrection from the dead. If they died, Bapa would pay their families 100 times their monthly salaries and continue to pay the widows' pensions for the rest of their lives. This was why the Mahouts did what they did, for the love of money, for the love of the animals themselves, and for the excitement. Aurangzeb's headache disappeared as quickly as it had come, and he felt his heart pound madly. He noticed Dara pulling his horse back as Sukhdar rode. A low mud wall had been built along the diameter of the Maidan, and the fight would begin when the elephants were given the signal and crashed through the mud wall to confront each other. Shuja, Aurangzeb could not see, for by now his gaze was focused on the two mammoth beasts, snorting and pawing at the ground. How superb they were, though so ungainly, so without line or structure. He edged closer into the field, and one of the imperial guards put his spear across his path. "Please stand back, Your Highness." Aurangzeb heard Murad's childish voice shout, in an abrupt and deep lull in the racket, "Let the fight begin." For it was the youngest prince's privilege to do so. The elephants seemed to have heard the signal also. They shook their massive heads, and, without the provocation of the Anks, Sukhdar and Surat Sundar rumbled through the mud wall as though it had been a mere chiffon curtain and smashed their heads into each other. The wall disintegrated in a fine mist of dirt, which billowed outward and then dissipated, and Aurangzeb saw the elephants tilt their heads this way and that and charge at each other again, their mahouts clinging on. They were well matched, he thought, raising his voice to join the clamor of the crowd, as the elephants returned to each other again and again. Surat Sundar's mahout fell off the elephant and disappeared in the dust with an awkward flailing of limbs. From the white-clad women, a thin, keening wail rose and swept across to Aurangzeb's ear. Frightened, shaken, and without a guide now, Surat Sundar turned to flee, ploughing his way through the tightly packed hordes. But paths widened to admit him and closed behind him as the men watched what Sukhdar would do. He looked around, howled his anger, and charged toward the four glittering princes on horseback. As the infantrymen of the imperial army, clad in full armor, their shields held aloft, struggled to maintain their places, the crowd of men pushed them away. Everyone flew out of the elephant's way, and all of a sudden, one lone man found himself confronting Sukhdar. Prince Aurangzeb felt his heart stop and his hands grow cold around his reins. Dara had fled along with the crowd. Sadullah Khan, the Grand Vizier of the empire, had yanked at Prince Murad's reins and pulled him to the side, and where Shuja was, Aurangzeb did not know. He was alone in all that din, voices wailing and crying, and he clearly heard Jahanara and his father shout out his name, telling him to flee. He looked up and saw them both leaning over the balcony of the Shah Burj. Aurangzeb bent down to snatch a spear from a passing soldier and flung it with all of his strength at Sukhdar. It hit the elephant between the eyes, and 3 inches of the spear's pointed tip pierced the animal's tough hide. Sukhdar bawled in pain, and with his mighty trunk he whacked at Aurangzeb, thudded into his horse instead, and sent the animal flying a few feet. Aurangzeb was flung off the horse. He rose shakily to his feet and stood in the field, his fingers scrambling for the dagger in his cummerbund, but he knew even then that it was little defense against the mammoth animal. Sukhdar rushed in again, and Aurangzeb saw Shuja ride toward the animal, yelling all the while until it stopped in distraction. That brief moment was enough. The elephant keepers, who had come armed with their chakris for just such a possibility, lit the 2 ends of their bamboo canes, which were filled with gunpowder. The canes swung around on their central axes, held up on poles, spitting fire and light, the gunpowder booming as it caught flame. Raja Jai Singh came to Shuja's aid now, peeling away from the crowd, his spear ready. He flung the spear to wound Sukhtar and jabbed at the enraged beast with his sword. The elephant tossed him to the ground and lifted a massive foot to crush him where he lay. Just then, Surat Sundar returned, butting Sukhtar from the back with a tremendous force, and his crushing foot came down a few inches from Jai Singh's head. The two elephants turned on each other, and Aurangzeb pushed his way through to haul the Raja out of the field and into the crowd. "Thank you, Your Highness," Jai Singh muttered, his face pale, his right arm swinging awkwardly by his side. "I must thank you instead," Aurangzeb said. "I will remember that you saved my life." Now, he touched Jai Singh on his shoulder. "Wazir Khan should look at that arm." Later, the Raja said, "After we are done here." The fight went on for 20 more minutes until the unseated mahouts came to collect their chargers, to part them with fireworks and torches, to calm them by leading them to the waters of the Yamuna and plunging them in until their blood cooled. In the quiet that came afterward, Emperor Shah Jahan yelled from the balcony at Aurangzeb, "What madness was this, beta? To stand in the path of an elephant and court death? You should have fled as the others did." Prince Aurangzeb turned stiffly to his father, bowed, and said in a voice that had not lost its quaver, "Bapa, death comes even to emperors. There is no shame in that. The shame lies in what my brothers did." Only a few people at the base of the Shah Burj heard this statement. Dara did, and he flushed at the implication that he was a coward. Shuja bristled, because he had come to Aurangzeb's aid. Both Sadullah Khan and Raja Jai Singh mulled over what their prince had said, and when they raised their glances to that slight, boyish figure staring up at his father, they were thoughtful. Long after the Maidan had been cleared, during the brief twilight that swung over Agra, Jahanara stood by one of the pillars of the Shah Burj, her arms around it. Below, she heard the sweep of brooms as workers cleared the ground strewn with broken paper flags, cummerbunds wrenched off during the melee, plantain leaves that had held the kebab skewers. By morning, when her father appeared for his jarika, it would all be pristine again. Her brow was furrowed with a frown. What had Aurangzeb meant by those words? She had seen the two ministers, even Raja Jai Singh, clutching his useless arm, his face wrought with pain, look at him with admiration. "Your Highness," Ishak Beg came up behind her and waited. "Yes," she said. "I know. Is everything ready?" He inclined his head and let her pass. Jahanara went back to her apartments slowly. Aurangzeb had said that death came even to emperors, as though he thought of himself thus, as though he already was one, even before his father had been buried. Music drifted through Princess Jahanara's apartments, sweet and dulcet, a sitar, a pair of castanets, the low throb of a tabla, accompanying a woman's rich, throaty voice. The princess had hosted a dinner for her victorious brother Aurangzeb on the night of the elephant fight and invited all of her other brothers, their wives, Roshanara, and their father. The dinner cleared, they sat now around the room on silk-upholstered divans, silent and uneasy. The orchestra was behind a screen, with only the singer's shape lightly visible, backlit by oil diyas. The walls of Jahanara's apartments had been carved plentifully with square niches, and in each a lone lamp burned, its wick vertical and steady. The floors were carpeted, wall to wall, with thin layers of jute matting overlaid with cotton mattresses and then rugs from Isfahan. Flimsy curtains, seemingly made more of air than of fabric, screened the arches that fronted the Yamuna river. They hung still, their folds quiescent, not even the shadow of a breeze to incite them into movement. They had eaten well from a menu of Jahanara's choice, cooked earlier by the imperial chefs in the kitchen attached to the harem, golden curries of lamb and goat, warm from the fires and still simmering as they were set before them. Carrots and cucumbers in salads dressed with lime juice and peanut oil, sprinkled with brown cumin seeds. Chicken biryani steamed in an earthenware pot with a string of kneaded dough to seal the lid and keep the rice moist until it came to rest upon their tongues. The best Kashmiri wines from the cool cellars below the fort's walls spiced with cardamom, star anise, and cloves. For dessert they had a simple wheat flour halwa, cooked in ghee and sugar syrup, clad in raisins and fried cashews. The dancing girls came in when dessert was being served, and after they left, Jahanara signaled to the eunuchs to deposit the gold platters with the makings of pan, betel leaves and nuts, slivers of pure beaten silver, sugar cubes, and cloves to bind the betel leaves into a parcel. Ask them to leave, Emperor Shah Jahan said, and that was enough for all the servants. They bowed and slipped out of the apartments, and then only the emperor and his children were left. The singer lowered her voice when Jahanara raised her hand. She was part of Jahanara's personal orchestra, a woman who had been with the princess for 5 years now, who knew all of her mistress's various moods and just what song or verse would soothe them. "What is it, Bapa?" Jahanara asked gently. They were all agitated and edgy, and it was not from the fright of the afternoon's elephant fight. Dara had glowered through the meal, eating with a stolid intensity, barely even acknowledging his father's presence. Nadira sat by his side, placid as ever, calling attention to herself only when she put a hand up to her nose to ward off the aromas from the food or openly sucked on a wedge of dried mango. She was pregnant, she had said, and Jahanara had heard the news with gladness and a little envy. A child would bring them all together, and a male child would be an heir to the empire. Shuja and his wife were taciturn, as was Aurangzeb, but in his silence was a pride they could not miss. His right cheek flamed from a cut. His back was bruised, and so he wore only a thin cotton kurta, and there was a bandage on his ankle where his leg had been twisted when he was thrown off his horse. Only Murad chatted on, reliving the fight with every word, unconscious of the mood of the room. Roshanara, seated by Aurangzeb, carried on a one-sided conversation in an undertone, answered only by grunts. But she did not seem to mind her brother's rudeness, Jahanara thought. Instead, a glow of something triumph perhaps filled her face. Bapar sat with his head bowed. Between dinner and dessert he had called for the Zenana's scribe, an elderly woman, and given her orders that would be transmitted to the imperial court's writers the next morning. In 3 days, they would observe Aurangzeb's 15th birthday, and the celebrations were to be grand. If Jahanara could have spoken, she would have said that they would befit a king. He was to be given the same privileges Bapar had as emperor on the occasion of his birthday, an imperial weighing. Massive gold beam balance scales, 8 feet in height, were to be rolled into the Diwan-i-Am, and Aurangzeb would step onto one scale pan, and the other would be weighted down, alternately, with bags of silver rupees, milk, flour, sugar, ghee, dried fruits, silks, and clothing. He would then distribute these items himself to the poor outside, doling out alms as if he were the master of those men gathered with their arms outstretched for their king's bounty. Bapar would give him a khilat, a robe of honor, studded with jewels, all to be made in the space of 3 days, with 100 seamstresses employed in the task of piecing together this precious coat. He would also give him a gold dagger and 5,000 rupees in gold mohars. For Shuja, for his bravery in this incident, there would be another khilat and a dagger. Aurangzeb had risen from his seat when the scribe left and kissed his father's hand. Then, he had resumed eating, his normally somber face splitting into smiles as though he could not help himself. "I do not like this dissent among you," Emperor Shah Jahan said finally. "Dara." Bapar, Dara said heatedly, talking for the first time since he had greeted all of them. Aurangzeb didn't do anything special. It was reckless of him to risk his life in front of a charging elephant. Why does he deserve the weighing on his birthday? You have never given me that privilege. Shah Jahan frowned. It's not your place to question my orders, Dara. If Aurangzeb was thoughtless, he was at least brave and courageous, while you turned your horse's head and escaped. You should be commending him. But I did not begin this conversation to answer to you, only to say this. The four of you are blood brothers, born of the same father and mother. When you are emperor, if you are emperor after me, it will be your responsibility to take care of your brothers, to provide them with ranks at court befitting their status. And the rest of you must revere your oldest brother, support him in all of his endeavors. To the empire, and as we are the empire, we must represent a united family. I did as much as Aurangzeb, Barpa, Shuja muttered. Not quite as much, Emperor Shah Jahan said, but enough for you to deserve a khilad. Aurangzeb, the emperor turned to face him now. What I say here applies to you also. Think more of others, son, than of yourself, and show your smugness a little less. Such an expression is improper in a royal prince. They all reddened. For 2 years Barpa had almost neglected them, and they had grown wild in their hearts. So to have him speak with such candor about thoughts they had only harbored in secret made them ashamed. But it was a short-lived shame, for they were more independent now of their father, and their dead mother, than they had been 2 years ago. Itimad, Emperor Shah Jahan said in a weary voice. And when his eunuch bowed into the room, he said, "Bring them in." 25 women came into Princess Jahanara's apartments and lined up against one wall. They were clad in thin muslins, their legs bare and muscled under the sheer gowns of their Peshwas, their eyes outlined in kohl, their hair perfumed and a-glitter with a freshly washed shine. In his younger days, when his wife had been pregnant, as she had been so often in their marriage, Mumtaz Mahal had allowed Emperor Shah Jahan to pick a woman from the imperial zenna for the night. Any woman he wanted or was attracted to. And in the morning, she had pensioned off the woman and banished her from the imperial zenna, so that her husband would never again see her or enjoy her charms. With his children watching, Emperor Shah Jahan deliberated. He did not leave his seat or even change his position on the divan. The singing had stopped, and for a whole 5 minutes, the only sounds Jahanara could hear were Dara's and Shuja's discontented breaths, Aurangzeb grinding his teeth, Roshan with her legs stretched out in front of her, her toes tapping dully against each other. Then her father pointed. To Jahanara, the choice seemed unclear, and, yet, the others bowed and left the apartments. The emperor raised himself from the divan and went out. The woman hesitated, then followed her king to his chambers. Jahanara put her hands over her face, her skin warm under her fingers. She could no longer recall instances when her father had spent the night, or a part of it, with a woman other than her mother, even though she must have seen this occur often enough. But in the last 2 years, he had been so completely hers, she thought, a tear escaping to wet her face, that she had forgotten he was a man also. Her brothers and sister departed, mumbling their farewells, their voices subdued. But Princess Jahanara Begum stayed on her divan, sobbing quietly, her heart filled with an ache. When the pain had lessened, she realized what Barpa had done, taught them all a lesson in kingship. It was not in the choosing of a slave to pleasure him for a few hours, that in itself was inconsequential. This was her father's zenna, and the women not related to him by marriage or by blood were his to use as he pleased. And he could well have done this in his chambers, so that only the morning would bring the news to them, and they would shrug, accept it, and go on. But Emperor Shah Jahan had paraded his women in front of his squabbling children, each itching to wear the crown, or to be able to determine who would wear the crown after him, as though he had already lost his life.